think we're ready.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay? Okay. So thank you so much for joining in one of the very first session of Visual Studio Live, and it's very nice to see you all here very early morning. I hope you all have a great lab session yesterday and you all are ready to have full packed days of learning about Visual Studio and other developer tools and technologies. So in this session of getting the most out of latest Visual Studio, that is 17.14, we will be talking about what is new, what is improved, and what is genuinely helpful for you to improve your developer workflow. So on the agenda today, we, as I said, will see some of the new features. We'll also see how you can use those features in real-world issues or scenarios. Then we can help you make some plan to upgrade your developer workflow with those features. And if you're really not sure which session you should be attending in next 3 days, including today, we also have some great recommendations for the sessions depending on the features which we will be showing you today. So just before we start, a quick reminder to take a session survey at the end of the session. You can use the app or use the QR code. Your feedback is really important for us to improve our next demos and sessions. A quick introduction about me. I'm Harshada. I'm a product manager in Visual Studio's debugger and profiler team. And then I have an amazing co-presenter today, Jessie.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessie Houghton, and I'm also a PM on the Visual Studio team. I work on GitHub Copilot.
So as I said, we will be looking at some of the new features in 17.14. But we'll also see how those features actually help you at each and every stage of your development workflow. So we'll see, starting from fundamentals, we'll see how the new features in 17.14 help you get your environment ready and set and go. When it comes to code, there are so many new improvements around Copilot and editor and code generation, which will not just help you improve your, in general, coding practices, but it will also help you write your code much more easier, faster, and actually smarter. When it comes to debug and test, we have some improvements which will actually help the debugging and profiling experience across the platform for all of our different types of users, not just our .NET developers, but we have some improvements for our C++ users, as well as some of our .NET MAUI users as well. And now when it comes to review, we have some improvements in 17.14 which will help you write great PR comments, but it will also help you do nice code reviews locally as well. So let's get started into looking at the new features in each of these particular stages of your development workflow. So starting with fundamentals, the very, very first thing we have and we are super proud of, that is the Copilot is fully integrated in Visual Studio and it is actually free to use. So just a quick question for you all. How many of you use Copilot in Visual Studio today? Those are a lot of hands and I'm really impressed. But I still see there are a few people who haven't raised their hand. So not to put you on your spot, but this is a sign you can actually use Copilot for free in Visual Studio. And each and every feature which we will be showing you today, a Copilot feature, or whatever features you will see throughout the Visual Studio Live, those all features are actually free to use with Copilot free. And the best part, you can actually use your GitHub account, your Microsoft account, or even a Google account to sign in. So definitely there is no excuse that you shouldn't be using Copilot today in Visual Studio. So if you haven't, do give a try and let us know your feedback. Another very, very fundamental improvement, which will actually affect each and every one of you who uses Visual Studio, is that we actually changed our release cadence from 17.14. So traditionally, Visual Studio used to have a quarterly release, but now we actually have a monthly release cycle. So what that means for you, that we will actually able to bring new improvements specifically around AI and Copilot to you much more faster. We will also bring your feature improvements, your bug fixes and quality improvements every week, not just month. And then we will actually bring up your feedback and features based on your feedback much more quicker to you as well. But I think the best part with the new monthly release is that you have more transparency in the release cycle. So you can actually plan your upgrade and you can always make sure you are on the latest Visual Studio so you can get most out of it. So I think this is This is something that will affect each and every one of you who uses Visual Studio. The next fundamental improvement we have is around our extensibility or extensions. We made many different improvements around our extension manager recently. So if you deal with a lot of extensions, or if you like to customize your Visual Studio using extensions and you install a lot of them, there are some of the nice to have improvements such as auto updates. So whenever there are Visual Studio detects that your extension needs an update, you will have a notification in your extension manager that will tell you that your extensions are ready to upgrade or update further. You'll also have a filter in your extension manager, a new filter that will show you pending changes. So all the extension that needs update or needs some have some pending changes will be filtered with those as well. And finally, if you don't want any of your extensions to be included in the auto update, you can exclude them using the exclusion list. So all you need to do is provide the exclusion list, and then the Visual Studio won't update your extensions automatically. Finally, a bigger update in the extension manager is that we actually support extension packs. So extension packs is something like a group of extensions. Those could be installed at once. So all you need to do is define your extensions in the .config file, and then you can import those using the configuration manager. And as you can see on the side here, you will have all the extensions in your installation installer, and then you can install all of them together at once. So that makes you really easy to get started with a bunch of extensions at once as well. So these were some of the basic improvements in the extensibility, which will actually help you get started and customize your Visual Studio much more faster. Another security improvement we did was around our enhanced NuGet authentication. So we have a new authentication process for our NuGet authentication feed. So if Visual Studio detects that there are any potential security issues around NuGet, it will show you this new dialog that will actually give more context about the authentication feed. And it will also tell you if there are any specific accounts that need any special needs. So I think this really enhances our multi-factor authentication. So this is a great security update for users who use NuGet frequently. I think these were some of the fundamental updates, but we have a lot to go. So I'm going to hand it over to Jessie for our next session, and they will take from there.
Sounds good. All righty. Well, thank you so much for kicking us off, Harshada. I've got a ton of updates in this code section, so it might feel a little like rapid fire. One of our goals today was to help you come up with your plan for how to get the most out of Visual Studio, right? And we're really focusing on 17.14. So as we go rapid fire, it would just be awesome if you all could think about like one thing that you want to take away and try. And if we go too fast or there's something you missed, feel free to kind of reach out to us afterwards. We'll be hanging around the session, and there'll be lots more content. You'll see a lot of these things maybe going into more depth in other sessions as well. So starting with the little big things, I wanted to talk about a few quality of life updates that we've brought into the editor. We know you're spending 40 hours a week staring at Visual Studio, and so we want to make that a good experience for you. First thing is solution-based color themes. This is exactly what it sounds like. When you've got multiple solutions that you're kind of going between, it can be really nice to be able to tell at a glance which one you're looking at. Sometimes you've got a personal project or a work project kind of open up side by side. So this is that little bit of convenience factor that we get by making the color themes tied to your solution. The next one is preserving your font preferences, no matter what theme you're working with. And so we've tried to do our best and respect all of the preferences that you've taken the time to configure in your Visual Studio instances. And so we wanted to make sure that you're getting that same font preference that you want across any theme that you're working in. So those two kind of work together if you've got two solutions and you want to make sure that you've got that same experience. Getting into some design work. When you're working with XAML, we've come out with a pretty awesome new update where you can get that live preview of your XAML design at design time. So I can open that up and make changes into my XAML and see it reflected live as I'm creating changes. This works seamlessly with all of our other live previewing tools. You might be super familiar with working with Hot Reload and the other live tools like the visual tree. So what I really like this for is when I'm working with the Copilot agent and it's making changes in the front end, I can actually visually see those changes while it's making them, and I can respond quicker because I can see the updates happening in real time. So this is a really cool one. And if you want to see more about working with this, I would recommend checking out the Building Mobile and Desktop Apps with VS and .NET MAUI later today. So we didn't get far without talking about our favorite topic, Copilot. I want to talk about some of the updates we've made to Copilot in the editor. And when we say meeting you where you are, we're really talking about this ambient AI idea, where we can try and anticipate what your next move is and bring you a suggestion or bring you some value directly where you're working instead of you having to go out and seek out that update or that suggestion. So first thing, I saw people raise their hand for using Copilot. I'm assuming most of those are for the gray text completions. Raise your hand if you've been using those completions that just come up as you're typing. Awesome. Hopefully, if you've uploaded the latest version of Visual Studio, you've seen a big jump in performance and quality from those suggestions. We've updated to a better model to support better suggestions coming at you, and we wanted to make sure that we weren't preventing you from moving forward because it's right there in your flow, and so that performance improvement is hopefully going to be a big boost. The next thing that I really love is called adaptive paste. So if you're anything like me in a session, you might be copy and pasting when you're scaffolding out a new resource, or you are trying to grab some example from the web or from somebody else's PR, and you want to paste that in, and then your next step is kind of adapt it to make sure it actually works in your code base. So let me run this video really quick. You can see I've got this math utility class. I've actually gone and copied this ceiling function. And this is something you do all the time, right? You're creating a new function and you grab the old one as kind of a template to get yourself started. But you see there's this little suggestion to adapt my code. If I click tab at that moment, it's going to anticipate you probably didn't actually want two ceiling functions. And so it's seeing based off of the context of your class, the context of the file that you're working in, how might you want to adapt that pasted code into something new? So here it's actually saying, okay, you want another function in this class, let's actually make that a floor function. And it's gone through the trouble of changing my doc string. It's gone through and fixed up everything and given me a first step implementation of what that new functionality might be. This is actually just the beginning. The different kind of things that adaptive paste can do is it can actually adjust your code styling and your formatting to match what's already in your page. It can do language translations. So if you're grabbing that example from Stack Overflow, but it's not in your preferred language, it can translate that for you. And then what we just saw was an example of fill in the blank or continue the pattern kind of work that it can do. And I love that it just is trying to anticipate my next move so I can save a couple extra steps when I'm trying to scaffold something out. So we saw it anticipate your actions while you're coding with the gray text, with the adaptive paste. Now let's see it anticipate my next action while I'm doing doc comment generation. Does anybody use the / shortcut? Yeah, I see a couple hands, awesome. We've built upon that to allow you to use //, which gives you the scaffold, right? It shows you what that XAML outline for your doc comments is going to look like. And then you see a little thinking icon now when you use it. And that's Copilot taking a look at your function and actually filling in all of those parameters for you. So now you just type ///. You don't even have to type in any of the description because Copilot is taking a look at your function and it's writing that whole string for you. Awesome. I'm glad that we've got some benefit coming at you from these. All right. And then we were talking about scaffolding a little bit earlier. A lot of times when you create new classes, you kind of end up with a lot of those like non-implemented exceptions. And that's like, those are like to-do items in your workflow. You're going to go back and implement them. But what if you could get the first round of that implementation done for you? Anytime you have a non-implemented exception now, you can right-click, go to Implement with Copilot, and it'll give you that first run-through of what you might want to be putting into that functionality. This is another way that we're just trying to clean up some of your items, and it kind of feels like magic. When I get a first implementation of all of those things, I've basically scaffolded out my class, and I can even test it and see that it works before I go back and add more performant code or dial it into exactly what I was trying to do. All right, last thing on this slide is I wanted to call out a few updates we've made to make working with CMake a little bit easier. The IntelliSense, so your hovering tooltips and completions, so that gray text that comes in from Copilot. We've made it smarter while working with CMake scripts. And we wanted to provide this so that folks working with those CMake script files actually have better support. It makes it a little bit easier to get those written. It can be a pain right now. So calling that out. And then the biggest ticket item for working in your editor that we've released in 17.14 is going to be next edit suggestions. This is a super cool action-based system that, based off of the previous actions that you've made and the context of your broader file, it can anticipate your next action no matter where that is. So, when you're typing completions, it's right there on the line that you're typing. But a lot of times you're moving around the file. If you're doing a refactoring, you're moving from the top and editing things as you go down. So what this does is it makes that process so much faster. Right now, I've got this pretty simple class, and I'm adding this new max attempts variable. And based off of the context, the first thing that you saw Copilot do is say, oh, you're adding a new variable. It's called max attempts. Based off of what I know about your program, you probably want to use this in the while loop as another conditional. Let me go ahead and suggest that as a next step. You can always choose not to tab to get to that if you wanted to do something else. But when it gets it right, it feels so smooth. I can just like tab, 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 and keep going around. And it does a really good job of anticipating what my next action is going to be. So I'm going and I'm adding that conditional. And then now I am navigating to another place. And based off of what I've just done, adding that variable, adding it to the conditional, and now navigating to my console.writeLines, it's like, oh, obviously you want to add a new write line that has to do with this new variable. Let me just suggest that for you. This is one thing it can do. I've seen a really cool example of translating from old C++ styles to newer C++ styles. And it does a really good job of anticipating, oh, you're going and fixing up this kind of thing. Let me find all the next places that you want to go do that. And then you can just click tab, 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 and get to that end state so much faster. All right. Moving along, we talked about editor-first approach to AI-augmented development. So ambient AI that kind of meets you where you are. If you actually prefer a more prompt-first approach, we've got tons of goodies to share for the Copilot chat. First thing I want to talk about is models. Everybody's hearing about like a new model coming like every month. It's kind of hard to keep up with, but luckily you don't have to think about that because we're always trying to get the latest models in as soon as possible for you all to try out. Some to call out right now is we have Claude 4, Sonnet, and Opus available. These have been really top performers. And you want to use these for thinking tasks. These can be better at tool calling. We'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. Gemini 2.5 Pro is also available. And If you don't want to think about what model you're using, it can be a lot on top of the actual work you're trying to do. Our new default is GPT 4.1. This is super fast compared to what we had before. I barely change from this default because I find it does a pretty good job for me, and I only switch to the other ones if I want another variant or I want to try something that I think is going to be a little bit more complex. But just the speed that I get with GPT 4.1 is pretty great, and so I'm happy that we've got that as the new default. And if you're somebody that loves exploring and checking out new models, or you've got some limitations in your organization and you want to use local models instead of these ones that are hosted, we've actually got a bring your own key option that's coming soon, so definitely stay tuned for that. The next thing I wanted to share is if we've learned anything about working with LLMs, it's not just the model that matters, right? If you don't have great context to help the model figure out what it's trying to do, it's going to fall on its face. So we've added some more context to Copilot in 17.14. You've got the ability to leverage the output window. So if you've got debug errors, build errors, if something is running in your application and you want to check it out, you can actually ask directly from your output window. This is the one that's integrated into Visual Studio, so it's where you're looking and working anyways. Or you can even use natural language to prompt in the Copilot chat prompt box and say, hey, could you take a look at why my build might be failing? And it knows implicitly to go grab that output context for you. So love working with that, and always want to mention that we've got the ability to process and look at images as well. There are some things that it can just pull in directly from your IDE, but if you've got a running application and you want to get Copilot up to date, or you've got a Figma mockup and you want Copilot to get a really good understanding, sometimes a picture really is worth 1,000 words, and I can spend all day prompting and writing text to try and describe what's happening on the screen, but I don't have to do that when I have the vision capability and I can just paste a screenshot right in there. Along with these extra contexts that you're adding in, obviously we want to make sure that the base context, the ability to index through your code base and figure out what files should I change, what files should I reference in this change so I'm following the existing styles. We've improved the code base indexing, and you'll see even more improvements coming that leverage remote indexing too, from GitHub and then soon from the Azure DevOps side. And one thing that I want to call out is you've done all this work thinking about your context, you've done all this work thinking about making sure Copilot is aware of your code base. You should save that in prompt files and then share that with your team. So if you're the person on your team that's really figuring out how to work with AI and make it work well for you and your repo, share that, share the love, make sure that other people on your team can leverage these prompt files. And it's also just nice that you don't have to sit and rewrite a very long prompt or a very detailed thing when you figured out a workflow. You can save it into a prompt file. These live in the .github folder at the root of your repo. You don't need to be on GitHub as your Git provider. It's just called the .github folder because it's working with GitHub Copilot. And then in the .github folder, you've got the prompts folder, and in that, you can create prompt files that you can reference directly from the prompt box. So it's a great way to save and share all of the goodness that you might be experiencing when working with Copilot. And last but not least, if you want to bring the most benefit with the least amount of effort when working with Copilot, I would highly, highly recommend taking a look at your Copilot instructions file. This file is just an extra place to add context that you want Copilot to have every single time it creates a response. So if you ever see any quirks or weirdness coming in from Copilot chat responses, I would recommend the first thing that you do is write down exactly how you want Copilot to behave in those scenarios and put it in your Copilot instructions.md file. This is also at the root of your repo in your .github folder. And every time that you request an answer from Copilot, it's going to read that file and make sure that it's not running into any specific snafus that have to do with your repo. And we've found people have a ton of success reducing the amount of repetition that they have to do when they're working with Copilot when they have these instructions in place. I know it's a lot. I'm trying my best to break things down. The latest and greatest thing that I will talk about related to Copilot in that prompt development workflow is agent and MCP. Have you all heard of agent mode or tried it out? I've got a few hands. Hopefully by the end of this week, we'll have shown enough cool demos and enough things that at least makes you want to try agent mode. But I really think that what agent mode does is it gets you from a place of working alongside the Copilot to doing more delegation to the Copilot. So everybody's at their own place of how much they trust the agent to go off and do on its own. You can take approaches where you're actually giving very, very specific instructions, and we call that spec-driven development, where you come up with all of the requirements that you want it to do, and you feed that in at the start. That is more of a one-shot approach where you can get really good responses right away. But you can also take a multi-turn approach and work with it step by step and tune it, or allow it to go and make some decisions on its own, and then you can validate that later. That's very similar to working with a new hire on your team. So it's a paradigm that we're more comfortable with, and the agent is getting better with every improvement. Basically, the agent's difference between regular ask mode is it can do extra actions inside of your editor, like going and fixing bugs, editing files, building the solution, running your tests. So these are all things that you might expect from a tool that it's built in and integrated into Visual Studio. So we're trying to deliver on that promise of the AI really understanding what's going on in your broader IDE. And then who's heard of MCP? Keep your hand up if you know what it stands for. And I see some hands go down. That's totally fine. You'll hear the words MCP said lots of times this week. It stands for Model Context Protocol. This is an open source protocol that is made popular to allow agents to have extra context in tools provided by anybody. So you and your organization can create an MCP server that works internally to connect your code with your internal wikis, your internal docs, even your ticketing system, to make it that much easier to work on your items that traditionally would happen outside of Visual Studio. You can bring them in, and you can let the agent know about those possibilities. So some things that I like to do is connect my GitHub MCP server, and then I can access all of my issues. I can assign issues, and I can look at what I've got on my docket, all within Visual Studio. I don't have to leave. Few updates we've made to MCP recently. We've made it really easy to get a remote server working using the VS keychain. So if you've got any MCP servers that are working through GitHub or through Microsoft, it's really easy to authenticate with them. We've also made it easy when you're working with an mcp.json file. This is how you configure your servers. You've got this code lens capability that allows you to see if your server is in need of restarting, or if you need to input any extra variables. And those were just some of the things that MCP is bringing. There's another session that I would highly recommend you check out if this is at all interesting to you. The next generation of developer productivity with GitHub Copilot and Visual Studio. They'll dive more deeply and give you a really great example of how MCP with the agent can help your workflow. One more thing I wanted to share in the realm of agents. That's actually not true. I've got two more things. This is the first one. We've got the coding agent, and this is your agent in the web. So we've talked about working with your agent in Visual Studio, but sometimes you actually want to do full delegation. There's a series of bugs coming in, and you guys are in a feature development sprint, and you don't have the bandwidth to go and tackle those bugs. Why not let Copilot take a first whack at it? If I run this video, you can actually see integrated with the GitHub MCP server. I'm going to type in, hey, assign this issue number 6 in my live demo to the GitHub, in this GitHub repo to Copilot. And what the agent is going to do, it's going to understand from your code base, understand from your request there, what it is that you're asking for. So you saw it run this tool call to understand what you were actually asking for. It runs this get user profile, and that's one of the tools provided by the MCP server, so it actually understands which repo that you're talking about. You can always choose to accept different actions that are provided by your servers so that you can stay secure. The next thing that it's going to do, if I skip ahead a little bit, it's running a get issue tool, which is also provided by the server. You can accept that, and then it's running the assign to Copilot tool. And what that's going to do is it's going to assign your issue to Copilot in the web, and what you'll get back is a created pull request that you can then review just like you would when working with a colleague. A great workflow for this that I've heard is, I'm working on a new feature, I'm creating this pull request, and as I'm making my changes, I actually see a lot of other issues that I would love to address, but they're not in the scope of this PR, right? It would just be confusing if I tried to address all of these issues in the same PR for my reviewers. So instead, what I can do is quickly just go to the chat, say, hey, I noticed this issue, create this issue for me, assign it to Copilot, and then you parallelize the work that you're doing, making it easier to do more in the same amount of time. Alrighty. This is the final thing I wanted to talk about related to agents. So you've got an agent in VS, you've got an agent on the web. What about the agents that you might want to create to make your life easier or the lives of your end customer easier? The M365 Agents Toolkit is available inside of Visual Studio. It's another component that you can download using the Visual Studio installer. And this makes it really easy to create either declarative agents or custom engine agents. Declarative agents are just going to look like, if you've checked out Microsoft M365, it reuses the same interface, but you can toggle and give it specific knowledge sources. So I've actually been working with my design team recently to create an M365 declarative agent that looks at all of our SharePoint and our Teams channel resources to onboard a new designer to the team quickly and easily. I'm sure everybody's had the experience in onboarding where you have a million questions and you're trying to figure out how to best make the use of your time when you're actually syncing with new members of the team. Let Copilot take care of answering maybe 80% of those questions, and then you can get started thinking about what's important right away. Custom engine agents just give you a little bit more control and customization for the agents that you might want to create either for yourself or for your end customer. So just wanted to call that out. It's something that you can do from the comfort of Visual Studio. You don't have to go and learn a new interface on the web to go and create and work on these agents. Okay, taking a deep breath. We made it to the end of the code section. I'll pass it back to Harshada to talk about debugging and profiling.
Thank you, Jessie. So I think in the start I mentioned that in the debug and profile section, we have some improvements for everyone. So starting from some quality of life or like some small updates, which will actually be very helpful, is has anyone do or like normally does link debugging in Visual Studio? Like, you have link expressions. So you all know it's not very easy when you have like a big link expressions and you will have to debug through it or try to find out what's going on with your link expression. Or if it's not returning the exact data you want it to. So what we recently did is we added a data tip. So whenever you have a link expression, at each and every clause of it, you can hover over it and you will get a very similar data tip as you get for a normal object or any other variable. And you can actually see the data at each and every step and validate if it's correct or not. So if I play this video here, you will see, you will have this data tip at each and every clause. You can see the data in the data tip, or you can use the IEnumerable visualizer associated with that data tip to see the data more, let me go back a little bit, in more detail and in more structure format. And you, as I said, you get that each and every step. So you can actually validate each and every clause of yours. And when you hover over the last clause, you can actually also do analyze with Copilot to understand what that particular expression is doing. If it's not returning the values or the data you expected, you can actually also use that chat to update or figure out what's wrong with your expression. You can play around with Copilot and ask to update your query as well. Another way you can actually update your link expression is, let me go back again. When you, if you decide to use enumerable visualizer, you have an option to create or improve your link query using this particular sparkle button. That gives you an option to have an inline chat within the visualizer, so it has all the context about your data, and then you can also update your query. So this is just a small update, but it actually helps you when you're debugging through or stepping in and out of your link queries. Another smaller but important update is around our profiling tools. So if you use profiling tools in Visual Studio, we have many integrated profiling tools like CPU usage tool, .NET allocation tool, and many others. So I think in 17.12 or 13, we integrated Copilot with our CPU usage tool. So whenever you run your CPU usage tool, when you get the CPU usage summary, you will also get some Copilot insights with them. What those Copilot insights do, it gives you a step ahead to optimize your code and give you exact issues which are happening in your code. We brought that similar concept in .NET allocation tool as well. So now whenever you run your .NET allocation tool, you will have these top insights generated by Copilot. Right now, they are more around your zero length array allocation. So those array allocations like 1 and here and there, those are completely fine. But if you have like hundreds and 200s zero length allocation, that will actually can cause a lot of memory usage or memory allocation usage. So I think what we did is we added the top insights, and we provided a couple of ways to investigate that. You can investigate manually as you normally do. But we also have an Ask Copilot button here. So if you do that, again, Copilot has all the context about your code, your issue, or exact place where the issue is happening. And it will give you an exact solution where you should be going and investigating or changing your code to get better memory allocation. So if you're interested in the profiling tool or optimizing code, there is a session which is happening tomorrow, which you should definitely attend. We have few features which we haven't announced anywhere, which I can't disclose right now, but you should definitely check out this session to know about those. Our engineering lead of profiling is actually giving this session, so you are getting it from an expert as well. So these were some of the basic or like smaller update. There are some updates which we did in debugging recently, which we are actually really proud of, and that is one of them is C++ dynamic debugging. So this was one of the top asks from our game developer users or gaming studio users. So again, if you do C++ development or debugging an optimized code is not actually a very good experience right now. So that's why we actually brought C++ debugging, dynamic debugging. So with the dynamic debugging, you can actually not just write and run the code, but you can actually step through or place the breakpoints, or just have like a normal debugging session with your optimized code as well. So if I play this video, you will see you will have this de-optimized code in your call stack, like a tag here, so you will know what you're dealing with. And then you can step through or place breakpoint, even conditional breakpoint, see all the local and variables in your locals autos windows as if you're debugging through any other code. So I think this gives a very good benefit if you're dealing with game development, and you can easily get experience of debugging in general. So right now, it's not on by default for everyone. So if you wanted to try it on, you just need to go in your project configuration settings and turn on the dynamic debugging setting, and you should be able to do that. There are some more features and some more updates. Those are coming in this particular experience. So we will have a hot reload enabled in this in upcoming releases as well. Another update, oh yes, and if you wanted to know more about debugging in general in Visual Studio, actually specifically empowered with Copilot, there is another session tomorrow, which is Failure Fixes with Visual Studio Debugging powered by Copilot. You should definitely attend that. We have a lot more than just breakpoints and variable values. We will be trying to have everything you will need for debugging with Copilot in that session. Another major update we did in this particular 17.14 release is we actually brought a mono debugger engine for .NET MAUI development. So this is a fully integrated engine that works along with Visual Studio. So you have a very similar experience as if you're debugging using Visual Studio Debugger. Again, there are many features of normal debugger which you can use with this mono debugger engine. You can use just my code, so you can actually decide which code you are really important for you, and you will have all the other distractions removed. You will also be able to inspect your variables and as well as have variable values shown in your autos locals windows. So again, this is a preview feature, so you need to enable it through your preview feature settings. But again, very important to bring in a reliability and performance when you're doing a .NET MAUI development. I think Jessie mentioned it before, but if you wanted to know about this as well as the live preview which Jessie showed, you should definitely check out a session today at 3 about building mobile and desktop apps. I think that's all I had in the debug and profile section. I'm going to hand it over to Jessie again. Thank you.
So this is the final section, and we'll be talking about review. So this is going to cover Git tooling updates that we've made that hopefully make your daily tasks a little bit smoother, feels more integrated into your workflow. Some quality of life updates that I want to call out. You've always been able to see your outgoing and incoming commits kind of as a number on the top of the screen. We recently actually got a developer community ticket telling us, hey, I see that number, but it's actually really hard for me to see within the Git graph which of those commits are actually outgoing and incoming when they're not in chronological order. So if you've got a branch that you've got multiple people working on, it might be difficult sometimes to see because the commits coming in order might be separate from one another, or you're coming back from vacation and you've got commits kind of in weird spots. So we've added a new toggle in your Git repository window that allows you to filter down to just the incoming and outgoing commits, and they're tagged with this little arrow icon. Let's see, this little arrow icon right here. And any other commits, whether they be chronological or further down in your history, you should be able to get that nice visual cue so that you know exactly what changes are going to be happening before you go ahead and take a Git action. Let's go on to the next one. I've got a few settings that might make your life a little bit easier. We know that folks love having their setup and their windows in a particular way. Day in, day out, you don't want anybody messing with that configuration. And so we've allowed the Git repository window to be something that can restore automatically on restart. This is something to help out folks that love getting that kind of top-down view of what's going on in their repo all at once at the beginning of their session. And also know that this will affect your performance a little bit because you need to reload that whole window. But at least you're not having to manually open that up every single time if this is your preferred way to work. The next setting I want to mention is default branch naming. So small but mighty change. You can go and configure what your default branch is called in your Git config, but now it's available as a setting as well. Just makes it that much easier to get started in a new repository. You don't have to do any back and forth with your Git provider to make sure that your branches are named appropriately. And I just wanted to mention that all of those on the previous slide are actually things that came in on developer community. And so even if it might not happen immediately, we do read every single one of the developer community tickets that come in, and we couldn't come up with these great little quality of life improvements without folks giving us their feedback. And so we really just want to be grateful and extend like all of the goodwill for you guys helping make our experience that much better. We've got the local code review experience. This is something that's pretty cool. We've shipped it in, I think, 1712. So it's not brand new, but we'd love to see more folks try it out, give us more feedback, and help us understand how to make this even better. Essentially what it does is in your Git changes window, when you're getting ready to write your commit, it gives you that extra sanity check that you haven't introduced any bugs or errors in the code that you're currently working on. So it's a really scoped experience. This is different than the pull request review that you might have tons of lines changed and you need a bunch of human reviewers to go check out what's going on. This is just that quality of life, sanity check, make sure you didn't introduce any errors. I've actually seen this catch security issues that you might be introducing if you've forgotten and left a credential or something in your code. I've seen this catch that and allow you to make that change before you even push your code to the remote server. It can just be really nice to have a little bit of extra control. And something that's coming to even augment this is more customization. So we talked about the Copilot-instructions folder earlier. You can actually use that instructions file also to talk about the specific things that you want Copilot to look at when it's doing this local code review at your changes level. And that gives you even more confidence before you submit your commit. So definitely try this one out. Okay, that brings us to the end of the content that we wanted to share in this session. I think we're doing actually very good on time. So we might be able to take some questions at the end if y'all have any. But we mentioned at the beginning that we really wanted to help you create that roadmap of how you're going to grab something to take home from the VSLive week with you. It's already, if you were in the labs yesterday, it's a lot of information that you're grabbing already. So yeah, go ahead, take pictures. The QR code goes to our release notes for 1714 that will have descriptions of everything that we talked about today. And I would just suggest maybe pick one thing overall or one thing in each category that you think might help you out, that you want to give a try. And if you've got questions, we'll be around. Just wanted to make sure everybody got their screenshots or their QR code things. Okay, cool. We have scratched the surface of all of the work that we're putting into the latest versions of Visual Studio. There are a lot of upcoming features that you can really look forward to. We've got a refreshed UI experience. We've been really dedicated to making a faster startup experience for you all. Deeper pull request integration opportunities, and more agentic capabilities coming in as well. So I just wanted to give you a glimpse to know where we've been working on these improvements and want to share those with you as soon as we can. And I just wanted to call out a few more related sessions that we didn't mention before. Do not miss today's keynote. I know it's at almost lunchtime. Do not miss it. Make sure that you're there. We've got Mads coming to share some really exciting announcements about what's coming for Visual Studio, the future. And we've got more sessions about getting the most out of .NET development. If you liked seeing some of those improvements we made around the doc comments and other little ambient AI moments, they'll go into more depth of those. And another session about the forgotten features of Visual Studio, because every release, if we had this many coming in for 1714, it's really easy to lose track of everything that's going on. And so we've got a great session put on by some of the developers on our team who are trying to refresh even features that you might not have heard of that were released a while ago, but can make that much difference in your workflow. Just wanted to finish off by extending our appreciation. We love working with you all, and we love seeing you all at these sessions. Make sure that you're continuing to communicate with us and developer community so that we know what to prioritize and how to move forward. And without you, we wouldn't have hit an incredible milestone of 50 million users. This happened in May, and it was super exciting to know that our community has just expanded to be this wildly large. Okay, that leaves us with time for questions. We'll quickly go through. We've got more content, obviously, that's going to be available for the rest of the week. Fill out your sessions. We'll leave this slide up, and we can take questions. Yeah. I think we've got, just make sure. Would you mind passing that? Thank you.
Thank you. The question about the pricing for those more expensive models, is it going to be all incorporated in the same basic 20 or whatever dollars per month pricing that you currently have for the Copilot, for the GitHub Copilot, or is pricing going to be based on the tokens? Like today, Claude Opus is the most expensive model, right? So how do you do that?
Yeah, that is a great question. Let me go back up because I think our camera won't pick me up unless I'm closer to the stage. So great question about Copilot billing. As you know, there's some models that are more expensive than others. And how that's going to work is that you'll still have your token allowance, and the more expensive models will take up more tokens. And so in Visual Studio, you'll see a little multiplier in your model picker, and that'll indicate how much more expensive in terms of tokens some of the higher end models are. And as I kind of emphasized earlier, feel free to use those models if you've got a particularly complex task, but I would always try out using the faster, maybe not as smart models first, and see if you get that great answer without spending those tokens already.
Hi, I just had a question about integration with third-party websites like Bitbucket and Jira. Is there any plans to do that, or does it work only with GitHub at this very moment? Like, for example, this feature that you have with the coding agent being able to assign issues to Copilot to deal with. Can I do that from something like Jira?
Yeah, that's a great question. So you can get some of the integration that we were talking about, like viewing your issues or understanding what's going on in some of your tickets. I believe Jira does have an MCP server already out, so definitely check out that functionality. The coding agent, though, is a GitHub product, and so it's only going to be available in GitHub repos. There might be other third-party opportunities for you to try out. Things like that, and you might be able to see some background agent things coming in to VS Code, especially first. So keep that in mind, but yeah, that's the current integration.
Similar question about integration with, what is it called? Jazz or Rational Concert team thing. Do you know if you have integration for those for issue tracking? We call it RTC. I don't know if you're familiar with that acronym.
Yeah, it's not something that I'm familiar with, but MCP is an open protocol. And so if you take a look at Anthropic has the official MCP GitHub that has links to all of the servers that they're currently aware of that are available. And so you should be able to set up that integration with the agents if that's the level of integration that you were thinking of.
Another question I have is, best models, I guess they will always be hosted only in the cloud. Is that correct, pretty much? And local models will probably be delegated to simpler, smaller models. The problem is our company is super sensitive for some reason, doesn't allow us to use GitHub Copilot because they're afraid that inference is done in the cloud and God forbid, some code will leak out or something like that. Do you have some sort of material or something I can take together with me to our IT folks and say, hey, it's all guaranteed to be completely separated from the rest of the world and stuff like that?
Yeah, so I know that on the GitHub side, they have a lot of literature online. If you stop by, we can grab a link for you at the end of the session to share about the exact enterprise agreements and information that you would need to know to talk to your IT about the security scenarios. We also have folks that are in like their own enterprise cloud environments, and so their GitHub is going to be isolated from everybody else's GitHub. It's or like GitHub Copilot, and so it's going to be a different experience. Yeah, I think that's probably what you're thinking of. The comments about local models being smarter or local models being like smaller or not as capable is fairly true today, where we've seen like if you've tried out Ollama, which has a lot of the local models, it really just depends on how powerful your machine is, if it can run something that has more smarts. But like anything else, there might be scenarios that are actually done pretty decently well by these smaller local models that don't take up as much cost to serve in the web. And so it's maybe worth trying out different scenarios and seeing what works best.
In that regard, do you have maybe a presentation or some example where an agent actually writes some code, runs the program, gets the output, iterates again and again until it gets to the final result? So it's kind of in action. It would be nice to see if whether it's different to my experience with Google's CLI, Gemini CLI, or with Claude Code, those agents which are quite popular nowadays.
Yeah.
I think I would suggest you to check the keynote today.
Oh, okay, thanks.
And also I forgot the exact name of the Copilot session which we have. You might have some examples in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we didn't want to add too many demos since we know we were overloading folks with a lot of information for today's session. But I know for a fact there are 2 demos that are shown in this session that will do exactly what you're talking about. It takes in some information, it makes some code changes, it attempts to build, it sees if there are build errors, it tries to recover, and iterates until it gets to your desired goal. And the user has to do maybe 1 or 2 actions throughout that whole flow. So if you want to see that in action, go ahead and check out this session. Today at 3 p.m., I don't think it's in this room. I think it might be across the way.
Yeah, and I think if you check the docs, github.com, there is a lot of documentation around in general about Copilot, the policies and how you can configure that with your organization restrictions and everything.
Okay, so one point is that we do have ability to use a corporate web-based Copilot, not GitHub Copilot. And I could not get why, if we have agreement with Microsoft that web-based Copilot is okay, GitHub Copilot is treated completely differently. So this is something that I talked to some Microsoft folks before, and I couldn't get an answer in terms of like, why is it a different style of separation or segregation of data?
Yeah, that's a really good question. As much as I understand and can answer about that is that they're just trained on 2 different sources of information. So the GitHub Copilot information that we got, that started maybe 3-4 years ago, right? It was trained on public GitHub repositories, is specifically for coding tasks, and was originally meant to create those completions and then expanded into more of a chat interface. The M365 Copilot is a different product, and it was built and trained differently. And so the details around the compliance and things are a little bit different right now. I can totally see a future at some point where we are able to cross the boundaries between those 2 and kind of integrate even your Teams experience and other things that you're working with in the Microsoft ecosystem into your GitHub and your coding experience, but that's not the state today. You got a question up here?
The link debugging, by the way, is I wanted to clap again. That was really amazing. That's going to really help things, I think, a lot, especially the visualizer in the middle. That's always really tough to debug, and you end up creating temporary variables to inspect. So that's going to really help. One of the questions I had was in the agent mode, because I've only ever used the chat mode. I don't know if the agent mode is new, but does it have limitations on source control actions that it can take? Because I know there was something in the news recently, it was like, I think it was Replit or something, that the AI went rogue and deleted all the code in the database and all of that. So I'm just wondering, I have some higher permissions in our DevOps, and I wanted to make sure that it has some limitations around the source control stuff so that it can't go like force push or really push it all on its own or go delete a repo or something. Yeah,
these are really great questions and super understandable to want to protect your code base and make sure that you're not letting anything happen outside of your control. So first, I'll answer about the source control capabilities it currently has. There are no tools that it currently has that access the Git history or anything right now. When we were talking about context earlier, there's a new context that's coming out really soon that'll allow you to access specific commits, that'll allow you to access information about the repository, but that's just context, it's not tools. So it's just providing information. If you wanted to do something like, I always forget how to add a feature flag here. Let me go find a commit where someone's already added a feature flag. I'll feed that into Copilot and I'll say like, hey, can you create me another feature flag using this as a template? That kind of scenario is something that we'll be enabling really soon. The question about tools, there are MCP servers out there, third-party MCP servers that work with Git and might have access to those tools, because what the MCP servers do is kind of connect the agent to actual things that you can do in your environment. So it connects it to the command line actions that you would be doing as a Git user. When you're working with those tools, you can actually see in the tool picker right here, you always have control to enable or disable any of the tools that are provided by these MCP servers. And then there's that second layer where it's actually executing. It will ask you every time before it executes a tool, and you can confirm whether or not you want that to run. So if it goes and says like, I need to push right now, and you're like, I don't think that that's something that you should be able to do, you can always dismiss it, and it won't go through with that action. If you're thinking about the Copilot agent or scenarios that are happening on GitHub, it's always creating draft PRs in new branches. It's not something that's going to go and impact your main branch without you going through and reviewing the PR or merging that manually. So there's a couple levels of safeguards in place before it can do damage to your repo.
I have a question about the Copilot, the CPU profiler and performance profiler in general. Can it also provide insights on performance bottlenecks during runtime? Similar to how JetBrains.cover tool can give you bottlenecks information and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't think so. It will provide Copilot insights during runtime. You will have to run CPU usage separately without runtime or without a debug mode. During runtime, you might just get the normal insights like how your CPU usage is, how your memory usage, but there is no integration during runtime yet.
Thank you.
I got a couple of questions. So when we use the VS Code, I think it got ask, edit, and the agent mode, but then when you use Visual Studio, you only got the ask and agent. Is there some sort of toggle that we need to turn on for the edit mode in the Visual Studio, or is that only VS Code thing?
Yeah, so we actually had edit mode enabled, I believe, in 17.12 and 17.13, and that evolved into our implementation of the agent mode that's available in Visual Studio. And so you can't get into edit mode. For those of you who hadn't tried it out, basically edit mode was a way for us to prime the Copilot to think through a plan first and then execute on that plan. There were capabilities of, that was the first version of being able to edit across multiple files at once. But that functionality folded itself into agent mode. You can still prime it with a plan yourself, or you'll see if you give it really complicated instructions, it'll go, depending on what model you're using, it might go and create that plan first and then go through the iteration. But all of the benefits of the multi-file editing, streaming in changes, and being able to visualize those before you decide to keep the changes are all still available in agent mode. So yeah, it's a little bit confusing, there being like different names for things, but we were hoping to make it a little simpler from the Visual Studio perspective to only have the 2 modes.
The other thing is in the VS Code, one of the things I think they added is to be able to create the Copilot instruction based on your source code. Is that feature available in the Visual Studio, or that's like upcoming feature?
That is, that's something that's upcoming. And if you wanted to do that today, all that the functionality is that you're seeing in VS Code is a button over a prompt. So it's basically like if you wanted to just type in the chat, take a look at my hash solution, take a look at my code base, and write up some instructions that might make it easier. That's essentially what the button is doing on their side. And so, yeah, I think it's a better experience to have that button one-click action, but you can always just use Copilot to help generate some of these helper files for you as well.
Okay, and the last one I got is, I think to write the custom commit message and giving the instruction to the GitHub Copilot, I believe you have to go somewhere in the GitHub, and then is that something we could add that in the Copilot instruction file, and then so that when we click on the GitHub Copilot Sparkle icon, then it looks at the Copilot instruction file rather than the settings file, so that we can maintain that in the Markdown file rather than the in the IDE itself. Can that be done?
Yeah. So this is a great question. Just for context. The feature that you're mentioning is the commit message generation, and we recently added the ability to customize that commit message generation because we know everybody likes to write their commits differently. Currently, it's only available in the settings menu for you to write that because that's an individual setting. It's not something that's checked in and would be available to the other folks in your repository. But I'll definitely take that feature suggestion into account that there are scenarios where you and the rest of your repository are probably committing using the same kind of template, and it would be easier to have that in a backing file instead of in the settings. So definitely noted, and we'll think about that when we look at future customizations.
Thank you.
Hey, I know there's a set of languages that GitHub Copilot supports currently. Are there future plans to expand, say, for statistical analysis, languages like SAS or R?
That's a really good question. I don't know of any of the current plans to expand the language base. I know we've got new models that we're working on for the completions experience and the next edit suggestions experience that are bringing in more and more examples for the languages that we know are the core languages used in Visual Studio to make the quality better. But I don't know about expanding to other languages right now.
Thank you.
Hey, we do a lot of Windows Forms development, and I don't know that it's specific to this necessarily, but we just occasionally run into an issue where we just need to clean the solution, and sometimes we even have to go as far as deleting the bin folders and the OBJ folders. There's third-party plugins that can do it, and it's easy to write a PowerShell one-liner to do it as well. Just curious if that's ever a feature that's being considered for Visual Studio.
So the idea of cleaning your solution to make sure it's in a good state, because sometimes there's, it's unclear what's causing the...
Essentially, yeah, basically reset, especially the bin and OBJ folders where it's creating a lot of artifacts that are kind of in between the final output.
I think, did you have an answer that you wanted to?
Just come talk to me after. I'd be really
Okay.
interested to get the details of what you're doing. Yeah.
Sounds good.
We've got Mark Downey down here helping us out, so if you want to come chat with him.
I've got a question about the adaptive paste in languages. Is that primarily going to be used for languages currently supported by Visual Studio, or does that support other languages? For example, we're porting a Delphi application to C#. Can I paste my Delphi code in and have the adaptive paste refactor it to C# code?
This is a really good question. I think when we say that there are certain languages that Copilot supports and that it doesn't support, it's our confidence and how well it supports that language. It's not necessarily whether or not it might be able to come up with a good response for that scenario, especially because we're using and supporting so many different models. And a lot of those models, like we're not the source of the training data. So it's definitely something that you could try out. I don't think that adaptive paste is well suited for like whole project translations. It's more for in the flow copy pasting scenarios. But I've seen some success with folks porting from like TypeScript to C#, using the agent and walking through that as a more interactive kind of scenario where they've had Copilot go through a larger code base, tag all of the different functionality, and have it step-by-step walk through each of the files and try and do a first-level translation. And I know that that saved one of our internal developers a lot of time working through that sort of transition. So yeah, I would definitely recommend trying out the scenario and then seeing if maybe doing more of an interactive flow with the either with Ask or Agent mode in Visual Studio gives you some decent results there.
Jessie, we're about 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay, cool. We'll probably take a few more questions, like 2 more.
The color themes for the solution-based folder, I assume, is that just stored locally in like the .vs folder or something, or is that checked in? I have another actual question, but that's just a minor thing.
Yeah, I think that's just locally, yeah.
I was just wondering if when you have, if you're using Get Work Tree and you're working in 2 different branches and 2 different physical directories, if you could have different colors, because that's frequently, it's like, which one am I in? Because I have to hover and to see what the file path is. Mm-hmm. So that would be helpful. The other thing, I actually just wanted to add on to what he asked. I've also work in WinForms, but sometimes it's when I'm working on a library project that's not WinForms related, sometimes Visual Studio will just swear up and down that it's got a missing file or it's got errors that don't actually exist. And sometimes, like you said, the PowerShell, or sometimes I'm using WSL bash to do the find command and nuke the bin and obj folders. Sometimes that's not even enough, and I end up having to delete the .vs folder and close VS, delete VS, VS folder, open VS. And it would be nice to have like in addition to build clean, like build really, really clean or something. And yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah, build nuke, exactly. That's a good suggestion. I mean, it'd be nice if Visual Studio didn't have those bugs, but those bugs have existed forever, for as long as I can remember. And yeah, that would be useful to have that kind of build nuke. That's a good suggestion.
I think we can again talk to Mark for a very, very clean option.
Yeah, I was chatting with someone in the lab yesterday about interesting uses I've seen of Copilot. And one of them was have Copilot help you write some of those scripts that make your life a little bit easier. So while we might not be able to like add that new functionality right away, you might be able to get the help of Copilot to do some scripting or automation for you. So kind of like turn that non-deterministic Copilot into something more deterministic as like a script file that you can then reuse and share. So something cool that might help. Okay, awesome. Cool. I think we're getting on time.
We take one more?
Yeah, we could take one more.
Do you plan to have a mode where GitHub Copilot agent can run outside of IDE completely? Or is it always gonna stay kind of within the IDE?
So the Copilot agent that's within the IDE and the coding agent that lives in GitHub are not exactly the same, but they have a lot of the same functionality. And so that's one level of what it is that you're thinking of. Being able to run like a background agent where it's doing work, but maybe it's like in another branch, or maybe it's on a dev box or something like that, are definitely interesting ideas that we're exploring. But before we bring it to you all, we want to make sure that it's a good experience.
Okay, and I have one more question about the dynamic debugging. How did you implement it? Is it like a more complicated PDB file? Do you know? Or?
So what I know is behind the scenes, the Visual Studio convert that optimized bit to de-optimized code. So you can debug through that, just for the debugging purpose. And that's how you get the easier way to debug through those optimized codes. Does that answer your question?
So basically what you're saying is you absolutely need the source code to run this, right?
You would, yes, to de-optimize.
To de-optimize.
To de-optimize your functions, yeah.
Okay, thanks, yeah.
Or at least an access to the source code.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that brought us to time. Thank you so much for your questions and for joining us this early in the morning.
Hey everyone, welcome to VSLive, coming at you from the Microsoft headquarters in Redmond. We're super excited to talk about all things Visual Studio, the latest, the greatest, the not so latest, but it's still cool to talk about. So welcome. I'm gonna be one of your hosts for today. I'm Leslie Richardson. I work on .NET stuff and I dabble in Visual Studio. I host the VS Toolbox show, hence VS Toolbox Live. And I'm also joined by two other great people. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
I'm Robert Grain. I'm the co-host of Visual Studio Toolbox, and I also dabble in Visual Studio, I guess. Brian?
I'm Brian Randell. I am a nerd consultant, longtime Microsoft MVP, and I use Visual Studio every single day.
Awesome. So yeah, for the entire day today, we're gonna be giving you just a little commentary on all the sessions that are going on today. We're gonna be talking with some of the speakers. Like you just saw a great talk given by Harshada and Jessie about getting the most out of Visual Studio, and we're gonna be chatting with them some more in, I think, the next hour or two. So yeah, but for now.
They're gonna be in at 12:45.
Perfect.
Pacific time.
Yeah. So we're gonna be doing that. We'll maybe even be answering some questions. If you have any in the chat, ask away. We will do our best to answer them, especially when a particular guest is gonna be with us later. Feel free to ask them anything that they might have talked about if you couldn't get your questions in at the live viewing. So check that out. And a couple other logistics. This is like your hub for watching all of the live content for today. So if you're already at aka.ms/join-VSLive, you're golden. If you're watching the stream right now, you're in the right place. You don't need to go anywhere. And of course, if you want to learn anything else about VSLive, you can go to aka.ms/VSS/VSLive. And of course, visualstudio.com for all of your Visual Studio related needs.
Excellent.
Sweet.
You did that well, the logistics there.
Thanks. Yeah, I totally rehearsed that like 10 seconds before we went live on this.
Yeah.
So, you know, running on some caffeine. It's great.
So yeah, we're having a great time here. You know, I think this event is wonderful because, you know, for the attendees to be on campus, to have that one-on-one interaction with the people that build the tools we use every day is really fantastic. Get to ask those questions. Show them what's going on. I did a workshop yesterday, and Jessie and a few other team members came over and sat down with people and looked at things that we're doing, gave feedback. And so it's really that high-bound conversation you really don't get anywhere else. So it's really great. That said, with the technology that we have today, the fact that even if you couldn't be here live, you get to experience a good portion of it, I think is a big treat. So thank you to Microsoft for supporting the live stream for everybody and making it free.
Awesome. And yeah, you mentioned that you had a workshop yesterday, but I've heard you've got like 8 more talks after this.
Thankfully not that much, but yes, I have 2 more. Tomorrow I'm doing a talk on Copilot agent mode and using MCP servers. And Thursday I have a short talk on GitHub models. And then Friday is building your AI-enabled applications securely with GitHub, Azure, and of course Visual Studio.
That's good. I like the securely part.
Yes.
That's like that big concern that everybody has, but no one really knows how exactly to go about when in development with your AI app. So
Totally, it's one of those things because it's just like getting past that hello world experience where you're super excited to get your AI-enabled feature in. But then you start thinking about, well, do I have multi-tenancy issues? I want to make sure that data is only seen by the right people. Of course, if it's going to be public, I got to think of all the things that go on anytime you put something on the public internet, from scaling, bot attacks, data protection, all those things. So it's really good, though, that folks are working on it. Last week, Microsoft had the 2-day MCP summit. Great videos you should check out, by the way.
I need to check that out.
Yes. Well, and then one of the great things when you hear about security, the good news is the work that Anthropic, Microsoft, and other people are working in open on is that we're not going to invent something new. We're going to base all the security stuff on OAuth 2.1, and that's really going to make it easier for the security minded folks to adopt and hopefully push that down through vendors like Microsoft, making it easier to build MCP servers, GitHub, and everybody else to make it accessible for the rest of us. Because as we all know, you all have your other applications you're building, and it's like adding AI is now a requirement, but you're like, look, I still have to have my forms over data work. I have to have my application scale. And so, it's hard to do everything.
Exactly. Well, that's super exciting. I'm excited to hopefully lurk in some of those talks. I know personally, since I started working on MCP interloop development lately, I'm most interested to hear about MCP and what the vibe is in the room, I think specifically, or with attendees in relation to that, because I feel like that's such a new hot topic that you kind of might know a little about at most, or maybe you went all in, you went down the MCP rabbit hole, but everyone seems to be at varying degrees of
I'm seeing a lot of mix. I see some people that are asking really hard, thoughtful questions, and then other people are, how can you spell that? It is because it's so new, right? And other people, just amazed when they see agent mode in action with an MCP server.
Yeah.
And even the simplest thing, just using the Microsoft Learn server, it's just fantastic to be able to provide that extra context and basically make Copilot smarter when you're working on specific features in Visual Studio with C#, for example.
Good point. So there's a lot of talks happening across basically the entire week. So does everyone have a particular talk that they're looking forward to?
Robert, are you going to watch something, or are you just going to sit there and give commentary about the talks?
So I'm really interested in the talks on the new features around development. I'm really interested in the Copilot stuff. And I will definitely be interested in the MAUI talk that's being done later on today, because I do play around with MAUI quite a bit. I think it's always cool to see the Microsoft folks show off the latest version, because there's always things that I had heard about but never really saw in action, things I didn't know were in the product, and you're like, oh, I should try that, or things that maybe you saw last time or on maybe on an episode of Toolbox that you now get to remind yourself that you should check into. So I always walk away from these things with all kinds of day-to-day tips, but also, a good sense of what's new and what's coming, because, I personally don't code every day, so I do tend to lag a little bit in terms of adopting some of the stuff that people have been showing and talking about for quite some time. So it's always a great opportunity to just sit back and see what's happening and figure out ways to get better. That's what I love about these things more than anything.
Well, I know for me, it's fantastic to see the new features coming, and the keynote today is going to be awesome because Mads is going to supposedly show us something really cool, new, and awesome for the first time. And so that, I think, is fantastic, that not only are people going to see it in the room and be able to ask questions afterwards, but all of you online will be able to see it as well. So that's probably the number one on my list. And then through the week, I'm a big data person. An application on the data is boring, and when you think about AI, data is kind of the foundation.
Sure.
So we have Davide from the SQL Server team doing some amazing sessions as well as Bob Ward's got a keynote tomorrow where they're going to talk about the new things they're doing there. So those are really compelling topics for me. What about you, Leslie?
Gosh, well, I already mentioned the MCP related talks. I'm excited to see, partially because, one of the perks of working in the developer division and working on Visual Studio and .NET is that conferences like this allow you to kind of read the room a little bit regarding knowledge or what could be improved in terms of general discoverability of the features, what the reactions to the features that you're working on are. So I call it lurking, kind of. So I like to go to talks based off of content that I work on or maybe I'm adjacent to, both to learn about stuff that maybe I don't even know and I can fill in the blanks myself so I can apply that to my work, and also so I can, it's the PM and me talking about, see, what's the customer sentiment here? Are they feeling it? Are they not? What's up? But outside of that, I'm also excited to just see other cool stuff. I used to work on debugging, so I'm excited for the debugging talk that I believe Charlie and Harshada are going to be doing, if not today, then I think it's tomorrow.
Yeah, there's some really cool stuff there that they're going to show for the first time as well.
I'm very excited about that. I'm also really excited about the profiling talk that Nick Karpinski is doing tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, Nick is doing that, and that's going to be great. He's going to show something brand new. I'll just give it a hint. There's an @ sign involved.
Ooh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about because we got it internally and it's really fun. So definitely check those talks out if you're a debugging person or you want to make your life easier.
Yeah, I think that's a key word. Make your life better.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things with Visual Studio in particular, but even Visual Studio Code now is they're so feature rich, but they're also feature dense.
Yes.
And it's sometimes hard, and then you go to these talks, particularly when you get a PM or a developer who works on the feature, and they're like, oh, well, you do these 5 things, and you're like, I knew about one of those, or 1 and 3, but I didn't know about 2, 4, and 5, right? And I'll just give you an example. One of the PMs showed me yesterday, went into tools options, like, oh, but if you go here, this, and it's like, so literally now I've got to now start going through tools options and kind of just looking at each page because there's little gems hidden there that'll just make your life better.
Totally. And also on that note, it's up to us as PMs, as devs, to make it so that that stuff is more discoverable because the tools options is daunting, let's be honest.
It can be overwhelming.
Yeah. Like whenever I give a demo talking about cool features in VS, I'm always using the all-in-one search because I'm like, I don't remember where the thing is in tools options.
Yeah, the all-in-one search is great. When they added that was a lifesaver because literally what menu item is this buried under, which page in the menu, the box. Yeah, absolutely.
Totally.
Yeah, and then half the things you find have been in the product for years and you're now just discovering them, so.
That's always embarrassing, right? You're like feeling frustrated. So
that's always the punchline when I do demos like that. I get a question sometimes in the Q&A where it's like, "Is this a new feature?" I'm like, "No, it's been here since like VS 2015."
Exactly.
But yeah, so there's a lot of exciting stuff. The good news is if you can't catch all of it live, it's going to be available on, I think, VSLive HQ 25, which is part of an ak.ms link. So it's all going to be in one big old playlist at the end of this conference where you can check out all of this content on demand and rewatch it over and over again. And rewind and do what you want.
Well, and that is great because I'm here and I can only be in one room at a time, and we've got 5 tracks going simultaneously. And that's the thing, you're not going to be able to see everything, but you will be able to get some of the really top talks that we have here this week. So good stuff.
And like I mentioned a couple talks I'm excited for that actually aren't happening until tomorrow, but for talks today, I'm kind of locked in this studio right now all day, so probably won't be able to check the stuff out today, but that's okay because it's going to be on demand later. And also, I know half of these people, so I can, I can go confront them down the hallway. So.
There's also the additional shows. This isn't the only VSLive that gets done every year. There's San Diego, there's Vegas, coming back to Redmond. So if you go to vslive.com, you can see all of the upcoming ones. And you talked about the benefits of going to a show like this. One of the cool things about this type of show is that the speakers are extremely accessible.
Yeah.
So if you go to a talk, the speakers will hang out after the talk. So you can go ask them questions. You can see them around the show. So it's really, really easy to run into the experts and the product team members and the folks giving the talks and ask your additional questions. So
That,
You know,
I have a
you-
bias, Robert. That is a great point. And in fact, to put a little perspective, later this year, there'll be what's called Live 360 in Orlando, which covers Visual Studio as well as there's a full data conference and AI conference and IT Pro stuff all in one location. And what's great about that is you're looking at less than 2,000 people in attendees. Now put that in comparison to Ignite, which can have 18 to 20,000. Right. And so when you look at the ratio of speakers to attendees, you get, I think, a much richer opportunity to have those high bandwidth conversations. Yes. For example, last night after the workshops, we had what was called Mix and Mingle. And VSLive provided pizza and some drinks for folks. And so the attendees were able to go and sit down, and there was a bunch of speakers, and we're just sitting there talking. And the nice thing is sometimes you just talk about life, and other times we really were able to get into the weeds of technology. So there's that benefit that you can't get at, unfortunately, the giant shows. And it's much more interactive. Like you just saw in that previous session, attendees are asking questions right there, what they wanted to know. And they don't have to wait. They don't have to do an email. They don't have to put it on a forum. You're right there.
And when you go to lunch, the speakers are at lunch, right? So you go into the lunchroom, they're the speakers. Always happy to chat with you.
Exactly. And it's like a lot of those speakers work on the tools that you probably have questions about too. So if you're asking them, why does so-and-so not work, or why doesn't this tool not work, chances are they can probably report that back to the team pretty quickly. So
yeah, well, and it's an opportunity to put a human to the technology. I think, Microsoft and a lot of the companies, there's also this perception that it's this nameless, monstrous entity. There are real humans here that are working hard to bring these tools to you. It's very easy to hide, to be that dog on the internet where you can be very ferocious in your commentary and forget that there are humans that are really working hard to deliver good technology.
My ask is one of those people who reads those. Please be nice, okay? Like, constructive feedback is more than welcome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be nice about it, because then we'll be more likely to help you. Just saying.
Exactly. I wrote a blog post about this, how to get feedback politely, right?
Yeah.
Be a human. But again, the good news is, on the flip side, AI is making it better to help us. And with Copilot, you really have to give it a shot. And remember, you can get Copilot for free. You don't have to give Microsoft or GitHub any money. Just go get a free account. You get access to a lot of the great features. And particularly for a hobbyist or a student, you have lots of opportunities to use this for free, and you really should take a look at that.
100%. And so definitely continue to share your feedback. A link that you're probably going to hear from a lot of speakers this week, I'd imagine, would be the developercommunity.com or one of those. Just look up Visual Studio Developer Community online and you will find it. But it's either that, or you can go report an issue directly inside VS and it will direct you to where you need to go. But this is your main stop, especially if you're not at this conference in person right now, to report any issues or report new feature ideas that you might have. And who knows, we might implement it in the next version.
And right inside Visual Studio, you can always go to help and do feedback and file a rich bug report, capture screenshots, logs, and all that stuff to make it easy. And someone looks at everything. I think sometimes people feel that it goes into a black hole. It does get looked at. Unfortunately, not every problem, as you know, if you're a software developer, you can't fix everything, or you can't change everything the way a person wants it to be. But this is a great group of people that really care about the tools they're building. They use them. That's the other thing is they use Visual Studio to build Visual Studio. They use Copilot, and they have their moments too with technology, just like we do. So
I file my own issues on there.
You have to, right?
Why doesn't this work? Because I feel like it should, or this would be a cool idea to have for increased productivity and stuff. I'm doing that a lot with Copilot right now, and MCP related stuff right now, because that's primarily what I work on. But sometimes there's other things where I'm like, it would be cool to incorporate this into Aspire or other aspects of Visual Studio day-to-day life. So
absolutely.
Us internally, we do it too. So we encourage you to do the same.
So we've got Harshada and Jessie joining us after the next talk. So we'll be talking to them about some of the things they did in their session. And if you have additional questions for them, that would be a good time to get them answered, because we'll have them in the studio joining us.
Yeah, and Robert, who else are we going to have later down the line today?
So after Mads' keynote, we've got Brady Gaster, who's going to come on and talk about Azure. Then Mads will show up, and that'll be a good chance to chat with him about what he talked about in the keynote. Fritz will be joining us at 2:45. to talk about Aspire. He's giving a talk on that today, so we thought we'd ask him to come by and chat with us. And those are the guests we have lined up, and I don't know, maybe additional folks will show up. You never know.
Sweet.
They're not scheduled, but they're more than welcome to show up.
Yeah, it's like, with special guest stars. Like 90s sitcom style, like random cameos just walk through the door and then there's like applause.
Yeah, to be clear, we don't have anyone scheduled, so if they don't show up, don't blame us. But if
No,
they do show
sorry.
up, that'd be awesome.
So didn't we tell you Patrick Stewart's going to be here? Like, I said it,
Sweet.
therefore it's true. It's happening.
Oh, is that how that works?
I think so. I don't know.
You just say it and it shall manifest
Yes.
itself?
I'm manifesting it now. It's going to happen.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Oh, that's great.
But yeah, but I did catch some of Jessie and Harshada's talk while commuting to the studio today, and a lot of it did seem pretty cool. A lot of it I'm personally using. A couple shout outs I want to give feature-wise just as a tease for what we're going to chat with them more later today.
Yeah.
Link debugging has gotten so much better. I remember when I was working on the debugging team and I'd get so many questions about how can we debug link queries, and I never had a great answer for them.
And just to make sure, link as in L-I-N-Q,
Yes.
not L-I-N-Q. And the reason I bring that up is because there's also a great feature that will link to the source server and to GitHub, which is L-I-N-K, that you can turn on in Tools Options in the debugging tab.
Yep.
So just want to make sure, this is L-I-N-Q debugging, which yes, definitely, and link's awesome anyways as a developer feature in both C# and Visual Basic. But yes, to make the debugging experience better, that's just wonderful.
Just being able to break down that query into manageable chunks and as you inspect each component of it is so exciting. And then that coupled with the new and improved IEnumerable visualizer.
Yes.
Oh gosh, like my favorite is that now it's basically a link. I call it the link sandbox at this point instead of the IEnumerable visualizer, because you can experiment with different queries in there and see what pops up with your data. You can ask Copilot to write you a query because link can kind of be hard to pick up if you're learning it or you just don't remember the syntax.
Well, it's the syntax. It's always just you get that parentheses, in the right place, the dot.
The carrots. Where do they go? Yeah.
No, we should do a Visual Studio. We should do a Visual Studio Toolbox episode where we show that, shouldn't we?
I agree. Write that down.
Yes, I think that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. We did it. It went live yesterday. So you can check that out. Visual Studio Toolbox. Leslie.
We totally scripted that. That is
well
available
done, Robert.
for
well
you
done.
to watch now on demand on our Visual Studio Toolbox
Yep,
show.
it's called Productivity Tips and Tricks.
You'll notice
So,
Robert is not here, and he's in a time zone
not.
an hour ahead of us, so he's had more coffee. In Leslie's defense, for example, she came in with the medium coffee,
More
and
coffee.
so yeah, there you go. Robert's a little ahead of us. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's great. I love the shameless plugs. We're going to be doing that a lot probably today.
Yes, and
Hopefully.
definitely, let us know in the live chat on YouTube. We are monitoring it. For some of the questions, I don't have good answers, but I definitely will loop back or find someone to reply. See a question about one of the C++ projects. I apologize. My memories of writing C and C++, it was always pointers equals pain ++. So I'll have to find one of the devs or PMs to get the answers to Mike there. But it's we got some great people.
I got a question for you, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Harshada and Jessie asked the crowd how many people are currently using Copilot, and a lot of people raised their hands, but not everybody did. So obviously there are people who are new to it. They watch sessions, they see videos, and they say, yeah, that's awesome, I should be doing that. How do you recommend people start learning how to use this if they're new to it? How do you learn the basic features? How do you discover the newer, cooler, more advanced features? How do you get started?
Well, so it's, I think step one is realizing that AI is promising a lot, and, we have partners in crime in the marketing and sales groups that, are out there to promote it. So sometimes there's this expectation that you'll type one sentence and the world will change in front of you. And the thing to understand is Copilot is a tool in your toolbox, right? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And so step one, you got to get yourself an account. There's no excuse not to at least try Copilot because it is available for free. Okay, that's step one. Step two, pick your development environment. Since this is Microsoft-centric, we're obviously encouraging Visual Studio. Get the Community Edition, use Visual Studio Code, or even some of the great partners like our folks over at JetBrains have Copilot built into their products. Okay, so you have choices there as to where you use it. But let's just say Visual Studio, because I did a workshop on that yesterday. So you install the Community Edition. In the upper right-hand corner is the Copilot badge.
So I'm not talking necessarily about install. I'm talking about you're using Visual Studio.
Oh.
So now you get a Copilot account.
Well, I was gonna,
what do you do when you?
Well, there is something to say there. When you go to the badge, there actually are walkthroughs right there off the badge that you can click and it'll take you to. So that's what I wanted to point out about the badge, right? So once you're logged in, start there. Now, the next step is learning how to write good questions, right? We have this discussion when working with AI agents and large language models where we talk about one shot, where you throw one piece of text in there and expect magic to happen. The thing to do is visualize the AI agent as someone you're talking to. There's this old theory about the Stanford bear, or not theory, this story about the Stanford bear, which is before you could talk to a lab proctor, you had to tell your problem to the bear. And the idea is to use that communication vehicle that we don't often use as developers because we have to sit with our headphones on, typing to the computer. And so start articulating a question like you would a human, but instead do it to Copilot. So ask, discover, and now with agent mode, have it do something, right? So it's this progressive thing. The other thing is do things in smaller chunks, right? Another big thing is build me this huge application, go. No. Okay. Think about how you might build an application, either from the bottom up, say the data and services layer, or top down with the UI. Do it in layers and make sure, absolutely, positively, no excuse, use version control when you decide that you're going to enable agent mode, or if you're just going to cut and paste code, because AI still makes mistakes, just like we as humans make mistakes. So if I break it down is learn how to write good prompts. Prompt engineering is a thing, even though people laugh at that phrase.
No, that is something I'm working on myself right now in my job. So
yes, so you do that. 2, look at what you're trying to do, break it down to smaller chunks. 3, always use version control. And then 4, one of the things that's coming, like with MCP servers, is providing good information or context to the agent. So a good example in Visual Studio is you have the ability to do at this for solution, workspace, etc. Or you can do hash symbol and a file name. Give it enough context for what you're working on. Automatically, Copilot will look at the active document in the document well. But you can add additional items and say, hey, I need to refactor this, and here's the UI piece. So maybe here is a web page that then talks to this controller, which then talks to this stored procedure. And so you bring those 3 together and ask the question, you're now giving the agent more information to give you a good answer. And then throw in, for example, as I said before, with MCP, we could hook in the Microsoft Learn MCP server, and you can ground Copilot in additional current information about the languages and tools you're using when you're focused on that Microsoft ecosystem. And the good news is when we go beyond that, we'll have third parties, because it's an open standard, they'll be able to build their docs and stuff into it. So that's probably my big tips of the day, Robert.
Those are great. I especially love the version control one. That is something we were talking about it before we started filming, where in my talks, when I'm talking about Copilot, it's like, Copilot is not perfect. So every once in a while, I'm like, okay, I'm going to have like a backup branch and stuff where if it doesn't work out, then I can move on to a branch where it did work and I can proceed with my life. Or just when I'm even personally coding and using Copilot, it's like, sometimes when Copilot gets it wrong, it can be hard to revert it because it's not your own code, and therefore it makes it a little harder to debug sometimes. We get it. So having the ability to regress back to a previous branch from before you made that giant task list for Copilot to do is so great.
Yeah, and absolutely.
Also, I want to
give when it gets it.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So when it gets it wrong, do you kind of know right away?
Well,
it depends.
I mean, that's number one why, like in Visual Studio, I have the debugger, I have the compiler. So again, if you do these small chunks, do it, does it build? If it doesn't, why does it build? And the great thing now is you can ask Copilot why it doesn't. People sometimes get frustrated. Well, if Copilot wrote it, how does it do it? Well, it's just this is the world of LLMs and how the statistical backend engine works when it does the inference. But that's why if you make the problem more focused and provide it with better context, it will do that. The other thing is you have the ability to set up your settings to where you can give Copilot guidance on, for example, how you write your code. It'll pick up your style, number one, but you can also say, I want you to use these new language features, or the inverse. Maybe you have to build something that's compatible with older versions, so you want to stick to things that work in .NET Standard, right? Those are things you can do with your configuration files as well.
Yep. And before we close out to transition into the next live talk, I do also want to give a shout out to Awesome-Copilot, which is a cool new GitHub repo that exists that you can basically, if you're stuck on what kinds of prompts you should use, whether it's for a given language or for a style of project you're doing, this repo has a ton of different prompts that you can basically copy paste into your IDE to tell Copilot what to do basically and how to operate.
And we're about to enter the next session, but I'm going to, from that repo, 2 words, beast mode. Look it up.
Yes.
You'll be happy about
best
that.
one.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So we have, I believe, Jon Galloway is coming to us next. Do we know what John's talking about?
Yep. He's talking about how you can build your next gen AI apps using .NET and Azure.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for having me, and this was great, everybody.
Thanks, Brian.
And actually, we're going to talk some more because I think they're running a little bit late over on that end. So, hi again.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
So they're not ready.
Did we tell you Awesome-Copilot is cool because it totally is? It's like...
Yeah, so that's the name of the repo, right? So
yeah.
Is it github.com/Microsoft.awesomecopilot?
Yeah, it's github.com/github/awesome-copilot.
There we go.
There you go. And yeah, it's got so many different prompts. Brian just mentioned beast mode, which it's exactly what it sounds like. It's basically just completely optimizing your particular .NET-esque experience while in Visual Studio, which is excellent.
Yeah.
I mean, there's stuff for everything. There's stuff about, like, if you're doing a Blazor app, there's prompts specific to Blazor. There's prompts specific to CMake. I'm just going down the list.
There's some great stuff.
C# in general, MAUI.
And that's the thing I want to mention real quick. You know, in today's world, particularly since there's no extra cost other than some disk space, you really want to have Visual Studio Proper and Visual Studio Code side by side because they can help you do things that you're trying to accomplish in a different way. The other thing is, you know, we talk about Visual Studio Code. They're kind of the tip of the spear on the developer AI front, bringing Copilot features out first. And so if you want to tease something out there, it's a great place to try it out. Like, for example, the MCP feature support there is a little richer than it is in Visual Studio 2022 today. And so again, having those both in your toolbox is really helpful. So kind of like, you know, 2 shooters, you know, for your code.
I agree, and I do believe Harshada and Jessie also briefly mentioned that there's like a whole folder that's just for prompts now, and that's connected to Copilot. So if you've got prompts you're using all the time and you don't want to have to constantly remember them or manually copy paste them, then make sure to drop all these in your prompts folder.
Yeah, exactly.
Easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm excited to hear more about Copilot today. We're going to get a talk from Jon and probably a few about developing AI apps, which I think is cool. That's something I'm personally working on right now as well.
Yeah, and don't forget the new AI extensions that are available.
Yeah.
And the other thing is always remember to refresh your Visual Studio. They just did an update yesterday. We are now on 17.14.11, and now we're going to hand off to Mr. Jon Galloway, it looks like.
Yeah, so tune in later on.
There you
go. Okay, there's the swap displays. Yes. Yep. Okay, fancy. Subtitles are not available, sorry about that. Let me turn that, click. Okay, great. I'm going to be talking to you about AI. I'm not going to make any more excuses about the technical stuff because we'll just go for it. So I'm going to talk about the next generation of AI with .NET. That's the same thing again. So to start with, things in AI are moving at a rapid pace. I just taught a workshop yesterday. We did a survey beforehand and asking people about their level of like what they knew about Microsoft extensions for AI and MCP and all these different technologies. And it was an anonymous survey. And people were honest, and they're like, basically nobody had been using some of the newest things, which is fine. That's what you're at a conference for. But one of the messages somebody said was, I'm struggling keeping up. Like, there's so many new technologies. I don't even know where to get started. That's what I'm hoping to get out of this. And that really resonated with me. I'll be honest, like myself, people with front row seats in AI are still struggling to keep up. There's a lot of stuff going on. So things are moving at a very rapid pace. ChatGPT was released in 2022. It seems like a long time ago. So much has changed since then. Looking at days to 100 million users. So Netflix, 1277 down to 5 days for ChatGPT. And we're looking at the amount of time it takes for to double the amount of time to like double the productivity of AI is changing every 7 months. So if you've looked at building things with AI in the past, there were so many different things you needed to set up. You needed to understand different models. You may have worked with things like ML.NET, some different, like things where you need to train on data, stuff like that. And that's all relatively changed. These were all things that you could do in the past that took special things. Now you can do them all in generative AI. And fortunately, you can do them all with .NET. Here, let me go back to that just a second. So people always focus on with AI, it's all about the chatbot. And well, chat is an interface that we think about for a lot of things with interaction. It is text-based. They're large language models, so we're communicating at a text-based level. We are still able to do quite a bit more. So what I like a light bulb moment for me that I hope you'll get to is when you are chatting, chat does not mean a chatbot on a screen. It can mean your code is passing text prompts to a backend LLM that is returning SQL to you, that is returning JSON data, right? I've seen amazing demos that were doing like financial projections. You'd have no idea that there was AI going on, and there's all these LLM conversations going on, passing JSON data back and forth, right? So you can do all of these different things. And I want to kind of like expand that as we go into this, is not only just about chat, although that's a great hello world. So we are seeing, of course, a bunch of different generative AI things. There's, of course, Copilot. There's GitHub Copilot with assisted coding. Who here is using Copilot in an IDE daily? Okay, I'm all about it. What about in GitHub? Are you assigning issues to GitHub and having it open and create pull requests and stuff? No, seriously, not one hand? Oh my gosh, okay, this is amazing. This is like life-changing for me. So what I'm doing now is I'm creating, let me just, because we're kind of freewheeling here a little bit, let me see if I can do this. Let me go over to a repo that I worked on recently. Let's go to here. Let's go to a repo. Sorry, but my main goal here is that you get stuff out of today and that you learn things. And anything I'm super excited about, you may be too. So this is going to redirect. So there's a thing announced at Build where they talked about NL Web. NL Web is kind of this layer on top of existing web apps to kind of light up AI stuff. I was like, okay, I want to learn this, and the best way to learn is by writing code. So I wrote some code, and it looks like this may be the actual official .NET implementation of NL Web, so be careful what you start on. So what I did was I started creating issues, and then I would assign them to GitHub. Now, of course, I needed to review them quite a bit, but I would say, like, hey, I want a comprehensive testing framework, right? So I went in here, I said, I listed out a bunch of stuff I wanted. I assigned it to GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot opened the pull request and then just started doing all this stuff for me, right? So for instance, like advanced tool system, right? And like just all these different things. So these pull requests are created. You'll see here those eyes in the corner down there, that means it's starting to work on them, and it just goes to town on it. So it is transformed. This is all code I could have written in the past, and it would have taken me a lot of time. And this is an example of how GitHub Copilot is transforming the way I'm working. I got a project that would have taken me months to get done in a matter of a couple of weeks. Still having to review the code a lot. It made some mistakes, but it was like I had a team working for me, right? So, so that is an example. Of course, there's GitHub Copilot for gaming. There's, happened there, okay. It just stopped presenting again. This is great. Okay, swap displays maybe? Okay, just see if that does anything. I'm seriously going to need to just monologue. That's going to be interesting. Let's go mirror. Okay. Let's try and present again. Okay. Now I need to swap displays. And then I need to like not breathe, I guess. Maybe that's the problem. I'll just see if I turn off subtitle. Okay. Okay. As another example, we have H&R Web or H&R Block Tax Assist. So this is an example. Taxes are difficult, right? Sometimes you don't even know where to start, what question to ask. Sometimes searching is not the most productive thing because you don't even know what to search for, right? So being able to ask a question that is translated into something useful is a great way to be productive. So H&R Block building on .NET. So that is super cool. The AI ecosystem with .NET is great. So there's a big ecosystem of products and tools out there, services that you can use. And it's great that you can just adopt those and start using those immediately and leverage all of that. So this includes, of course, all the Azure services, semantic kernel, GitHub, also, of course, OpenAI, but then vector databases like Quadrant, et cetera, model context protocol. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. So as a .NET developer, sometimes there are ecosystems you're like, oh, I'd like to get in there, but I can't, I don't know Python or whatever. And you are enabled as a .NET developer to take advantage of all the best of AI in the ecosystem. Microsoft is of course, you know this, we're very heavily focused on AI. You can't watch a Microsoft presentation and not hear AI, AI, AI. It's all over, right? So every tech company is into this. We are very focused, for instance, on Microsoft extensions for AI. So the Microsoft extensions repo and NuGet packages have been out there for a while. I wasn't paying that much attention to them. However, I'm looking at these very closely now. Microsoft extensions for AI are basically a layer on top of all these different primitives. I just showed you this thing with like all these Quadrant and all these different AI backends. Do I use OpenAI or Azure OpenAI? Do I use all these different things? If you start going directly at the SDK level to each of those, it can be complicated. So MEAI kind of wraps all that up in an easier kind of .NET-y layer. It makes it real easy to get started. Vector data. A lot of what you're going to be doing is working with vectors. Large language models are built on multidimensional vectors that kind of condense a lot of text into a bunch of numbers. And manipulating numbers and working efficiently with numbers, being able to store those numbers, translate them back and forth into .NET primitives, et cetera, is very important. And vector data extensions does that for you. So a great way to think about these is if you're used to data annotations and you would mark up a field as a required field, or this is an email, or this is a primary key, you're able to mark up vector data the same way and be able to store it in vector databases very easily. MCP servers, okay? Who here is out here collecting MCPs like they're Pokemons, like tons of MCPs? No? Okay, I got more fun to show you there. MCPs are great. I'm using them a lot as a developer for productivity. They're also amazing in that you can build them and in .NET and make them available and part of this entire ecosystem. Now those are a lot of different things. We have wrapped them up for you in AI templates. So I'm slightly short on time because of the technical rebellion going on up here against me, but The main thing I want you to take away from today is these AI templates. I'm going to spend the majority of my demo time showing you those AI templates. The reason why is they're a great thing that kind of encapsulates all these different things. I could learn about this. I could learn about MCP. I could learn about vector data. You can do file new project and get started and have working code quickly doing that. Semantic kernel. Semantic kernel is a lot of different languages and technologies at Microsoft. Great, amazing technologies, and .NET is a first-class citizen in that semantic kernel ecosystem. And finally, model evaluation. A lot of people are not paying attention to model evaluation. How many times have you asked an AI chat for information and it's just totally wrong, like laughably wrong, right? I was using AI in evaluating and writing a lab that I taught yesterday. And I was like, here's this workshop, here's this thing, get me started on the README for this document. It ignored the stuff that I gave it, and it invented some templates that we have not shipped yet. Maybe they're a good idea, I don't know, but they don't exist. And it wrote a whole workshop using these templates that are phony, right? So AI is amazing, but you have to check it. And fortunately, you can use model eval to do that. So we have a whole system for doing that with the Azure DevOps, with basically TDD for AI. So you can test your results and make sure they're accurate, okay? So .NET for AI libraries. I like to think of these as entity framework for AI. Now, it's wrong in a lot of ways probably. Tech people would be upset at me for saying this, but I don't care. It helps me think through this. So entity framework was great for me when I used to be a SQL Server developer writing .NET, and then it's like, I guess I'd like to try this database, but I need that SDK, and I don't really know how to write that SQL, and is it a slightly different dialect, and blah, 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 right? Now, as a .NET developer, I'm in Postgres, I'm in SQLite, I'm in throw a new vector database at me. Sure, I'll learn Quadrant, no problem, right? So that's different like Cosmos DB. I'm able to use EF with that, right? So the same sort of idea applies with these .NET AI libraries. It's a layer on top where you write AI code and you can point at different providers and different things, all right? So these unified APIs, one of the top level things is these common AI abstractions. I'm going to be showing you an iChat client that lets you write AI code that can point against Azure OpenAI, GitHub Models, Olama, and work with all of these different things. Again, as a .NET developer, you're used to writing middleware, using it with ASP.NET Core, hooking things together, and this is built all on that same middleware approach and using that same middleware. We talked about vector data a little bit and interoperable extendable, boom. I don't think this is gonna play because technology has not been kind to me today. Let's see if the sound works. It doesn't work. All right, this is actually, no, I'm not gonna tempt fate. Ed Charbonneau is showing the Telerik extensions for Blazor that are working with AI and basically lighting up an AI chat control that they built on top of iChat client. And what's neat there is using the same abstractions with iChat client, your code continue to work against it. So here he's writing a Telerik chat. He drops in this thing, and then he says, and it basically just works against the iChat client extensions. That makes it easy for you to extend as well, because you can take advantage of those same, it's the same sort of thing. It's basically as if a database provider built you something that works with Entity Framework. All right, and so there we go with some chat. I'm going to skip ahead because this one's less fun without the sound, but super cool. All right, I am going to have a lot of fun writing a demo that works amazing on this machine. Have no idea if it's going to work over here, so let's have fun. All right, I fortunately have this set up on a dev box. Is anyone using dev box here? Okay, so I'm on a Mac. I could make it work on a Mac. I've got .NET installed on here. I've got VS Code, but I actually have all this stuff I've been working on here using a dev box. I'm going to open up my dev box over here. And if everything's right, this will now become a Windows machine. And I'm ready to party. OK, so that is a spoiler for later. That is also a spoiler for later. Let's go in and let us create. All right, I think I can even do. This is now where I have to make my brain say this is now Windows, right? So this is, these are these AI chat templates, or these AI templates. So the way to do this, whoop, there we go, going up here, .NET new. So first I had an old version, so I uninstalled that. Then I do .NET new install Microsoft extensions AI templates. So, we have blog posts and stuff on this. If you search for Microsoft AI templates or whatever, you'll get that. But so after doing that, I get 2 templates here. So I get AI chat web app, which I'll show you first, and then I get an MCP server console app, and I'll show you that later. So let me see if I can do. OK, cool. So I could do .NET new. Actually, if I do this, .NET, let's do. Part of my confusion with working on Mac is forgetting if Control and Command work. But now my brain is mapped to Mac, and now it's OK. So if I do .NET new, yes, OK. .NET new AI. So here is an example, chat web -h. So this, I've got a bunch of different kind of switches on this. I could do all this from command line. I'm going to do this in here. So I'm going to go to presentation mode. All right. So after installing those templates, I could do them from command line. I could do it from VS Code. I can also go into Visual Studio. In Visual Studio, now that I've installed them, if I go into this AI filter, I have these options. So I'm going to do AI chat web app. I'll say next. So we'll call this VSLive chat app. All right. So here I've got some cool options, and I want to spend a little bit of time. Before I do that, I'm going to, well, yeah, I'll just do that. So we'll do Control-4. OK. So I have options. First of all, this one is not an option. This is .NET 9. You're doing it. OK, you have these options for your AI service provider. This is the main thing you think about when you're building like a chat application. You need a large language model backend, right? So there are kind of scaling up from smallest to biggest. If I'm developing locally and I've got a powerful machine that's got a good GPU, I could run Ollama. Anyone played with Ollama? OK, cool, some hands. I thought you might be asleep out there, but yes, Ollama's pretty fun if you've got a machine that'll support it. You're running the large language models locally. What's neat is you can set this up from command line, not that hard, you can do it. But we can actually orchestrate that using Aspire, which makes that even easier to kind of build and run. So Ollama, the big selling point here is it's free. You may wait. You're going to like ask a question, go get a cup of coffee, come back, and it's on word 5. Actually, it's a little better than that, but it's slower, right? It's underpowered, but free. Now, as you scale up, you could go to GitHub Models. GitHub Models is free up to a token limit, and GitHub Models offers you all kinds of different models out there. Anyone using GitHub Models? Nope. OK, I'm going to do an advertisement for GitHub Models in a second, too, because that's one of my big takeaways. And then when you go to production, you can't go to production if you've got a token limit, right? So you're going to want to deploy. You can go either to the OpenAI platform or to Azure OpenAI. The way I like to think about this, OpenAI, it's well known. It is a solid AI platform. If you are working in Azure and you've got management and you've got your billing and your costs, and you are integrated with a lot of different services, you may want your AI resources to be working against, say, files or things that are in Azure, et cetera. Being part of that AI platform with all the governance and all the content safety and all those sorts of things is great. So that is kind of an easy kind of movement thing. If you start with GitHub Models and then go to Azure or Azure OpenAI, that's a really smooth move to do. Now, everybody talks about large language models. You can, well, a problem you run into is context. So let's say I ask an AI a question. I say, hey, I'm doing this and this. I want to buy some shoes. My shoe size is 10.5, sometimes 11. I want to go hiking, blah, blah, blah. Ask a question, it returns the thing. It's kind of like a web server that gives its result, like you ask a question, it comes back, it's essentially stateless. Because when I ask another question, we actually have to pass that context back and forth. Somebody's maintaining that context. And in a lot of large language model conversations, you are actually passing text back and forth, right? And you're saying, hey, remember me, my shoe size is this. You're introducing yourself over and over again. There's a lot of other things that are inefficient. And when you're paying for tokens, you don't want to be wasting that. So an intelligent way to work with this is using a vector store. So a vector store, we have a very simple one that is just on disk. It is JSON files on disk for prototyping. So it can work, but it's not it doesn't have a lot of features, not very performant. You can also, when you deploy to production, you can use Azure AI Search. Again, integrated with the Azure ecosystem. So it's kind of a smooth thing to be able to global scale, work with all the Azure things you know and love. Or you can work with Quadrant. Quadrant is great for local development, but it's also great for deploying to production. You can actually run Quadrant in container, and then there are also hosted services for Quadrant. So it's one of those companies that gives you a free cool thing that you can run in Docker, open source, and all that. And if you want to use their hosted platform, you can do that as well. So I'm doing that, and I'm doing Aspire orchestration. All right. So if you, hopefully by now we've been talking about Aspire for a while. Aspire is neat for orchestrating distributed applications. So one very common, or one thing that I'm using a lot that is a distributed application is AI, because I've got AI services, I've got a database, I've got my vector database here, I may have other service layers, I've got my web thing. Hooking all that up, it's like either I'm doing a lot of manually setting connection strings, I'm creating Docker files, et cetera. So Aspire really shines in this case. So now I have hit a button that I didn't mean to hit, and let's see what is going on. Oh my gosh. I swear. No. I'm in some weird Zoom mode. Okay. Let me. Okay. There it is. Okay. We'll get through this. I feel like it didn't. So now I'm stuck in Zoom. This is, okay. There it is. Okay. So I didn't get a chance. I'm going to go through that again. And I'm going to make sure that I select the things that I want to do. I'm not going to zoom this time. We're calling it chat at 3 because that's what it gets. We're going to go using Quadrant, Aspire orchestration. All right. So when I create this, it's popping up a README. Now you may be tempted to just close the README because that's what I usually do. The one thing is, if you do close the README, it won't show up again. Like it doesn't show up in your Solution Explorer. So if you're working in Visual Studio, I recommend keeping this open. All right. Now, as you go through, it has a thing in here where you set your connection string. Okay. I mentioned GitHub Models. I'm going to show you GitHub Models real quick. So if I go to I don't know, Marketplace. Sure. So all you need to use GitHub Models is a GitHub account. And it's great to be able to kind of get started for free. You can just say, all right, I want to use, I don't know, let's use, okay, GPT-4.1. I can immediately go in and I can just start chatting with it. What is a dog? Right. So we'll just go with it. So, but assuming that worked, I could go in and I could say I want to use this model, and I can go in, I create a personal access token, and get this stuff, right? So I can go in and I can compare different models, but I've already gone in and created one. I'll tell you what I did in this application, because I'm just skipping as many demo gods as I can dodge through today. So we right-click in the app host, and I say Manage User Secrets. And in here, I would paste exactly this with my personal access token that I just created from GitHub, okay? So when I run this, it's going to run against GitHub. It's going to go through my free token limit, which is actually pretty high. But let's say I use that up. Then I could go in later, and I could change the endpoint and API key to OpenAI or Azure OpenAI and just continue working. So that is cool. All right, so I'm going to go in, and I'm going to open another backup one that I created this morning, which I think was called Chat App. Let me see. Chat App one. If it works, it'll save me some time. No, that's not it. All right, fine. I'll paste in my token. All right, well, we'll go for it. So I'm going to go into secrets. Okay, I've got a connection string in enormous mode. No, it's not Command C. Control C. Okay. Okay, great. You can't see all of it. That's all I need. Okay, let's save it. Hooray. Okay. So that is step one. Now I could just run it. I've got Docker already running. So Docker is going to be hosting my vector database. I want to do one more thing to just make this a little fun. So this, by default, will ingest 2 PDFs. Ingesting PDFs means just reading the text out of those PDFs and storing it in the vector database. And out of this, I could ask questions about 2 things, the emergency survival kit or a GPS watch. Okay? So I want to instead add in one more PDF. So we're going to go add existing item. I'll find it in my downloads. And I downloaded the PDF brochure from VSLive 2025. So now when the app starts up, my laptop will catch on fire. And the dashboard, the Aspire dashboard will pop up. So what this is going to do is it's going to start up a few things. It's going to set the connection string or the connection for my AI backend. It is going to start up a vector database, and it's going to start up a web chat. All right, so we see Aspire about ready to kick off. No, okay. I'm going to do one other thing, which I forgot here. I'm going to update all, I'm going to do manage packages for solution. Updates include pre-release. So the reason I'm doing this is because this was built with Aspire 9.3, and we want to use 9.4, which came out last week. And there's some other like dependencies and all that sort of stuff. All right. YOLO, update every NuGet package to pre-release. All right, here we go. Yay. Okay, so this is the Aspire dashboard. So I love what this does for my application to be able to already see everything that's running. So one neat thing here is we've got this where it says ingested, 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 right? So those are the different PDFs it ingested. ingesting, fancy term for read, like processed. And so then if we go back to my resources, we can see here's Quadrant. I'm going to jump right into my web app. So we'll go. All right. So I could say, let's say, I am hiking and it started raining. Help. So I'm intentionally not asking a question about a product, right? Because I want to show what it's doing for me. So it combined a few things together. First of all, it used the LLM to understand the context of my question, and then it searched in my vector database for hiking and rain safety tips or whatever, right? And it was able out of that to get information. Number one is it's giving me general information that the large language model provides. But number two is it's saying, hey, you may need information from the survival kit, right? So, so I can click on this and it takes me right to the PDF location with information about this survival kit, all right? So now, let's say I made it to VSHQ 25. What time is lunch? Okay, enjoy your meal. You made it through. Here's lunch at the mixer, right? And so I can click on this and it takes me right to it. Now, I didn't do any special configuration. I literally dropped in a PDF and I'm immediately getting intelligent information out of the schedule. Is Mads K speaking at VSHQ. Right? Super cool. Okay. So you may notice if I say, what is going on at VSLive? Because I type very carefully VSHQ 25, it may tell me something about, oh, in previous ones, I would very often get responses where the large language model would be like, oh, I got this. VSLive Las Vegas 2022 is starting on blah, 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 right? So you definitely need to give it the right context. But so this is, hopefully, if you've we started late, if you fall asleep or whatever, if all you get out of this is, hey, I'm gonna install these templates and try it out, I think this is a pretty cool getting started experience. I wanna show you a few quick little things in Aspire dashboard. I wanna show you the code. We'll rip through some slides and we'll talk about MCPs and it'll be awesome. Okay, Quadrant. Quadrant is our vector database. I didn't know anything about vector databases. I'm absolutely loving Quadrant. So first of all, here's, it's started, hosted as a Docker container. I'm going to go in and I'm going to grab the API key. Okay, so this API key, everyone screenshot that. It only works on my computer, so I'm safe. Okay. So if I go in here to the Quadrant dashboard, I paste in my API key. All right. So this is a vector database, and this is able to go through and it says, okay, I ingested all these documents and chunks. The documents is a very simple list of 3 documents, 3 PDF files. Basically the name, the metadata about it. The chunks is the actual content that's in them. So here is the actual text that it ingested, right? What's really neat with these is you can go in and start playing with them, and you can say, I want to look at the graph. I don't even know what this is, but it's super neat, right? So I'm going through, I'm playing, right? So this is a vector database. This is where it's actually processed these PDFs and turned it into semantically meaningful information. Meaning I can say, what's to eat at noon, and it knows, we're able to ask questions about, with similarity, we can say, what are all the web sessions? We're able to do a lot of that stuff. Some things will need a large language model to process it into the meaning, but for actual similarity search or other things like that, we can do that in the vector database. So combining the power of the two of those is really, really useful in order to like speed, leveraging my own personal information, and then also cost savings, because I'm not going back and forth and asking general questions to the expensive cloud when I can ask them for free locally. All right, let's take a look at the code. So some neat things going on in this. First of all, Aspire. So I think I can do, I'm just going to keep with this here. This is your standard Aspire setup. So first of all, we're adding a connection string. We're not actually provisioning any resource or doing anything. We're just basically saying that connection string that Jon copied and pasted into his user setting or secrets.json, expose that, like make that available as a resource. We'll get to that later. Vector database, builder.addQuadrant. So Quadrant is being hosted as a Docker container, but actually we have a NuGet package and Aspire, I forget, hosting integration thing that basically lights it up with some additional intelligence. So when we do builder.addQuadrant, it knows, yeah, you're a Docker container, but you're specifically a Quadrant vector database. Then we say with data volume and with lifetime, those are things that make it persistent. So if I stop and restart my application, it starts up really quickly and it can reuse the data that's already ingested. Then in my web app, we do add project with reference to AI, so OpenAI, so that passes in that connection string. And then we say with reference to the vector database and wait till it starts up. Don't try and start up the web app before the application's ready, before the database is ready. I'm going to go over into the web app itself. And there's lots more in here for you to play with. I think if I go with that. No? Okay. So I'm not going to go into too much detail here. I have some other stuff I want to make sure I get through. But we are creating AI resources. We're actually creating two of them. So one is we're creating this a chat client using GPT-4o Mini. Now this is just a string, and because using GitHub models, I could actually change this to some other thing. I could say I want 5.4 or something else, right? And then we're actually also adding an embedding generator. So this embedding generator is what allows us to ingest PDFs. So you can think of the a chat client talking to GPT-4o Mini. GPT-4o Mini is frozen in time. It was trained at a specific point in time. It's never going to learn anything else, okay? When we want to read a PDF, or we want to talk to my company's database, or we want to process, we want to create new information, what we're creating there is called an embedding. An embedding is basically taking text or other information, could be images, could be whatever, and we're turning that into vectors, multi-dimensional magical number vectors, right? And in order to do that, we need an embedding generator, and we're using text embedding 3 small, okay? There's some other stuff going on in here. Essentially, there's some other code that goes in and does some ingesting. We're reading text. What's important to know about that is where we're showing an example ingesting PDFs, this could be a Word doc. This could be somebody asked yesterday about, could I use my SQL database? Absolutely, right? Anywhere you can get information you want to process. So you could say, go query my database, get this text, and ingest it. You could just delete all this PDF reading code and say, no, I want to read data from my database, right? One other thing that I want to show you that's important in here is the iChat client. So remember I told you about the this common interface, the iChat client. So that's what's going on here. We're injecting an iChat client. Whoop, there we go, iChat client. And then we're able to use it in the code. When we swap models later or do something else, we don't need to go through and rewrite any code. We just talk to our iChat client. So here we say, we give it a prompt. I always love reading prompts, understanding them. They're just text. You can edit them. You can say always respond in Old English or whatever, and it would actually do that. And then when we're going in and editing the actual or requesting stuff from the chat, we're just saying get response async. So we just, we're going through, we're clearing stuff, we add things in, and we just say, like we're just iterating through and we're saying get streaming response async. So here, chat client, get response, whoop. But we're just saying, talking to that client. We're passing a message in, getting text back, all right? So that is my main takeaway. Install this, play with this. This is a very quick way to get up to speed. It's handling all this stuff for you internally, including stuff like I mentioned vector data. So we could talk, I could show you one of those real quick. Right, so here is an example of a class that's been annotated with vector data. We'll go 200, sure. So here, just like if you're used to with any framework marking something as a primary key, here's a vector store key, right? Here we do things like we're using vector store, like for instance, we need vector dimensions and distance functions. Again, this is stuff that's complicated in math and I don't really know, but fortunately this is set up for me, right? So this is something where we're able to kind of translate my data and store it in a vector database. Very quick to get going with that. All right, let us try and go back to I think if I can go to there, okay. I'll go to here. Awesome, okay. I'm gonna turn off closed caption and it's still gonna stay on screen. Okay, wonderful. All right, so the vector data and extensions work with a lot of different integrations. We're gonna move on, agents. So another important thing that's developing with AI is agents. So the idea of an individual chat with an AI backend is kind of step one, right? But it's very limited as far as what I can do. It's limited to how fast I can type. It's limited to me having an individual connection, individual conversation with one AI backend. So the idea with an agent is to expand things out, right? Taking advantage of a lot, like basically giving your AI conversations, your AI applications superpowers, using across the board tools, memory, orchestrating, right? To orchestrate a long-running workflow. There are a lot of different things that an agent can do. Some are focused on like retrieving information. They specialize in, all I know is how to look up a booking, or I know how to look up an order. I know how to find the best similar products. What's great here is when you start breaking these apart, you know, say I have a retrieval focused one, or I have one that's focused on orchestration. I have these different agents with different jobs. Some of those jobs may be best performed by something that's not AI, right? We may use AI to kick off an agent, and that agent actually just performs the database query, right? Or it, like sometimes in the case of, say I'm doing something with coding, maybe it just executes a build step, or it does a restore or something like that, right? So your agent is designed to perform a specific task, and by doing that, it can be very focused and best at that task, and then they can also work together. So we are working on those as we look at, you know, best solutions for these with AI extensions. And the idea here, one is to use, we can work with semantic kernel. So semantic kernel has a plugin model where you can basically associate and add on other plugins. And then you can basically just orchestrate those together. I think what I'm going to do here is show, unfortunately my video will play, I think. I have a video. So the idea here is we have a seed travel demo, and the idea is this is an application that stitches together several different agents. There's a Python one in the back end. There's actually it's a React front end. We have .NET orchestrating it. We have other things using MCPs to do it. And so we're going to go through a travel process. So let me see if I can play this and I'll come out and talk about it. So here, imagine you're booking a flight from New York City to Seattle. So first of all, you'd start by typing in, I want to go on a trip, right? As you go through and do this, then it's going to say, here's some different options. So let me see, it's going to think about that. Yep, okay, it's planning the trip. So one agent's job is to find the best itinerary, given some different things, right? So now I'm getting ready, I need to get approval. This goes through a different agent in a workflow. So before booking the trip, I need to wait and make sure that the trip is actually approved. I get approval, sounds great. So now I need to understand, what can I expense on this trip? Can I go out to big fancy dinners? So I'm going to ask that. Now this is a different agent, which is going to go into a policy. This policy may be backed by something like a database, or maybe it's ingested my HR's PDF documents or something, right? Now it's time to do the fun thing of actually expensing my thing. So I go through and I just upload some receipts. Now here we're using AI to actually do form reading. So this is a great service provided by Azure, which is a form recognizer service, and it's able to go through uploaded PDFs, find and categorize things, and create an expense report for me. So then finally I could go through, I think this is done. Yeah, that's done, okay. So let me talk, yep, okay. There we go. All right, so now I have all the code on here. Let me see if I can get that going quickly on here. The best place to look at this is going to be, if I go to Maddie. Now this is the real boss challenge. I'm going to have to spell Maddie Montequila. Oh, I can't do that. Let's go. And the other option is Luis Quintanilla. So let me see if I go Maddie. Of course not. Okay. Sign in. What I want to do is show you the code for this. And if it's not going to be convenient, then we'll skip over. Okay. I'm going to go to a seed simple. Is it 2? Ugh, okay. I'm surprised it's not showing in my recent repositories. Oh, okay. MAUNTA? 2? Thank you. Sorry, Maddie. Okay. Yay! Okay, so we go to users. There's only one Maddie in the world. We're going to go to her seed simple, which, there it is. Great. Okay. Wonderful. Using vscode.dev, which is amazing. All right. Just going to show a couple of things real quick. Okay. So a few things that are useful in here is the, if I go into the service, there are these different process steps. So there are things in here where I define different, like here's a process step, here's a different thing. What Maddie did, the reason I opened up Maddie's copy of it is she actually stitched all this together using the latest Aspire. So this uses Aspire 9.4. If I can go there. Nope. All right. So this is going through and doing all of the fancy Aspire stuff. That's not going to work for me. Okay. So then the important thing is we've created a bunch of different steps, and then we just stitch them all together. So the steps basically, the LLM, oh, and we also have an MCP server here. So the MCP server is also just orchestrated as part of this. And then the steps on making this actually work is number one, saying what's the user intent? What is the user asking to do? And then it's going to go and say, okay, kick off this one, kick off this one. Now I'm short on time, so I'm going to move on and wrap up stuff. Let's see. What do you use MCP extension? I'm not sure I understand the question there. So in that one, it basically, I'll talk to you afterwards because I'm short on time and I want to make sure I get through all this. I'll show you in the code, okay? Here's another example of an MCP. This is one that, that Brady showed off at Build, where it's basically using an MCP to play music. What's really useful here is the question is play the song Mary Had a Little Lamb on a specific device at a specific time. So the way to think about MCPs is that these are things that you ask a question to the LLM is now able to call into tools. And so you don't have to actually phrase things exactly correctly. You can say the song, and it's able to say, oh, the LLM knows I have these tools available, and it goes and gets a specific one, right? So play, saying, okay, here's how to play, and then the interesting one here is which device, and he's created a tool that is able to enumerate MIDI devices on a computer. It's able to actually select the correct one. So I'm going to skip over that. So one other thing here is evaluations. So I mentioned there before that that's an important part of AI is being able to safely evaluate your content, making sure you're getting back what you wanted. If I go to dev blogs, okay, and then we're going to look for evaluations. So we've got this whole MEAI thing, and what it allows doing is basically writing unit tests for your code. All right, so you can say here's what I want. For example, is content safety, but there's all other sorts of ones. You could say for accuracy, right? For exact information. What's really neat with this too is that it actually integrates with Azure DevOps. So you can have it run as part of your CI pipeline. And if something changes over time, you can say, hey, I'm not actually getting the results that I wanted back. Maybe I need to fine tune things, use a different model, et cetera. All right. One other thing that I did want to show off is using MCP. So unfortunately, I don't have the right, let me see if I go. Okay, so if I go in here, I could say File, New, Project. I can create an MCP. So our first MCP template is basically a hello world. And it just creates one that just gives you random numbers. And this works in Visual Studio, VS Code as well. And so here, this one is going to ask a question. And so this is one that as part of the publishing process, you go through, you follow the steps in the README, you can publish it to NuGet. If I say MCP. So here we have a new thing lit up here where it says MCP server. So now I could create other MCPs and I could say, okay, I want this one. And this is the actual code that you would paste in. So this would light up and take advantage. You could use this in an IDE. You could also orchestrate it together with some other ones. I want to show two other quick MCP things to show off. Three things. One is a shameless promotion here for a blog post that I wrote, which is on 10 MCP servers. The best one that I've found to get started as a developer is the Learn docs, followed closely by some other things like Azure, MCP server, et cetera. But the Learn docs are amazing because, as I mentioned before, all the LLMs are trained at a certain point in time. Like, as an example, .NET Aspire 9.4 just came out last week. If I ask an LLM, it may not know anything about Aspire 9.4, probably not. But if I've enabled the Learn MCP server, then I'm going to be able to say, ask questions, and it's going to say, it'll say, oh, I don't know the answer, but I can look that up in the docs, and it's able to pull that information out, right? So now if I query and I say, what features are in .NET Aspire 9.4, I'm able to do that. Now, in order to do that, you have to make sure you're in agent mode. And then you can go in, you can enable your tools. So what this template that I just showed you allows you to do is add yours to this list. There's two ways you could do this. One is you could just run it locally. Just create it, never publish it to NuGet and be done. If you want to distribute it, then you can distribute it out to NuGet and then allow other people to do it, and they would go here and copy that in and into their MCP configuration and be able to use it. Two other real quick things as I wrap up here is that for more information, like on the whole idea of MCP in agent to agent, we just did a blog post on doing that. We're seeing some different ways of orchestrating agents, and there's A2A, there's different, kind of like workflow systems that we're building and evaluating. And then also we're seeing more and more of this, people building directly using MCPs as that layer. One final thing I want to point out here is we just did this series called there's Let's Learn MCP, which is a great kind of getting started. But even better, we just had MCP Dev Days. And so this was just last week, tons of content on MCP. So if you want to learn more on MCPs, that's a kind of great place to look. The main takeaway that I hope you got from today, install those AI templates. They're a great way to get started with building two different things. The AI chat template, which does data ingestion, uses MEAI, vector database, .NET Aspire, makes it really easy to get started quickly. And then as you're building MCPs, you can build MCP servers using the new template we've got for you, deploy them to NuGet. And the final thing is, as a .NET developer, you are empowered to build AI solutions. You have access to the entire ecosystem, to all the best and newest things that are coming out, and it's wrapped up neatly for you in all these kind of primitives and tools that you're used to as a .NET developer. So hopefully that unlocks things and makes it a little easier to get started for you. All right, that's all the time I've got. Thanks a bunch.
Live. Hopefully you're having a great time at the conference. This is day 2 of it. And you just saw a session from Jon Galloway about how you can develop AI applications using .NET and Azure. Pretty cool stuff, pretty important.
There was a lot of cool stuff in that.
Yeah.
That was a big session.
It started out pretty small, but once it got more complex with like booking flights and all that information, that's when it got really juicy for me. But now we're rewinding a little bit and talking about the first talk of the morning. So we're all joined by Jessie and Harshada, who just gave a great talk on how to make the most out of Visual Studio. How are y'all doing?
Yeah, hi guys.
Pretty good, and it's done.
Yeah, you've done it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised with, we had a pretty good turnout for it being a 8 a.m. session.
Yeah, was it full?
Yeah, not quite full, but I'd say we had a fairly distributed in the theater over at Kodiak. It was cool.
That's pretty impressive for 8 a.m. I was like, 8 a.m. I rolled out of bed and commuted my way here and watched it on the way here. And it was great. So yeah, awesome job. I know you're done basically for the rest of the conference, but you've got a couple talks.
I have another talk tomorrow around debugging. Tomorrow afternoon. I don't remember the exact time, but yeah.
Sweet.
One more to go.
One more. But that one should be really cool because it's debugging, and debugging is a cool topic in general, in my opinion. So, not that I'm biased or anything.
That's Leslie's favorite thing, right?
Yeah. Sweet. So, you covered a lot of different features in your talk. So, for the people who didn't watch or maybe need a recap or a tease to go check it out on demand later, what were your highlights for you? What are some of your favorite features that you talked about?
Well, maybe we can pick something from each stage. We try to break it down to each stage of the development workflow, starting with fundamentals, then code, then debug, and then the review, so like some of the Git tooling updates as well. I talked through a ton of Copilot updates in the code section, and I'd say a great takeaway is maybe to take a look at how you can leverage prompt files and your Copilot instructions files to add a little bit of increased context so that Copilot can understand your specific repository and your way of working. That's something that I definitely recommend to everybody.
Yep. I never leave home without my Copilot instructions in the file.
Yeah, and I think from fundamental, not exactly a feature, and maybe most of you already know, but we do have Copilot for free. So everything which you will be seeing in the whole VSLive around Copilot, you can try it out for free using the Copilot free subscription. And I think the best part is now you can even use your Google account for it. So there is definitely no excuse that you shouldn't be trying out. I think that one thing. And another thing, again, not a feature, that will affect everyone is that we now have monthly release cycles for Visual Studio. So you will get new goodies, new Copilot things, and new feature updates every single month. So I think that will be a very great change for everyone.
What was the release schedule prior to that?
I think it was a quarterly, or maybe more than that sometimes.
Yeah, it was a little unpredictable.
Yeah. I think this gives you a predictable release cycle as well, so you can update every single month.
Mm-hmm. I love that.
I go to the installer quite often, and there's 50% of the time I go there, there's an update, and I seem to be going not necessarily weekly, but a couple times a month, and there seems to be updates all the time. So is monthly less often or more often or just more predictable?
I'm guessing the one you're saying is like the patches, like the quality patches. But when I say monthly releases, it's more like the feature release cycle which we changed.
Okay.
Yeah, preview came out every month, and now it's not going to be a preview channel. It's like release
channel.
Yeah, the higher quality release channel candidates are going to be coming out every month.
Mm-hmm. That's so exciting to hear, because I know a lot of people like to talk about, well, VS Code's better because it updates more frequently and stuff. So it's cool that VS is stepping that game up a little bit. I'm excited. So not technically a feature, but definitely
not
a great
technically a feature, but I think that will affect everyone who uses Visual Studio in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing from the review side of things at the end of your workflow, it's not brand new in 17.14, but we have the local code review feature. And so every time that you create a commit, you can get an extra set of eyes to take a look and make sure you're not introducing any issues. I've personally seen it catch security vulnerabilities before too, and those are super great to catch at commit time.
Yeah.
Like you don't even get it into your Git history because cleaning that up can be a real pain. So I do enjoy that feature a lot.
That's pretty great. Again, that's all integrated in VS Code now. I mean, I know that's not the newest feature, but it's new to somebody. I think you can all relate. Like, you probably get questions from time to time about, is this feature the newest in like 17.14? I'm like, no, it's been in there since 17.5.
There's so much stuff to keep track of.
Exactly.
Again, not to be biased from the debugger side, I think I have two things. First is the link debugging, however, a very small thing, but again, it gives you a very easier way to validate your data and validate your link queries. With Copilot, you can even create new or update your existing ones. So that's one thing. And another is, it's a major thing for our game developers, the C++ dynamic debugging, one of the top asks from the game developer community. So I think that is another thing which was quite waited for, and I think that's another favorite for me.
Yeah, shameless plug. We did cover the dynamic debugger for C++ for game devs like a couple weeks ago.
That's great. Yeah.
Check that out on the Visual Studio Toolbox playlist. It's there.
Yeah, I think
we did a whole episode with David Lee on that.
Yep.
Yeah, so that was
really cool stuff.
And then I love the link debugging feature personally. I get excited when I have an excuse to talk about it in my own talks. So like, yeah, I've started calling the IEnumerable visualizer the link sandbox kind of now, because for me that's what it feels like, and it's so exciting to just experiment and play around without really the extra hassle of restarting debugging and going back and forth trying to understand what's even going on in the query. So yeah.
I had to deal with that actually recently, and I'm not the most experienced with writing link queries, and so it was super helpful to have Copilot right there and help me translate what I wanted to do.
Exactly.
Like I had my intent, and it helped translate it into like the actual syntax I needed.
Totally, it's like you have the idea in your mind. It's like, I want to find all of X thing when Y is equal to 25 or something, but then trying to remember, where does this bracket go? Where does this parenthesis go? I don't know. So.
And the best part is you can actually just describe as you describe where the X thing goes, and like you have the natural language option in the IEnumerable visualizer that gives you the query right away.
Yeah, such a time saver. I love that feature. And I was excited to also, of course, see like agent mode get some love, implement with Copilot get some love. I worked a little bit on that one, so that one's cool. Yeah, what else? Oh, the new prompt folders and stuff. I think that's exciting. I plugged that for y'all earlier.
Yeah.
That's great, because we were also talking about the awesome Copilot GitHub
There you
repo.
go.
So it's like, if you don't know where to get started on your prompts, just like copy paste from there.
Everybody's used to copy and pasting great code from the internet for
Now
figuring out things that you've let somebody else do the hard work for you and reuse and spread that to not only like from the community, getting all of the stuff collected into that awesome repo, but then stuff that you start to fine tune for your team. It's just like, because those are checked into source control, you get the benefits for everybody else on your team too.
Yeah, totally. I think that is extremely helpful and just saves a lot of time in general. Because and with a Copilot and AI in general, we're spending a lot more time trying to figure out how to get the best prompt and like trying to debug it. And prompt engineering has become its own thing. So the less work you got to do in that department, because I think many of us just expect Copilot and things like it to just work. Do what you want it to do, and that's not always the reality. So any way to get it to narrow down to your specific context is exciting.
What about the XAML live preview? Can you talk about that for a second?
Yeah, so it's the ability to see the live preview at design time. So you can have your XAML up and be working and making changes, and you don't need to have the running application going. You don't have to restart anything to see those updates reflected in real time. It works for the live visual tree, it works for some of these other surface areas, and you can still use hot reload and all of your other tooling in the way that you would expect while you're debugging, but it's just one of those things that it's really nice to have up. I personally like to use it, and I mentioned this in the session, I personally like to use it when I'm working with agent mode or any kind of Copilot ask, because I can see the changes that it's creating to my XAML and make sure that I'm validating in real time too, as it's working, that it's returning responses that are in line with what I was asking for. So I kind of love that.
Does it work with WPF, or is it just a MAUI thing?
I think it does.
I think so, yeah. But to know for sure, you can tune into the MAUI session
nice.
later, and you'll have the experts there to make sure that we're saying the right thing.
Okay.
Good plug.
Cool.
Yeah, I've used the XAML live preview a little bit since I've started writing a MAUI app recently, and it's great. Yeah, just again, nice productivity time saver thing. I like how visual it is, and I just like how quickly I'm able to experiment or make changes, and it'll reflect itself back in the preview. So
yeah, just like that feedback loop.
Exactly. You're not stopping and starting as much. It feels a lot more fluid.
Yeah, nice and smooth.
Good stuff. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, there's so much stuff.
Yeah, we
had like a fire
hose.
Lightning round.
Like
yeah, lightning round.
Lightning round, yeah.
Yeah, I was telling folks that we were going an inch deep, and if they wanted to get the rest of the depth, we had lots of other sessions. I think because we were one of the first ones of the day, and we're covering, latest and greatest. Yeah, if folks are tuning back in, if they wanted to do an overview of like all of the latest things, I think we had one slide at the end that gave just like the names of all the features.
Yeah.
But that could be a good place to start if you're just tuning into VSLive or catching up on all the recordings. It might be a good place to start to know which place to go next.
Yeah, I think another thing is if you're again tuning in, I think the Visual Studio release notes for 17.14 should have all those features and the details as well.
As well as the what's new page when you
log in. And the what's new
VS.
page too.
Right.
Exactly.
But that thing's getting overloaded because we've been on the 17.14 release train for a little while now. Yeah.
So ever populating. So both of you obviously work on Visual Studio and Copilot stuff. So maybe it would be fun to do some little behind the scenes things. What's a feature that you worked on that just came out in like 17.14? Like share some drama. Like what were some of the challenges that came with developing the tool?
I could go around the link debugging. We played a lot around designing that one. It's a small feature, but we weren't really sure if we should have the inline stuff there or not. So I think there was a lot of debate between having it inline. I think that's one of the first feature that has inline chat inside a pop-up box. So I think it went pretty well, and we are getting good feedback around it. So yeah, there was a lot of back and forth around designing. We also had some struggle around bringing the Copilot exact context around the data which we have, like filtering. It does a lot of things at once. It gives you a query, or it writes a query, and then it filters your data and everything. So I think, that was a pretty challenging one, but yeah.
Sweet.
It's
was the challenge more cluttering up the UI or getting it to work?
Both, I would say.
Okay.
And then I think at least in debugging, and I think mostly in Visual Studio, we do a lot of iterative things. So we first had a different Ask Copilot button there for the start, which will take you to the chat, and then you will have the similar experience in the chat. And then we saw some interest there. Then we thought, okay, let's bring it in line. And then we brought it in line. And then we saw when we have it in line, the Ask Copilot button is not used anymore. So we removed that button now. So yeah. So there were like a lot of experimentations, and we asked a lot of questions. If you ever get a survey on link debugging, that's me who sent a survey asking you about the experience. So yeah. So I think it was an iterative process.
Cool. I'm personally a fan of the inline Copilot experiences more than I am the chat, just because it's working with my usual workflow that I'm comfortable with the most already, and it's just there as a bonus. So it's like I already used the table visualizer or IEnumerable, and It's cool that now I can just like use Copilot within the same window instead of having to change focus to someplace else. So.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was one of the big themes even that we've been seeing that there's been differences in the kind of folks that want these editor first experiences that are kind of more ambiently meeting you where you are, and that folks on the other side might want more prompt first experiences. And so we have to figure out how best to make that kind of consistent and help folks no matter where or what stage they are in using the tools. Maybe one thing I can talk to is the prompt file experience. So you were mentioning that we now have that in Visual Studio. It's something that VS Code pioneered a little bit, and so we wanted to make sure that you could have a similar-ish, consistent-ish experience. And I say ish because there's a few differences with how people prompt in VS Code versus VS. Actually, how you reference your different files and you reference different contexts. There's some different contexts that are available in either. And so making sure that the prompt surface area has some consistency but may not work exactly the same in both sides. So that was kind of interesting, and we're still trying to figure out if that's the right path forward, and we're definitely going to be iterating on a prompt library soon so that it makes it a little bit easier for you to not only get quick access to the prompts that you've already written, but also improve your prompting skills, help you double check if what you're saying is something that Copilot's understanding in the same way. That's something that we are trying to dig into more now that we've gotten the ball rolling with the prompt files.
I like it, and I like the idea of having a prompt library later down the line. I was thinking about having something like that yesterday when I was playing with some MCP servers, and it's like some have built-in prompts with those. Like, it would be cool if for your installed servers, you could just go into a library of a sort, and then you could see like the MCP server prompts that you've got, and just use that to make sure that server is getting invoked properly. So that's cool.
It opens a design can of worms a little bit.
Oh gosh, I bet.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Could we expect Copilot in the future to not only help you write code, but help you write prompts?
Oh, absolutely. I already use it for that.
I already use that too.
Yeah, it's not built in, but spec-driven development is one of those things that you spend a lot of time thinking through how you want a new feature or a new improvement to be. And having, for me at least, having Copilot right there to bounce ideas off of is super helpful. And then I can actually tell it, hey, based off of our conversation, go write me a markdown file that describes all of these requirements. Or hash solution, take a look at everything and come up with some implementation details even. Like what files and what functionality and where I should put it.
Yeah, like there's times where I will create a new Copilot instructions MD file, and I don't necessarily know the full details, but I'll just like tab away at all the completion suggestions that Copilot's giving me sometimes, just because it's actually kind of giving me some legit suggestions after I give like the initial description of what I want to do. So I don't know, I was doing a demo a while ago. There's a productivity talk that we just put up on our channel that I did, and I had to write a quick app for it. So I was like, I'm gonna do a calculator app. Made an instructions file, was just like, I want to create a calculator app, and then I wrote requirements and then hit enter, and it's like, here's all these suggestions that you probably want to have in your app. I'm like, great, thanks for the brainstorming. I didn't plan too much of that, which is good because I had to do it like the day before, so.
Yeah. For stuff where you want Copilot to make decisions for you, you can prompt less specific, and it actually will just pick whatever it thinks is the right choice, which is what a colleague would do in a lot of circumstances. Or if you've got the time and there's something really specific that you want out of the output, having a little bit more detail in that initial prompt can get you really, really far.
Totally. And yeah, kind of going back to the subject of using Copilot to create prompts. And I also use it to also try to better flesh out maybe sometimes my design and things. I'm not gonna, because as you mentioned, design, it's a lot harder than it looks. The goal is to make the experience look as seamless and easy as possible. So stuff like the INumerable visualizer and just having a prompt folder, but like behind the scenes, there's so much going on that you have to consider. There's a lot of like edge cases and stuff that you might not be doing, but someone might, or might need to under a specific circumstance that has to be considered and all this stuff. So having that extra helper to like at least let you consider here are some additional edge cases that you need to think about has been helping me a bit lately.
Yeah, and I think for the smaller tasks, the vision capability helps in too. Like for the visual stuff, if you have particular design and you wanted to make some improvements in that, you just upload a screenshot and it helps you with new improvements as well. So yeah.
Yeah, totally agree. So Visual Studio in general, we talked a little bit about the stuff that you cover, but do you have like an all-time favorite feature in Visual Studio?
All time.
All time.
Yeah. The GOAT, if you will.
One thing that I always come back to, just because I think it really hit the nail on the head of something that folks do every day that is maybe a little bit more tedious than it needs to be. And I keep hearing that people like to use it, and that's the generating commit message. It's one click. I finished writing my work for the day, and most of the time all I need is like a reminder summary of what I actually just worked on, all of the things I touched. It gives me a good sanity check, make sure I'm not checking anything that I didn't mean to in that session. And now that we have customization for it too, I can have it write exactly the way that I would write it. And I can always revise and change something if it gets it wrong, but 9 times out of 10, I can generate it, proofread, and commit.
Yeah, and it's like it's detailed for yourself and for the rest of your team. And it could be 2 a.m. and you just are not in the mood to write something beyond I made changes.
Yeah, or like work in progress or like whatever. Yeah.
Bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
I think I would say in the recent time, exception helper with Copilot analysis, like when you're playing on your own with some code and you have an exception, I think that's the best lifesaver. You just have like a solution right there. It has been helping me a lot creating the demo apps for the presentations as well. So yeah, I think exception helper is something my not all-time favorite, like in the recent time favorite feature.
Awesome. Robert, how about you?
All-time favorite was probably right-click publish to Azure because I knew that the folks that wrote that knew how to do it much better than I did. And I could learn it when I was ready, but I didn't have to. And then also things like the commit all, push buttons, where I don't have to learn the prompts. I don't have to learn how to do it in the command line. I can just let Visual Studio do it for me. And more recently, create PR from within Visual Studio. So the things that don't require me to context switch or learn the plumbing on how to do something, I love those types of things because I just find it way more productive.
Sweet. Yeah, it's so interesting because I feel like the publish feature that's been there for a while and it's just become such a key part of the space. And I think that's the goal for a lot of the features that we work on for Visual Studio. And for me, a feature that I just forget is on because I use it all the time because I love it is inline hints. I think they call it inlay hints in VS Code.
Yep.
Yeah, but I love that because I'm somebody who likes to know the explicit details of like variables and parameters and things going on. At a glance, I just want to be able to scroll through and not have to think about what I'm looking at all the time. So having that, especially like for var variables, because I get it, vars are cool. It's not my favorite keyword in the world, hot take, but it's nice to have my cake and eat it too, because I can turn that feature on to see the inline explicit type of that variable in the event I gotta deal with the vars. So yeah, it's a small feature, but it just adds to what my ideal development experience is.
If you like inlay hints, I'm guessing you also like the return value which you get during the debugging.
I love that so much.
I'm really happy to say that we have more coming in that section. So that's one of the feedback we got. Like we have inlay hints when in the non-debug mode. Like we need that exact thing in the debug mode as well.
I am in favor of that. That is so exciting to hear. It's so cool.
Leslie's gonna go find the developer community.
I'm gonna create 10 accounts so I can upvote it 10 times. No.
You can just bug the team every single day.
Yeah. It's like, hey, it's me, your favorite person in the world. Like, I know you should totally make this a P0. Just saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, if y'all don't know about return value as it exists today, like in the autos and locals windows, you should take a look at what's happening in there as you reach your return line. It's pretty cool. Also, if you don't see it because you're using the watch window, use the $, and then I think it's like $ return value.
I was actually talking about inline. So when you're debugging, you should be able to see that inline as
Yeah.
well.
Yep. So I mean, I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it's there
Oh, is
already.
it there already?
And you have an analyze with Copilot with too.
Yeah.
So you can analyze why you're seeing the return value not expected. Like, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was there already.
Okay, that's what I was talking about.
Okay, great. Oh my god. That's so exciting. Sweet. So like, we work on Visual Studio and we don't know everything that's going on in there. There's so much stuff. So that's really exciting. I know talk-wise, I am excited about a talk you mentioned before we hit record on this about like forgotten tools and features in Visual Studio. I'm very excited to check that one out because
Yes.
yeah, there's so many features.
We've got a couple of devs on the team.
We actually, and that the best part is like 2 of the devs who work on Visual Studio to develop Visual Studio are giving the talk. So I think there are a lot of features which I didn't even know about it. So I think it's going to be fun.
Awesome.
And a lot of learning too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which talk is that?
It's on Thursday morning, 8 a.m. That's what I remember.
I got my cheat sheet.
It's forgotten features in Visual
morning.
Studio.
Yep. The forgotten
Oh,
features
the
of Visual
forgotten
Studio
features
you
of
need.
Visual Studio.
You need
in
in
your
all
life.
caps
Alright.
in your life. Exclamation point.
Ooh.
Thursday, August
Okay.
7th from 8 to 9:15 a.m. Don't miss it.
Yeah, I think we
Marco
covered
and
just
Andrew.
what
Okay.
was in
Yes.
17, 14.
But that's like all-time favorite kind
Yeah,
of features.
yeah.
All-time forgotten features.
Yeah, just because it's the,
Okay.
I mean, we had like a whole slide just completely filled with text to
Yep.
summarize everything that we covered, and that's just one release. And so when there's just that stacked on top of itself, right, like you end up just missing things that could really make a difference.
Yeah, like that's usually my goal whenever I do a general productivity talk. It's like, can I pull like some stuff that just doesn't get talked about enough that is still worth sharing and is still worthwhile to use because there's so much out there.
Yeah.
Yes, that is good. We do tend to focus on the newer stuff. And obviously you guys like to talk about the stuff you've worked on lately, not as much the stuff you worked on 3 or 4 years ago, but it's always good to go back and talk about the stuff that's been in there all along.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like it's easy to forget that not everyone's completely up to date on everything. Like we're in the VS.NET bubble all the time where we kind of have to stay up to date on what's new and things. But it's like when you talk to your fellow peers and people using Visual Studio outside the space, it's like, oh yeah, there's still some work to be done in like the discoverability department for some of these cool tools and just explaining what things even are just so people can take advantage of them properly.
Yeah, and we emphasize like staying up to date, like making sure that you're on the previews, trying out all the latest stuff, and we also totally recognize that not every enterprise is able to update as quickly as we might be releasing, and so yeah, we're trying to be mindful of that as well.
Totally, I think that's kind of a challenge that we have being on in the VS space. Like, how do we create features that are accessible for lots of people, including like enterprises or other groups who might be behind in some way or unable to access. Like I know with Copilot, that's sometimes a struggle, right? Like some enterprises use like their in-house tools and stuff, or they're restricted from using certain aspects of the features. So it's like, how can you make the stuff that is available to them still the best that it can be so that we're meeting everybody kind of halfway?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We got some great questions about that in the session. So if folks are interested in that topic, feel free to check that out.
Sweet. Yeah, I think I caught a couple of about how our server is going to exist for like Jira and other stuff like that. So yeah, lots of different use cases and scenarios out there. Yeah. So are there any other talks that you're looking forward to lurking in or checking out?
I think biased to say the debugger talk for sure, but I think the another talk is the profiling one. We have a whole 1 hour, more than 1 hour on that, and it's just not like a talk. I think normally if you have ever attended Nick's talks before, it's more like he will take a problem and then he will use the talk to solve the problem using the profiling tools, like optimize the code or optimize the performance or the memory. So I think that will be a great talk again, which is happening tomorrow in the morning.
I'm excited for that one too. I feel like I complain all the time about the lack of a specific profiling talk because
Yes.
the performance profiler is one of the coolest things that exists in Visual Studio that's exclusive to Visual Studio, and it does not get enough love, so it deserves its own talk. I'm excited and everything about it.
That's when you know that you've like become a VS expert, when you get really good at using the profiler. It's pretty cool.
Just like casually show off about it. I'm like, yeah, I know what that is. Yeah, it's pretty cool. What, you don't know? Let me show you. Here you go. How about you? What are you excited about?
Completely biased because I work on the GitHub Copilot team now, but we've got a great session that's got kind of a head-to-head of spec-driven development versus vibe coding approaches when you're working with agents and MCP in Visual Studio. That's the one later today. I think it's at 3 p.m.
Is that the one with Simona, Etienne, and
Yeah, Simona and Etienne are covering it today. You'll see some preview of that in the keynote, which I would also recommend not missing out on, because there's some crazy announcements that.
Oh yeah, you have
that one's called cheat sheet. That talk is called "The Next Generation of Developer Productivity with GitHub Copilot and Visual Studio." It's at 3 p.m. today, so you got the time.
There you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Mads' keynote, as you said, it's probably going to be packed with a lot of detail. It's so mysterious, even I couldn't tell you what's in it. For real, I don't know.
Yeah. That should be happening any minute now, right?
Yep.
I think so, unless
I
there's
think
like...
it started. It's 11:15.
No.
It starts at 11:15, right?
I think it's later.
Okay.
If it started and we're talking over
Oh,
Mads,
okay.
that's-
Sorry.
Yeah, I certainly hope not.
It's like,
Done
hey,
there,
come on, watching
running
us.
behind.
No, it's like, we're cool too. But yeah, it's happening soon, and I think it's going
That'd
to be
be funny,
a really
but not
important
funny.
Yeah. But yeah, we will have Mads joining us along with Brady following that talk to discuss it in more detail, whatever crazy announcements are going to happen there. So I'm excited. You know, anytime there's a talk with the future in it, it's always like, what is that?
There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of excitement.
Be there or be square. Don't miss it. And speaking of not missing it, if you can't catch that session live, or you want to go back and check out Harshada's and Jessie's talk, maybe you missed it because it was 8 a.m. It was early. Good news, it's all available on demand. It's all going to be in one big playlist on a link that I'm sure is showing up at the bottom of the screen because I don't remember it off the top of my head, but check it out there. And you're already here. We're going to be spending the entire day in the studio chatting with my fellow colleagues about talks they just gave and cool stuff, whether it's behind the scenes or what's the opposite of behind the scenes, in front of the scenes on the latest, greatest. So Harshada and Jessie, thank you so much for being on the show. Great talk as always.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And tune in because up next, we're talking about the future of Visual Studio with Mads.
possible. Actually, Mads is my partner in crime. How many of these have we done? We've traveled all over the country doing this, and it's been fun working with Mads. He really is my partner in crime. We talk about Visual Studio and how to make it better almost daily. Right, Mads? It's just it's just a blast working with him. He's getting ready to celebrate 15 years at Microsoft this November, so I think that's pretty amazing in itself. That all of the depth and history and everything that he brings in speaking to us today, and it's truly a treat to have him and see him in person. He loves selfies, by the way, so take him up on that. The other thing that a lot of people don't know about Mads is he's a championship badminton player. So right. he loves to compete in badminton, and he's fearless at it. The other thing that you may not know is he's also into home automation. And so those IoT devices and automating his house, making not just the blinds go up and down, that's pretty easy. He likes to do the really hard stuff. So if you are into home automation, that's a topic that he loves, talking about. And today he's going to be sharing the future of Visual Studio. And it's my privilege and honor to introduce Mads Kristensen today.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks for the kind words. Can I have the clicker?
Yes.
Thank you. There you go. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming here to the keynote. There's a lot of, as Jim was saying, a lot of cool events here, sessions here, so I appreciate that you're coming here, and I will do my best to deliver something very interesting to you for the next hour or so. I'm getting a little bit of help from some of my friends, and I'll invite them up all in due time. So, I'm on the Visual Studio team, and I've been here for about 15 years. And we have something new that we want to show you. But before that, let's think about what have we done since last time we saw each other, so about a year ago. We've had a fantastic year. So Visual Studio, in the new Stack Overflow survey that just came out, the Visual Studio family, so VS Code and Visual Studio, are still on the 4th year now the most popular IDEs and developer environments. It's really, really impressive when you think about how old Visual Studio is. Jim, I believe we were like 28 and a half. Is that right? Where did he go? He ran out? Okay. Well, he's getting coffee. So 28 years, right, of Visual Studio, and we remain in the top, which is absolutely phenomenal, and I'm very, very appreciative of everybody that made that happen, and of course, a lot of that was you. For the first time this year, this spring, we now reached 50 million developers using the Visual Studio family of products. So both from VS and VS Code, we've never had more users than we do now. And it's really a testament to all the energy that, of course, that we put into it, but also all the energy that you put in and tell us what direction you want the products to take, what new challenges that you're facing that you need our help with, and partnering up, we are delivering this together. And I just want to say thank you, very heartfelt. This is a fantastic thing to be able to say here 28 years later. It's quite extraordinary. So, for Visual Studio, when we think about Visual Studio, the IDE, here's kind of where our mission is. We want to drive success for our users by creating the most lovable experience for .NET and C++ developers. Lovable being the key word here. And .NET and C++ is pretty much what I'm looking at here, according to what we know from previous years. So this all resonates, I'm sure. This is the key focus of Visual Studio, and it has been for a long time. Visual Studio is the premier place for .NET and C++ development, and it will continue to be. One of the cool things about Visual Studio, I've been using Visual Studio for 25 years. So the feeling that it gave me when I first started out was this feeling empowered that whatever I could think of, whatever I could dream, these things I want to build, Visual Studio was there for me. I could rely on Visual Studio to make things real that I was dreaming of. And that had continued all through my career in different startups, different roles on engineering teams, whether I was like, junior software engineer, senior software lead later on in life, and then joining Microsoft to work on Visual Studio, which of course was a dream come true because I'd been a long time Visual Studio user at that point already. So it's that feeling of empowerment that makes me want to get up in the morning and build Visual Studio features, to work with all of you, to give you that same feeling of empowerment, inspiration, that you can do anything, that the world is open. So that's why I do what I do. And everyone on the team has a similar story or their own story of why this is so important to us. And so some of the ways we get there, and this is more true recently in the last few years than ever before, is we started paying really good attention to what you're telling us. Not that we weren't listening before, but it's a whole different level. So when we're talking about quality of life, for instance, all these little things, the paper cuts, they matter, even though it's like a paper cut here, a paper cut there. Well, when you're using Visual Studio 8 to 10 hours a day, which a lot of you are, that's like half your waking lives you're spending in Visual Studio. And so little things become big things. And that realization and that understanding is something that we are working toward with every day, to reduce the paper cuts, to add those delighters that just puts a smile on our faces. And so that's one key. The other key is we have support for all your workloads. That's the goal, right? Whether it's older, maintaining legacy code bases to like the latest and greatest technology that you want to use, Visual Studio is there. And when you start small and you want to scale it over time, Visual Studio is there every step of the way. And we want to make you as productive as we possibly can, because you can't, if you're not productive, you're not happy. Like feeling that productivity, happiness is kind of, some people define it as making progress toward a goal. And so that's extremely important that we can allow you to have that progress. You can feel that happiness, right? And brings us back to that lovable software. And we started doing a lot of this like a few years ago, where we really kind of changed how we looked on what features to build, how to prioritize. And usually when we get feedback, we ask for surveys or something like that. People always tell us, oh, we love this or we love that, and we don't like this, or can you change this? Like that's very typical. But usually we have to ask for the feedback to get it. But something started happening recently. People out of nowhere on social media, under our when we did videos or something like that, they started just coming out and be like praising some of these things that we've been doing, like understanding that hey, we're starting to fix all these paper cuts. We're starting to add these small little delighting features that maybe does nothing but put a smile on your face. And it really was something that resonated with a lot of people. So this is what we call the fundamentals. Make sure we do quality work. We actually do the things that you care about, no matter how small they are, right? The devil's in the detail, and even small things become big when you use Visual Studio for as much as a lot of you do. So those are the fundamentals. We also saw something else happening, which is, of course, AI and the explosion of that in the past few years, right? It's really been like a game changer. As you all know, you hear the word AI every day and Copilot every day. And you can see how the usage of Copilot has absolutely skyrocketed in very, very little time. And it's now over 20 million users of GitHub Copilot. A lot of those are in Visual Studio. So it's absolutely fantastic, and it's transformed the way we work and the way that we're looking at solving problems. And it's so fast, the innovation in this space is faster than anything that I can remember ever having seen in my career. It feels like if you don't keep up with the news, like next time you look at it, it's like, wow, what just happened? Right? It's like something new all the time. And Visual Studio used to have this release cadence of like every 3 to 4 months. But the problem is, the rate of innovation is faster than that. And so as of this summer, we have changed our engineering systems. We've made some changes that allow us to ship every month. That means that we can get you these features, especially the Copilot and AI features, as soon as we are ready. Instead of sitting on them until the next time we release Visual Studio, they just come the next month. Boom, boom, boom. So the rate of innovation here now flows through our release pipeline a lot faster. So we're very, very happy about that, very proud. This was actually a big engineering effort, as you might imagine. Visual Studio is one of the biggest apps in the world. And so being able to ship that now on a monthly basis is fantastic. For a lot of the other new Copilot innovations, I want to invite my friend Ria up here to show you some really cool stuff. Ria?
Thanks, Mads. You know, we've come a long way with AI over the last couple years, so let me share a little bit more about our journey. Just a few years ago, we started with IntelliCode, like the first in its time, and then we quickly evolved to Copilot completions that didn't just suggest a single line suggestion, actually multi-line. And then we've evolved it even further with next edit suggestions, more of a recent add, where it doesn't just predict the next line of code, but actually can try and predict the next edit across your editor. And that same sort of evolution has happened across our entire product, from chat to multi-file edits to agents that don't just respond to you, but work and plan with you. And throughout all of this, we've thought about how can we make AI as native as possible in Visual Studio. And that's exactly what we've done. We've focused on building it right in, making it available out of the box, free to get started with, and accessible whether you're signing in through GitHub or any other platform. And we haven't stopped there. We continue to build experiences that accelerate your end-to-end workflow while making sure that we give you the finite control that you need to be successful. Control over the models that you use, flexibility in the stack that you're bringing into Visual Studio, you're always in control. And while keeping the freedom of an extensible and secure environment in Visual Studio. And that's exactly what we've done with models. Outside of all of the models that we provide in Visual Studio natively, we're actually happy to announce that we are allowing users to bring their own API keys, which will mean that you will be able to bring your models that fit your needs better and your workflows, whether you're looking for the latest frontier of models, optimizing for your own infrastructure, or need full transparency and control over the models that you're using, you're completely in charge. So going into, my bad. And we've made it super easy to use. Right from the model picker in chat, you can now manage your models, selecting from the given providers that we've allowed and being able to drop in an API key. You can then select from a standard list of models that we provide, or you can specify your own one that you want from your provider. Once you've added your model, you actually just can access it just like any others from your model picker and get started. Now, we're starting this with OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google, and there's more to come. We're really excited about how you use these models in Visual Studio. Now, taking a little bit of a step back, when we think about AI in Visual Studio, it's not just about using AI, it's about making sure that AI works for you. And when we think about that, we really think about how the models, your context, and tools come together to give you a really unique experience that fits your environment. And we can't do that without talking about MCP, Model Context Protocol. I'm sure you've all heard a little bit about it this week, but if you haven't, think about it like this. Copilot plans your travel. Agent Mode flies the plane, and MCP provides the airport infrastructure to make sure everything can connect and so that you can get from one destination to the other very smoothly. And that's exactly what it does for your developer stack, allowing you to connect to things like Azure, GitHub, Figma, and a bunch more, all right within Visual Studio. And that's why we're also investing a lot more in MCP and going to be providing and expanding our support to the entire spec. Not just tools, but prompts and sampling and resources for all remote MCP servers. So Copilot can have the same setup you do and really provide you rich contextual responses without ever having to leave your development environment. We want to make sure that you get the power of all of this from day one. And so we're also going to focus on making sure that we ship valuable common workflows directly in box with Visual Studio, so you don't have any setup pain. With connecting your entire stack, we recognize that things that are top of mind for you are security, trust, and governance. And that's also why we've really focused hard on making sure the entire auth spec is available with MCP, making sure that auth authentication is built right in with fine-tuned controls for what connects and how it connects, supporting the entire toolchain, Key Vault, and OAuth providers. MCP is able to bring your entire development stack with your security configurations right within Visual Studio. Now, MCP is what's really going to bring agent mode from a pair programmer to an end-to-end collaborator right within Visual Studio. It's going to be able to retrieve and perform actions in and out of your IDE. And so to show you a little bit more about the value of this, I'm going to show you how I use the GitHub MCP server and agent mode together in Visual Studio. So I've created this eShop project where you can browse the product and add things to your cart. Today, I'd like to make an improvement to it. So let's head over to the tool window and find the MCP server and select the right tools. I know I have a GitHub issue assigned to me for this eShop project. I'm going to go ahead and ask Copilot to look through and find those. Now, as it's doing that, it's actually going and retrieving all of this information from the GitHub MCP server. You can see the first issue itself is actually to create like a chat search experience in eShop, and so I'm going to ask it to provide me more details. Now, what's really powerful about this is Copilot brings together the GitHub issue with rich context of my local solution, tools, and even custom instructions so that it can help me build a really valuable spec for the AI to actually go implement. Aligned with my coding standards, compatible with my solution structure, and grounded in the real requirements pulled straight from my GitHub issue. Now that I'm ready to implement, I'm going to really get the power of agent mode right here. I'm going to go ask it to implement that. Now, agent mode will immediately start gathering the right context, checking that it has everything, and walks through step by step all of the changes that it needs to make. It identifies which files to create, update, and modify. It edits multiple files across your entire solution, referencing relevant types, applying changes, all while trying to respect my architecture. And the best part is that I can review each of these files as I go to maintain trust and stay in the loop. I can even go ahead and redirect it if it's going in the wrong direction by just sending a follow-up prompt or just getting into the code myself in real time. You can see it's going step by step. And the other really great thing about this is that agent mode is actually quite iterative. It's very goal-oriented, so it'll continue to iterate and compile the project, check for things like errors, and even fix them until the build passes and the job is complete. You can see here it's built my solution. Once everything looks good, it'll even provide information like a description of what it's done. And here it's actually built out a test component. That's awesome. And it will provide you a description of what it's done and even tell you things like additional configurations it needs to make and things like that. Now, in the interest of time, I've obviously recorded this in advance and run it. So let's go ahead and just try out my application. Now, this was in a couple minutes that Copilot was actually able to do this for me. And when I open up my solution, I can see that it was actually able to build this little chat search experience a lot faster than I can. It looks like it's working. Now that the feature looks great, I'm actually going to use Copilot to close the loop. I'm going to ask it to close my GitHub issue, leave a note for my designer, and tag them to follow up. Now watch how as it pulls the history, creates some sort of meaningful draft, and always keeps me in control, giving me the option to give it permissions to do that. You'll see it actually adds a comment and then actually it asks me if I want to edit the issue to close it out. And it even gives me a summary of exactly what it's done. And here you go, it's right there. This is the magic of integrating MCP and agent mode into your workflow. It's not just pulling information from Visual Studio, it's helping you act on it across tools, across your stack, and with your standards and your team workflow, and never having to leave your IDE. And by the way, agent mode is actually generally available to you all right now, so you can actually use it. Now, when we think about agents, this is a scenario that it works for, but it works for a bunch of different workflows wherever you are in your development journey. Whether you're working on quick prototypes, you're working through an entire spec, iterating with an agent, or even wanting to fully delegate out tasks, we actually have you covered with the fleet of agents that are available in agent mode. Let's take a look at one. So I'm back at my eShop and I want to create a payment system. Now, honestly, I already have a GitHub issue, but I don't really feel like working on it myself right now. I'm going to go and delegate it to the coding agent. And you can see it's actually finding my information from GitHub and now trying to assign it to that agent. I want to delegate it out and eventually look at it and continue to iterate, but I want a starting point because I have other things I want to focus on. So here I'm going to go ahead and allow that. Now agent mode you'll notice that agent mode immediately determined I needed to invoke the coding agent. And from here, agent will assign the issue, create a draft pull request, start iterating, add commits to my PR, and run builds and perform tests until the implementation is ready to review. Now, at any point throughout this, I can actually go ahead and jump in, either by adding comments or by making changes to the code myself and making it a collaborative experience. Depending on how you want to work with it, you can completely delegate off or work with it. Today, the coding agent is available through MCP, and there's a deeper integration that's coming very soon. We're excited to see how you use it, from to hand off to the agent, to work with it in different ways. We really hope that something like this will help you speed up your end-to-end development workflow and focus on what matters. Now, that's one way we can accelerate your workflow, but we recognize that speed and productivity isn't just about writing new code. It's about removing the toil of the working on old code. And so upgrading .NET, modernizing your legacy applications, we're making that a lot easier so you can focus on what matters. With .NET Upgrade directly enhanced in agent mode, you'll be able to do upgrades really seamlessly. And as of this week, it's actually become generally available for anyone to use. So let's take a look. I'll walk through what it looks like. So I asked agent mode to upgrade my application, and it will automatically recognize that I need to invoke this .NET agent from here. I'm going to go ahead and give it permissions. I noticed that it's going to create a new thread since it's actually a major workflow, and so it wants a separate location. It then goes ahead and tries to understand my project, confirms my intent, gathers information about my upgrade-related data, and asks me follow-up questions like what framework I want to target, how I want to handle the current changes in my code, what version, and everything like that, and how to even apply these changes, whether it's through a separate branch or any other way. It'll then go ahead and analyze my solution, identify projects and test projects, and build a full upgrade plan step by step. Then once I confirm this plan, it will start executing the upgrade, showing me live progress throughout, and even validating things like my .NET 9 SDK, confirming version compatibility, and applying the upgrade, even to a point where it checks for compilability and verifies the success. You can see here that you can follow all of the upgrades that are happening step by step. All of this is to make sure you get full transparency and control as you go through this sort of process. We want it to be collaborative, but also at the same time make you more productive and speed up your end-to-end development. You can see here it even built at the end. We're really hopeful. This is just one of the many ways that actually agents are working in Visual Studio, and there's a lot more to come. We're just getting started. There's been a lot that we've done in Visual Studio that I couldn't even cover today, but and there's more on the way. From powerful AI features to new agent capabilities, we're shipping super fast and building with you in mind. Here is a list of some of the other things that we've got going on. So my recommendation is for you is to stay up to date with the latest and greatest, check out our blogs for anything new, and start exploring everything that we're delivering. We're really excited to hear your feedback, and we hope you enjoy these features. Thank you so much, and happy coding. Over back to you, Mads.
Thank you, Ria. Yeah, it really is a big transformation when we add AI into the mix, isn't it?
Thanks.
So, what's next? So, Visual Studio 2022 shipped on November 8th, 2021. So that's been quite a few moments ago. We've had a lot of great updates in between, of course, and we're keeping up to date. But it is time for us to look at the next major version of Visual Studio. And we've been working on that for a little bit. It's so new and it's so great that we have yet to name it, but we have a logo. And we just call it VNext. It's the 18th version of Visual Studio. And we're very, very excited to show you this. And by the way, first of all, I love that new logo. I must say, I think that's the best one so far. Go to the Microsoft booth, get your stickers. We got other swag with that logo. You're going to be the first ones in the world to have swag with this new logo. So make sure you visit the booth after this. We want to make sure that we have covered all the bases, whether you're using older legacy, maintaining older code, or whether you're on the latest and greatest C# 14, .NET 10, Aspire, or whatever. We cover the whole thing. Okay, that has not changed. We're still as backwards compatible as you might imagine. This is a super key thing for Visual Studio and for all of us, that we can make this a very, very seamless upgrade and support you all the way. And this is truly built with you in mind. As I was mentioning earlier, the way we have kind of transformed the way we collaborate with the users, the community, our ecosystem, partners, and so on, has been accelerated in the last few years, and that is still very true when it comes to the VNext here. If we look at the last 12 months, we have fixed 4,500 user-reported issues and implemented 290 feature requests. So we fixed, basically per workday, that's 18 issues fixed per day. And it's 1.2 feature requests implemented per day in the last 12 months. A lot of this going into VNext. So this is a huge testament to the involvement, the feedback you keep getting us. When we talk after this in the hallways, all these conversations, they all lead to these fantastic numbers and lovable software, that lovable experience that is so absolutely important. Last week, we shipped kind of an early preview to some partners, some MVPs, so our most valuable professionals. And this is what they had to say. I didn't even only take the good parts, which you might expect. No. This was like the initial reaction from actually using this new version of Visual Studio. They were absolutely, positively overwhelmed by the speed, the performance, and the beauty of the new design. So this is very, very preliminary. There's, more feedback is going to come in and all that, but so far off to a fantastic start. This is something that makes us all very, very proud on the team to get this level of feedback. We've never had that much good feedback on the Visual Studio performance numbers, let me tell you that. So very, very pleased to see this. So this is some of the stuff that we're looking at, all those little details, those little paper cuts, those little nuisances. Like the line number margin. For all these decades, why has it always been super wide when you just have like 2 or 3 digits out there? Well, we're fixing that, right? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. It's small, but it's big, okay? So these are the type of details we've been looking at. Color themes is another one. So Visual Studio now ships with 10 color themes out of the box, and they're absolutely gorgeous. So the way we're changing the way that theming works, so it's actually also much easier to create new ones. You can have a dark theme, for instance, but keep the editor light, or the other way around. So you can change that very easily for the first time, which is like absolutely phenomenal. Great for accessibility. We got new icons. We got like fantastic new fluent UI. Very excited for this. I'm very excited to see all the themes that people are going to build and ship on the marketplace. We also have new settings. So the settings are now backed by JSON, a JSON file. They are no longer a dialog. They're now built in. It's like the full page, like a document. Very easy to search through, filter. You can say, only show me the settings that I have changed that are not the default, and it will filter to those. Only show the settings that have to do with performance or accessibility or some other category. You can edit the JSON directly. And you can even store the JSON file in your repo, in your project. It can follow the solution. So you can have let's say you use the dark theme normally, but when you work on this particular project, you want that to be a green theme or cool slate or bubblegum, if that's what you want. And whenever you open that solution, that theme applies. When you close that solution, you go back to the previous color theme. Right, so all settings can now follow your repo. And it opens up for a whole lot of interesting things. So finally, we're getting new settings here. Very excited. When it comes to extensions, for the first time, we're allowing extensions that were built for the previous major version of Visual Studio to be installed on the new one, maintaining full backwards compatibility. So that means that your favorite extension can be installed into this new version of Visual Studio, whether or not the extension author had made that support in the extension. You'll just be asked, hey, this is for a previous version. Are you sure you want to install it? And you can just say yes. And so far, all the extensions I've tried, at least, they all just work. So this is fantastic. So from day one, all your extensions are going to be ready for you, making that very, very seamless experience. And you can control the auto update. So that's a big thing. Do you want it to be auto update? Do you want that extension not to auto update, but only when you manually click the update button, for instance? Do you want to turn it on or off for all of them? You get that granular control. Very nice. And Copilot, we have a much deeper integration now, deeper than we had in the past. We're able to really go in and get all the different aspects of the IDE. You have to remember that the IDE, knows about your tests and your debugging experience and all the, everything in your context inside Visual Studio. So with a deeper integration of Copilot to know more about all these different aspects of your development, we can really come up with some unique experiences that are absolutely fantastic. And to show that off, I want to invite my friend Nick up here from the diagnostics team to show you some really cool stuff that he's been working on. Nick?
Awesome. Thanks, Mads. So I'm super excited today to show you the new profiler agent that we're adding to the next version of Visual Studio. And what I want to do here is I want to actually show you it live in action. And so to try and come up with some really cool, compelling demo, I've gone ahead and I have cloned this sharp ziplib project from github.com. This is on NuGet. It's one of the top 100 most downloaded packages. So used by tons and tons of developers. It's real world code. And I want to show you how the new profiler agent can help you optimize that just like it would optimize your code and help you make those delightful experiences for your customers. So like I said, I've gone ahead and I've downloaded the project. I've brought it up in Visual Studio. And in the new Copilot chat, I can talk to our new profiler agent, knows all about performance optimization, and I can say, hey, profiler, run the Adler 32 large update benchmark and optimize the code that it calls. And immediately you see the profiler agent starts by putting together kind of its plan of attack for what it's going to do. So it says, I'm going to begin by running the benchmark to establish a performance baseline. Those of you that have done performance investigations before, you know you always want to start out by measuring. So you understand where your code is at, you make your changes, you measure again so you can see the delta. Then it's going to analyze the results to identify optimizations. It's going to go ahead and propose and implement those optimizations. And it's already taken off on the first step of this benchmark. And so you can see it's actually running that benchmark in the background, and it's capturing all of that data using the profiler. It's gone ahead and it's hooked on our profiler's iDiagnoser benchmark.net integration, so it captures that rich data, and then once the benchmark is done running, it'll save a resulting diag session, and then it can dig into that. And so like some of the agent stuff that Rhea was showing, the profiler agent knows how to really work with all of the tools that are available in Visual Studio and really help you kind of accomplish the tasks that you need. And so because it's a live demo, it's a little unpredictable. Hopefully this benchmark will stabilize soon. But it looks like it's running 180 to 200 milliseconds per iteration of the benchmark. So we'll just give it a minute or two. And now it's finishing up. You can see the whole spew of information at the end. And right now it's saving the resulting diag session, automatically opens up in Visual Studio. And much like I would begin a performance investigation using the UI, Copilot's going to start immediately going in there and pulling that information from that diag session and then start giving me some suggestions. So you can already see it says it took about 200 milliseconds to process the large data buffer. It shows nearly all the time is spent in the update method. If I switch over to the CPU usage tool, well, there's the update method in the top functions, and sure enough, most of the time is spent there. It says I will now analyze and optimize the code, and it's steering it towards that update method. Would you like me to proceed with the optimization? At this point, I could go ahead and say yes and just kind of let it go off. But I want to be in the loop, and I have that control. So I can say things like, what optimizations can we do? And now the profiler agent, again, because it can use all these rich tools, it knows the time was spent in that update method. It can then go and it can look at the code itself, and it can see what's happening. And so I can also do that in the profiler, and I can bring that up. I can see like, oh yeah, update looks expensive. There's a couple of lines where stuff is happening. Looks like this loop is pretty hot. And sure enough, Copilot agent has already said like, hey, did you know that loop unrolling can help here? It also has some other optimizations, can minimize modulo operations. I think that's already being done in this code. If we're on modern versions of .NET, we can use span, or we can even drop to unsafe code if we need to. If we're on .NET 6+, we can use SIMD vectorization. Don't think I'm going to do that in a live demo, but it would be kind of cool. And you can reduce redundant calculations. And so again, it's saying, hey, I can proceed with these. I can do these optimizations. Would you like me to continue? And so let's start with the loop on rolling optimization. And so I can have the conversation with the profiler agent. It's taking care of the toil work for me. It's worrying about actually running the different code. It's worrying about actually editing, doing the different optimizations, running, gathering the data, doing the comparisons. I can really just provide the brains in terms of like, what is the task that I want to do to try and help my customers? And so you can see it's already been reading different snippets of code. It's read the Adler 32. Hopefully it's going to do the edit. Gotta love live updates or live demos with an LLM. Okay, let's try it one more time. Let's start with the loop unrolling optimization. Oh, there we go. So it says it's starting with the main loop optimization. To optimize loop unrolling, we can process multiple bytes per iteration, 4 or 8. Reducing the loop overhead, it's gone ahead and it's read that Adler 32 function. It's gone ahead and it's made the edits for us. It's then checked and see like, hey, are there any errors in there? It's gone ahead and it's actually run a build, and now it's rerunning the benchmarks. So it's doing all those good things that you would expect in a performance optimization. It's doing some sort of measurement. It's coming up with some sort of hypothesis or an experiment to run. It's doing that experiment. It's running it again. And then it's going to actually validate that, like, hey, the changes that we're making, these are actually impactful, and this is what we should do. And you can see it's gone ahead. It's captured that trace again. And this time, the mean is 168. So the loop rolling optimization reduced the mean execution time from 200 milliseconds to 168. It just improved the performance of this code by 17%, and it took care of all the toil work for us. And again, I can continue to do more and more investigations, and I can do more experiments, but with this, Copilot can really just do all that toil work for me, and I can, again, focus in on the things that are interesting to me, and I can be the one that's running the experiment. So with that, thank you.
Thank you there. Thanks, Nick. That was amazing. That's like one of those examples where, you know, for someone like me, for instance, like it's one of those areas I've always struggled with, like figuring out exactly how to optimize performance, and then, you know, getting that help, and then have it kind of hold my hand through it, and, you know, teach me as we go along as well. That's super awesome. I've used it on some of my projects, and I'm just blown away. I think this is one of those things where we took something that was kind of not possible before for a lot of people. Like you're saying, no, that's not, you know, that's not my thing. And then all of a sudden you get that empowerment, and that's really fantastic. So with vNext, we're going to continue the monthly updates. So you're going to see every month we're going to ship a new update. So you're going to be able to reference a version of Visual Studio. You'll be able to say, hey, did you get the March update? You know, the 2027 March update, did you get that one? That's how we're going to refer to Visual Studio probably at some point. And so it's very exciting. We keep that momentum. We keep everything going fresh. It's not quite available yet, but it will be out soon. And you get to use all the stuff, the cool stuff that Nick was showing, all the stuff that Ria was showing as well. And it's coming soon. I can't wait to share it and hear what you have to say about it. So stay tuned. Read our blogs and, you know, social media and newsletters or whatever, wherever you get your Visual Studio information. We're very, very excited. And so with that, thank you all very much for coming here. Have a great conference. Thank you.
We should all start doing this.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Visual Studio Live 2020 edition.
I still hear music in my head.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it retro here. No, so this empty chair is for our special guest, aka Mads, who just finished a great keynote with, I think I saw Rhea in there and Nick Karpinski,
what's happening?
who were talking about
Hold
cool
on.
stuff. Oh, you there,
All right,
Robert?
sorry about that.
Oh,
that was me. I will confess, that was me.
Boo.
I had the live stream going on in the other window. So.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Sorry.
In trouble.
Syncing 101. It's like 2020 because it's like you're remote, we're in person, we're not entirely synced up until later on. It's great.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's Throwback Tuesday.
The studio manager's keeping their distance.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, I know, right? Good times, good times. So yeah, Mads Kristensen will be joining us. He's probably running from the conference building where the in-person version of Visual Studio Live is happening right now because he just wrapped up his keynote on the future of Visual Studio, which was pretty cool. I saw bits and pieces of it, and there's a lot of good nugget stuff that we're going to discuss. So first of all, we're joined by Brady Gaster. He's one of my colleagues working on .NET and Azure stuff. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm
Hi,
doing pretty
Brady.
good. Everything you just said is true, except for one thing. Mads doesn't run, so that's the one thing. He's
They got
probably
those, like,
strolling,
line scooters around.
He's strolling or skateboarding or
Yeah.
something. Yeah. So, how's it going? I just finished a session with my good friends Byron and Matthew Henderson from the Functions and App Service teams.
Sweet.
So I had guest stars.
Great.
Yeah.
Is that going to be online soon?
I believe it was live.
Sweet. Well, just for me, since I didn't get to catch it
I think it'll
live.
be online. I think it'll be online. They said they were going to record it. I don't know why.
I think it's in the on-demands.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be on.
Check out Beyond Demand.
We keep talking about a lot of these sessions that better be in the on-demands, or we're just sitting here lying. So
Yeah.
that's not
Yeah.
true.
We
Like all
think they're
those
gonna be
talks you could have been seeing if you weren't listening to us.
Right.
Whatever. Yeah.
So how'd your session go? Everything go?
Well, I didn't have a session. I've just been here.
You've just been here.
Yeah, I've been locked away in the studio.
You're the host. You're the host with the most. That's
I'm
good.
talking with the cooler people like yourself who actually had to put in work, for a session and stuff
Yeah, it was
instead of
fun.
me
It was good. It was good.
saying whatever comes from my heart.
That's cool. That's cool.
So how did your talk go?
I think it went pretty well. We basically covered the whole concept of building, apps with Azure inside of Visual Studio. And I like to, I was a contractor for a really long time before I came to Microsoft. So I was what they call an industry hire. So I was a person who worked in the industry, did projects. I was a customer of our products before I was, a PM of our products. And it's interesting to create a session for the VSLive audience. The VSLive audience, all the one, nothing against any of the other audiences, you're all fantastic. But it seems like the VSLive audience is rife with people who are in the trenches. They're doing day to day, really, really difficult development work. They're in longer term engagements, that kind of thing. So it's fun to be around them because they're at all different areas of what I showed today. So today I showed, you start off with, you just got a web project and you want to right-click publish it, even though your friends shouldn't let you do that, Damien. Damien Brady.
Name dropping.
Yeah, you got to drop it. You can right-click deploy, not to production, directly from within VS, but then we also enable you to turn on CI/CD with GitHub Actions. So we're able to walk through all that. And it was funny because I told everybody, I said, you might see as I walk from web app to web app with storage to web app with storage and functions to Aspire and on, tell me where you are in this journey. And 3 or 4 people were like, that's where we are, that's where we are. So it's cool to give I like to call it an IRL presentation, not all the new features, but this is probably where you're working and where you're heading. It was a great time, great presentation.
I agree.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I agree about what you said about this audience. I think this audience is fun as somebody who works in this space because they may not be the most up to date, but as you said, they're in the trenches, so they have a willingness to learn how to get out of the trenches a little bit quicker.
Right. Exactly.
And and as PMs, it's fun to be able to be oh, here are all these cool, exciting features, both old and new.
It is fun.
That are worth your time.
Yeah, it's fun. And the energy level is exciting. We got to the Aspire part. Pardon me. We got to the Aspire part of the seminar, and some gentleman was like, "Well, what if you want to do this way?" I was like, "Hold that thought. That's the next demo." And then we go on to the next demo. But it was exciting to see, and I think it connected folks because the people can see our .NET and Azure thing is kind of taking a pivot. This Aspire thing is all new; it's changing everything. So to see how they could, put Aspire on top of what they already have and kind of ease into it, I think is valuable. Whenever we release something like Aspire, it's well, do I have to use every single part of it? If I use Aspire, does that mean I can't use this or I can't use that? No, you just pick the parts you want and ease in as you go. So it was cool to kind of bring them up to speed on that. And then Byron showed some of the exciting new AI things they've got with web jobs and app service. And Matthew showed Functions has this new way of enabling you to build MCP servers. And this is weird. I don't know what you call it because Functions is serverless. So what do you call a serverless MCP server?
Oh gosh.
What do we call that? So that was fun
Love
to kind
our
of see how
terminology.
he's doing that. Yeah. So I know that's an area that's special to you. We were
It
talking about
is.
MCP earlier.
Yeah, actually, since you mentioned CI/CD, I feel like I need to pick your brain after this about what that deployment story might look like for MCP servers.
Well,
in your
it's
head.
different. Like we talked about, if it's Kestrel hosted, it's just a web app.
Yeah.
Or a container app. Yeah, but then you have this HTTP streaming thing. I don't know how it's
I
going to
know,
work with
it's
the
changing
proxy.
every other day.
Yeah, it is.
It's SSE is so last week.
So did that change in the protocol last week?
I don't know. It was very recent though. It's still listed in some of Anthropic's documentation. You can still use it, but I feel like it's being sunset right now.
Okay.
It's not officially there yet, it's on its way out.
Okay, so you didn't hear it here.
Yeah.
This is not our announcement. We're just learning how to build MCP servers, and that means reading a lot of news and keeping up a lot.
You really do have to keep up. It's crazy, and AI space in general,
It
it's
really
changing every hour.
Yeah. What about you, Robert? What are you working on?
I'm still doing a fair amount of MAUI stuff. cool. And I'm also, I have a bunch of apps that I'd written years ago. I will admit, I have a web API that needs to be rewritten, but I lost the source code. Don't judge me. No, actually judge me. I lost the source code. So I think I'll use Copilot to rewrite it for me. And that'll give me the opportunity to add some functionality to it. So I'm really, I think my next research project is to focus on how I can get Copilot, really get good at Copilot and take advantage of all the latest features, and not just writing individual lines of code, but how do you use it to basically start from, kind of scratch? Well, I know what the web API does. I know what it needs to do. I have the front ends that call it. So let's say I wanted to, it's also old. So let's say I wanted to rewrite it in modern techniques. How much can Copilot help me do that? I suspect the answer is amazingly a large amount, but that's kind of my next project, is to really get good at taking advantage of it. I have the account, I do use it, but how can I get it to do my work for me? Which, on the one hand, that's weird because we always pride ourselves on how much code we know, but at the same time, productivity is important too. So I think that's my next project.
That's cool. I had a use case for it the other day that I felt really summarized part of the pain that it takes out of my day to day. So the presentation that we gave today, like I talked about, it was a story.
Yeah.
So I'm watching the clock. We have a lot of time to fill, so you're in for it.
Yep.
I'm going to be stand-up guy for the next hour.
Story.
It's gonna be great, yeah. So I have branch one, or I've got branches phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, all the way through phase 7. We had a lot of demos. You know me.
Yeah.
So what I did was I was like, well, I want to write a README, but oh my God, I've got 7 branches. I've got to copy that stupid.
Yeah.
So the first thing I did was, okay, well the README is going to be complicated as heck because the phase 1 literally doesn't have anything in it but the README. Phase, the phase, or the main branch just has the README. Phase 1 dash whatever the step is has a web app. Phase 2 has a web app and storage. Phase 3 has web app storage and function. On and on and on. So I'm like, this like first world problem. I'm going to have to clone all 7 branches.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to drag that file into 7 different folders. Oh my God, how am I going to do this? Like, it was painful to think about how boring that work was going to be. So I just said, Copilot, do me a favor. I want you to take this README file and I want you to make sure it's in all 7 branches.
Yeah.
And it did it.
Nice.
And I was done.
That's so good. Yeah.
And it just did it.
Yep.
It was fantastic.
I like stuff like that. Yeah, stuff that removes the tediousness and just I really don't want to do this right now kind of feeling.
It was cool. It was like I just said, do this thing. Oh, and by the way, could you write a script in case I change this README file so that I can just run the script? And it did that for me too. But see, the best part was I didn't even tell you the best part. I didn't even write the README.
Nice.
That was the best part. So I built all 7 branches, and that was enough work. So I basically had this prompt in Copilot, and I said, look, so what I've done, and I explained, I don't want to do it again, you've already heard it. So I explained the scenario to Copilot, and I said, look, I'm lazy. I really don't want to write this README, but I want this README to call out, like, not diff level, but like, not only do I want you to iterate over all the features that phase 1 shows, and then phase 2 shows, and then phase 3 shows, I want you to look at the code and write a README file that documents everything in it, all the branches, and I want you to write a demo script. Because I want to be able to give this demo script to an executive and have them be able to do it. And it goes, okay, and it looks at the differences in the branches and wrote a demo script. Right-click connected services, do this, do that. I was like, oh my goodness.
That's so good.
That is amazing.
That is cool.
That's amazing. So is that work that I could have done? Yeah, but like, does my boss
want to do that work?
Yeah, does my boss want to pay me 7 hours to go off and do this menial work, or 7 minutes to use the AI and do it?
That would have been so handy for me. A couple years ago, myself and I think a lot of other colleagues, we all did like multi-part videos on YouTube about how to do like C# for beginners, or in my case, I was doing C# dev kit for beginners and a bunch of other stuff. There's an Aspire one and stuff. And for me, that's how I structured my talk, because I was going step by step and building an app while using C# dev kit. So I had like 8 different branches, and I was going back and forth between all of them, making sure all the instructions were set up in a way where people could follow along if they're watching the videos or do it themselves after the fact.
That's cool.
Yeah, but what was not cool was having to do all that manually.
Oh no,
because I did not have Copilot at the time.
That's terrible. Oh, there's so many of those things that it's like, oh, I used to spend like doing this. Well, I also got it. I asked it one thing. I said, okay, now that I've got all the branches right, I did this dumb thing where instead of going back to main and cloning out each time and like actually moving the sample forward, for some stupid reason I cloned, and then I would fork from that branch. So each change was like one file, even though it was like a bunch of files, because it's seen the Git progression. So I asked it. I said, so okay, this is a big ask. Can you rebase the whole repo? Can you flatten all the history, keep all the branches, and then set me up with pull requests so that it looks like a progression? And that's the first time Copilot was like, you know, I could do that, but there's some things along the way that if I do it wrong, like you might lose that branch. So you know what you do in that case?
What do you do?
Instead of having Copilot just go do it, you tell Copilot to write you a spec. Write down for me all the steps you're going to do. And then you can read it, and then you can basically feed that back in as a prompt and say, okay, now go do the thing.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
Cool.
I like kind of doing that in real time too, where when I ask Copilot to do a task I think is going to be pretty meaty, I'm like, break it down step by step. In my prompt, I'm like, break it down step by step. Don't proceed until I say continue or something like that, just so I can see what it's about to do before it's just like, I did all this stuff for you, and some of it might not work, or some of it may not make sense with what you're trying to do.
Some of it can get a little squirrely.
So,
that is some of it.
There's an art to prompting, as we've said so many times, I think, when talking about.
There really is. There really is an art to prompting.
Actually, I saw a comment in the chat. I don't know how long ago this was, because I don't have timestamps on YouTube for whatever reason, but it's asking like, is there going to be demos somewhere in this conference about how to use like agent instructions and stored prompts in general? I'm like, that's such a great question. I feel like it's going to be talked about across multiple talks, but I don't know about in detail, although I feel like there's an opportunity for that in the future.
I have the code on my machine. I can show it to you right now.
Oh no!
That's the invitation that I got earlier today that I was stressing about.
That was it.
That's it.
There we go.
That's the one.
You could have practiced it here live in front of hundreds of people to scrutinize.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang. But yeah, that's a cool sound. It sounds like there's going to be cool stuff to come in that space. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah, another colleague is actually working on it right now. I think what you'll find when you really dive headlong into the AI space, quoting one of my old favorite rap bands, Diggable Planets. We're all babies here. This is all brand new. Like it's not abnormal for you to be like, wait, I don't get this.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay. It's totally okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of it either. Sometimes you're like, wait, why does that work? And you have to go talk to people who are a couple days ahead of you. But what you'll find is people have a lot of opinions about how we use AI. And then the next question when people come at you and those opinions are extremely, let's go with firm and well-founded, give them a challenge. Hey, go do this with the AI. What you'll find is a lot of those opinions are probably rooted in them not having used it yet.
Yeah,
So-
and we talk about other people, but it's like, I've been there too. There are tons of times where I'm like, I'm really frustrated with this and it doesn't work the way it should. And sometimes because it's updating all the time, it's sometimes just a case of try it again. And I know it's annoying sometimes to have to try something that you've already tried again back when it didn't work, but like, seriously, try it again. Gosh, it's changing every couple of days.
It really is. And if it's not doing something that you think it should be doing, the first thing this was one that I kept hearing from people, change the model. I was like, but I've got this 2-day conversation.
Yeah.
I don't want to just bail on the models. The model's been nice to me. I don't want to just bail on the model. You change that menu to a different model, all of a sudden the answers just change. They just change. And like not dramatically said that one was wrong and this one's right, but you can really
Just
start
different
to different context,
Yeah.
and it really does kind of help. I learned a lot in my agent building around things like what their output response limit is.
Yeah.
You know, like if you hit that, you're done. You're not going to get anything else.
Like for me, so I sometimes, when I'm doing the vibe coding thing, I swap back and forth between VS and VS Code because there are certain parts of VS's Copilot I think that go better, but usually when it comes down to like debugging and going through that loop of trying to fix something, I tend to move over to VS Code because that Copilot seems to do that better. The flow is just a little bit smoother for me. And it's like, you know, your mileage may vary, do whatever you want, but something I really wish would exist because I am swapping back and forth between the two IDEs is having that being able to carry that context back with me, because when I swap back to VS or swap back to VS Code, I have to re-explain, here's what I'm trying to do, here's this other content that I'm trying to pull from my memory or copy paste a previous prompt that I might have used. And I feel like I'm having to start from scratch every time I create a new chat or even go back and forth between the two.
There is some of that. You can solve some of that with, what are they called, instructions files or prompts files.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a
a
great
wild
person
Mads
in our
Kristensen
midst.
has entered the building.
Look who's here.
Hello.
Yep. We really need sitcom style clapping, like whenever a new person enters through the screen. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Allison. Ooh.
Laugh tracks
Came
too.
with gifts.
Yeah,
Get
It
little,
came with gifts.
Nice.
VS icon decals. I love this.
Yeah, it's a new sticker.
Where am I putting it?
Cute. I'm gonna have to
the
put
new-
this. Like, look how boring my laptop looks right now. Like,
It's the new logo.
I'm out of room.
I like it. I'm gonna make it work. So how are you doing, Mads?
I'm doing well, thank you.
We were told that you didn't run here, so I'm sure you got here somehow.
Yeah, I was walking.
Oh.
I can't lie. I wasn't actually running, but I finished the keynote and answered a bunch of questions, met a lot of people. It was great, and then I just walked straight here.
Great. And you're done. Do you have anything else after this?
Oh man, there's a whole bunch of stuff. There's the welcome reception tonight. Tomorrow there's the lunch roundtable discussions where we're going to sit there and have lunch and take questions from the audience and stuff. And then we have another, meet the team on Thursday evening. And so I'm here for the whole thing.
Awesome.
Yes.
The whole shebang. So speaking of the shebang, lots of big announcements happening in your keynote, including whispers of a new version. Sure. Judging by the icon, seems...
Yeah, what was the vibe in the room, Mads? What were the attendees like when you showed all those things?
Yeah, they were. I think they were very happy to see that we're showing off some of the new features of the next major version of Visual Studio, which we teased a little bit earlier this year. We said, hey, stay tuned for an announcement of the next major version of Visual Studio. So this is kind of the announcement, but the ability to download this new version is coming soon. So we're not ready to share it, and we'll have more announcement. We'll have more stuff to show by then. And so this was kind of like an early preview, an early thing, and it's very exciting. People are really happy to see it.
Awesome.
It's good.
Yeah.
Sweet. So of all the things that were talked about in your keynote, what was the biggest highlight for you outside of new version coming soon?
I think there were several. There's one thing that's kind of a theme that just gets better and better over time, and I think it's the way.
You're not going to say pastes, Jason. You're not going to say pastes.
Paste Jason's classes?
Yeah.
That we introduced that in Visual Studio 2013.
That was always your favorite feature.
It was, yeah. But it's not so much a feature that I'm like super excited about. I think it's the ongoing collaboration that we've really turned up to 11 in the last few years, with the community and with the users to basically help reduce paper cuts, add these little delighters, work with all the feature requests that people have had over the years. That for a long time they were just kind of sitting in our system and we didn't do anything about it. And that changed like 2-3 years ago, and we really started taking all this stuff very, very seriously. And I think when we look at the new version, that is just even more so, right? So we keep collaborating at a higher and higher rate with the users, and I think Visual Studio becomes better because of it. And we can also tell the popularity of Visual Studio is also growing. We have more installs of Visual Studio now than we've ever had before, so we see a growth. And I believe a lot of it is coming out of that close collaboration, and I'm super excited for it.
Cool. I mean, we just reached 50 million users, right, between VS and VS Code.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And GitHub Copilot, 20 million users.
Jeez, yeah. It's only been a couple of years on that one too. Like it's wild.
It's big.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm excited to see definitely the new version. I mean, talking about getting those community requests and more frequently, we were just talking with Harshada and Jessie, who mentioned the new monthly release, feature release schedule, which I think is great. That's so exciting.
That's really cool. And so we started that this summer. June was the first time we had a monthly release, and so we had July, and August is coming in August. Not quite yet, but it's kind of coming soon. And so having that rapid, it's early. It's early August
already. Yikes.
25 more days.
You know, people often they would say stuff like, "Hey, why is this Copilot feature or this AI feature coming to VS Code first, and then it takes a long time for it to come in Visual Studio?" And you know, largely most of that was because Visual Studio shipped on a 3 to 4 month cadence, and so we might be sitting on a feature for a while before we were able to ship it. And so with these monthlies, it's a very different story, and we're going to continue that. That's the new normal. Yay!
Yeah, I've got one of those features I'm sitting on, and I can't wait to show.
Oh man. Yeah.
I talked about it in my session today, so I can talk about it here.
Did you Did you demo?
I couldn't demo it because you never answered my Teams message asking permission to demo it, so I didn't demo it because I figured that was
my fault.
No, it's not your fault, but I figured that was your way of not getting involved.
Oh, I think I missed it. I would have said yes.
Brady coming in with the drama. We got name drops.
But he actually sends an email. Do this. Don't do this. Do this. Don't say this. Say this. And I read the email. I immediately asked him a question, and then I was like, oh wait, there was a doc in his email. Shoot. So I went and read the doc and answered all the questions. I was like, he's never going to answer me again.
Oh no.
He's never going to answer me.
Oh no! Now you make me feel so bad.
So I'm excited to announce that in that version, we are going to add a really wonderful feature that a lot of people who don't use GitHub Actions workflows have been asking for, because those people use Azure DevOps pipelines. So you heard it here first. We're going to be adding Azure DevOps pipelines generation to the right-click publish experience for app services and other PaaS offerings soon.
That's amazing.
It's going to be cool. We've heard this asked a
Cue the
lot.
applause.
I've wanted to do it for a while, so we got it in there. So
do you have one of those applause boxes?
We were just talking about it.
Yeah. Thank you, Allison. One of our awesome producers.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was cool. And I was excited in the last session. We were talking about how like our VSLive audience is just they're working hard. Like they're the folks in the offices building the applications, doing the consulting, doing the enterprise work. And I asked them all, I said, how many of you do like GitHub Actions? You know, work with like one or two hands went up. One guy was like, I do it in my open source work, you know. So what about Azure DevOps? All the hands go up.
Yeah.
I'm like, guess what? You'll be able to do this. It was a really good feeling.
Yeah.
It was a good feeling. So that was cool.
Nice.
It was good.
Yep.
So what is the state of the GitHub Actions tooling in Visual Studio, and what's the state of that with Copilot?
That's a really great question. Thank you for asking that question. The team of devs that I work with, Haley, VJ, and all those guys, they do all of that work themselves. So we are currently in the process. If you go through the right-click publish experience, there's a wizard, you know, and the last step of that wizard is, do you want to do CI/CD? If you click yes, then you get your YAML generated, because who wants to write that by hand, right? It's YAML. So we generate your YAML for you, and then you can push it up to GitHub and you can party on it. Now, Robert's question is like, how does that transition into kind of our, you know, AI world? You know, we've heard Amanda talk about a lot. You know, one of our goals is to have AI-driven, you know, automation. You know, AI-driven CI/CD. That's one thing the team is actually working on right now. They're looking at the GitHub MCP server and the ASDO, the Azure DevOps MCP server, to figure out the delta between give it a prompt saying, please write a pipeline to deploy all of this, what you get on disk, and then what we actually want that to be. And then we'll probably write some other tools to kind of glue in the work. Today, the way those two experiences will work, they will work on that right-click publish wizard. We haven't integrated it yet with the AI, but we are starting that work now. We'd like to have that work in time for the release Mads is talking about. I don't know if we'll get there, but if we don't, that'll be the next thing we do.
Yeah, so it's coming soon-ish.
It's coming very soon.
We don't know exactly the release vehicle, but
yes. Very soon-ish.
That's fantastic.
I would imagine, the next time, next time you want to go to another big conference, you'll probably have it in your hands. So that's
Nice.
what I'm hoping
Cool.
for. Yeah.
Exciting.
So we can see a demo.
Yep.
Not right now. I can't say that.
No, but the next big conference.
The next big conference.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Okay.
I'll have you do it. That'll be good.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
You could use Azure DevOps to deploy Game the Time.
Oh, I should rewrite that whole thing.
You should.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. So it's just a little game for your phone.
That's a good game.
Didn't I rename it? I bought a domain something. Oh, was it the time.game or something?
I thought it was Game the Time. I've got it right.
I
here.
forget. Yeah, but I had to. I shut down the domain and then I bought it again years later. But
Now's not a special time.
no, yeah.
It's just 12:44.
Oh, I need to get that.
Yeah,
But it's played this game.
It's written in like old HTML kind of stuff, and it needs to take advantage of some of the new
cool.
browser platform stuff. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
for another time. Yeah.
But yeah, that is a cool new feature announcement. Earlier, Robert, you said your favorite feature of all time in Visual Studio is just right-click publish. So it's still alive and well.
Right-click
as you
publish
can
to
see.
Azure.
Yep. To Azure specifically, but the rest of the components are still there for.
Yep.
They're still there.
Yep.
They're definitely there.
So that's really cool. Yeah. So what other highlights you got in the future?
I think the future is bright, and there's so many. I don't even know where to start because, first of all, just having a new major version of Visual Studio, I think, just is baseline exciting.
It's exciting.
Because it's been a while.
Sure.
Like we've been around. Visual Studio 2022 has been around for 4 years now.
Yeah.
So it's just that, and having like something that's fresh is fantastic. But
Speaking of fresh, I do want to give a shout out just to like the UX in it.
Oh,
yeah.
Yo, it's just so nice and clean.
Our designers really got involved.
Yeah.
It's really
Like
good.
it may
that they
not
did
seem
that.
like much, but there's a lot of work and thought that goes into just what do buttons look like, or what do certain screens
everything.
look like. The rounded
Everything
edges.
has been
chat window look like.
scrutinized.
Oh, yeah.
The new icons
Yeah.
are phenomenal.
They're fantastic.
They look
Yeah.
so good.
It's really good.
So I actually showed a slide at the keynote where I just summarized some of the feedback we got because we shared this new version with the MVPs last week. So we have some initial feedback that we got back. Of course, some of it is like, oh, bugs or whatever, and that's to be expected with a pre-release or a pre-preview, So that's fine. But the overall sentiment was absolutely phenomenal. There was two things that they called out. One was the new UI. It just looks so beautiful. It looks modern. And it matters because you sit in Visual Studio for 8 to 10 hours a day. So having a nice modern place to hang out.
Yeah. 8 to 10.
I complain about that all the time as a gamer, as one of my hobbies. It's like a game that I play a lot of RPGs, so you're gonna spend a lot of time in menus optimizing. And I'm like, if you're not putting time and thought and care into the design of your menu, where I'm gonna be spending hours, like, you're doing it wrong. You're gonna spend a lot of time there. Make me
matters.
something that I'm gonna appreciate or at least be cool with if I gotta stare at a bunch of words on a screen for a long amount of time,
So that was number one. And then probably that was number two. Number one was the performance.
Ooh, yeah.
Great.
They put so much work into, Ashok and David Keane and others, so much work into optimizing performance, like to a degree we've never seen before.
Yeah.
And so Visual Studio starts up so fast. You load your even huge solutions load so fast. And we didn't say anything. We didn't say anything. Oh, pay attention to the performance or anything. This is just what they experienced using it. Like they were like, whoa, the performance is fantastic. So, and we're not done, right? There's still more to do, but it's a fantastic first reaction from the people that have tried it so far.
It's really good.
That is so exciting.
Yes, very exciting.
Yeah, and then of course there were some other nuggets I saw in your talk, like, oh my goodness, the profiler agent is so cool. I was so excited when that was
cool.
Yeah, when that internal email went out, because spoilers, we got to play with it a little early. I was like,
we have to break it.
Yeah, we have to break it first so that y'all can have a better experience.
Exactly.
But just so cool as someone who feels like the performance profiler and all the profiling functionality in VS, I don't feel like it always gets enough love. Just having an agent.
So just a caveat, you used to be the PM of the diagnostics team.
Yeah.
That owned the profile.
I can buy it.
I forgot about that.
I totally agree though.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier, I was like really excited it's getting its own talk. So if you found that agent cool and you want to learn even more about it, you should check out Nick Karpinski's talk that he's got later, I think tomorrow.
Yeah, he's going to go in deep in some of that profiling stuff. So when we doubled down on the profiler a few years ago, and you know, it's funny, they turned the profiler on itself.
Mm-hmm.
So can we make the profiler faster in Visual Studio to make it a better user experience? And so they used the profiler to profile the profiler.
It's pretty meta.
So meta.
Pretty meta, yeah. And but it was like the amount of performance gains that came out of that was staggering. It was to the point where, you know, a lot of people used the profiler as an afterthought.
Mm-hmm.
You would run the profiler after you were done if you remember to do it.
Right.
Most people actually don't. We know that most people don't use the profiler, which is very sad.
Yep.
But it used to take a long time to record everything and then analyze the results and give you recommendations or tell you where your hot paths were and, you know, all that type of stuff in your code base.
But even if you do that, if you run the profiler and you see that 90% of the time is being spent here, then you're like, yeah, and what do I do about that? What can I do about that? The agent came up with suggestions like loop unrolling. That's a term that I've never heard of before. Oh, let's try that. And Nick tried one thing and got a giant performance improvement, which now tells you should go back and run the profiler over and over and over again because you have this helper who will give you advice and suggestions that you wouldn't necessarily have come up with on your own. So that's amazingly cool.
Yeah, it is absolutely cool. And it's, if you saw his demo, you'd see how fast that profiling session was.
Mm-hmm.
And so that all came from all that performance work that went into it over the last some years. Turning the profiler on the profiler. And so it made it so you could actually do the profiling as part of your inner loop.
Oh, wow, cool.
Right? And so that was the big change, I feel like, that happened to the profiler just a few years ago. That made it something, okay, we should all just do this as part of building any feature that we do.
Yeah.
And that was simply not possible before, realistically.
Yeah.
And now with the agent, like, yeah, it has to be fast because it has to be this kind of fluent motion where you kind of just interact with the agent. And
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that demo.
Oh man,
It's
you should
cool.
see it. You know what he did? He took a NuGet package that exists out there. It's one of the top 100. It's on the top 100.
It's like benchmark something?
No, it's the
Or
zip.
what?
It's a zip lib thing.
Oh, okay.
And he profiled it. He benchmarked it, and then the Copilot came up with some suggestions to what he could do. It figured out where the hot paths were, saying, hey, if you do this and this and this, it's going to be faster. And so he let it do one of them because it was on stage. So he just did one. And he got a 17% performance benefit out of that. And he did it live on stage. It took less than 10 minutes end to end. But the cool thing is he's going to send that pull request back to that package. So everyone will get that benefit.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So good.
That's really
So
great.
I think for every time we do this demo, we should do a new NuGet package out there and
agree.
send the pull request
Call
back,
that.
and the whole community will benefit.
That's pretty cool. That's a good idea. That's
That
a
would
good
be
idea.
so much fun, yeah. Because between that and just even the auto Copilot insights that were introduced a little bit before the profiling agent, like that was a game changer too, I think, because like, yeah, the profiler gives you a lot of great information that you can sink your teeth into if you need to, but you still have to do all that manual work yourself, usually in the past. But then once you get insights from Copilot that can like summarize all of that and give you suggestions on how to actually improve it going forward, that's such a game changer. I think.
The insights were great for like if you didn't really know what to do next after you say, oh, you have a hot path here on this while loop.
Right. It's
You're
like,
like,
what
okay,
about it? What's wrong with it?
Well, what should I do?
Yeah.
Yeah. What? I don't. Yeah.
Yield? What?
Yeah. Exactly. So I feel like that's the power of.
I use bubble sort. So what?
But it's the power of, I feel like, that deep integration that we're seeing with Copilot now, where we go even deeper into the core features of Visual Studio. So we get all that context. It's now aware of so many more things, like whether it's unit testing or any of that jazz. And so we can get that in, and Copilot understands it, and it can reason about it. And so something that was scary or impossible to do before, we can now do that because of Copilot. And then we learn as developers. We learn, oh yeah, that's cool. Now I know that what loop unrolling is, Robert, right? So I had never heard of that either. I kind of, when I hear it, I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of know what that is, but I didn't know it had a name.
I didn't know.
So we learn, we get
Yeah.
better.
Cool.
So we become better developers
there you go.
by actually using Copilot, which is great.
And speaking of agents, there was also the .NET. Oh, I forget the full name for it. Migration assistant,
The upgrade
basically.
assistant,
Upgrade.
or-
Yeah, what are we calling it now?
yeah.
It's gone through so many names. I feel like the
The
upgrade
.NET
assistant.
upgrade agent, you called it.
Yeah, I think that is such a time saver for so many people. I feel like I've been in so many conversations with people from enterprise to even just like working on a personal project where they talk about how difficult it is to update what is in a lot of cases can be a really large, complicated solution and stuff to the latest, greatest. And like as members of the VS and .NET teams, one of the challenges is like, how do we get people to adopt the latest .NET and the latest features and stuff more? In a lot of cases, the blocker is just not because they don't want to, but because it's like, but all the time it takes to go through every ounce of this code and make sure it's actually going to be compatible is such a challenge. So having an agent that can walk through that process.
Yeah,
it's a good thing.
And explain it to you along the way too.
Yeah.
It's a good thing. I mean, one thing that people, we talk a lot about, I'm going to be a little philosophical, I apologize, I'm old so I can do that. One of the things people talk a lot about is this concept of, are you doing brownfield, or are you doing greenfield? Okay. If you start with, hey, Copilot, help me with this thing, guess what? You're brownfield. So it really, really helps to have these tools like Profiler and to have Copilot to be like, okay, this code you wrote is really slow. Could you help me fix it? It's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. And then it uses the Copilot, the Profiler makes it better. That's one thing that I've been thinking a lot about is, as people do the vibe coding thing, how much of their code do they actually grok? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Copilot will
you
actually
forget
help
it.
you with that. You know what I mean? So
You forget your own code over time.
Yeah. Do you remember why you did that thing in Miniblog?
Of course not.
Why'd you write that at 2 a.m.?
I had one. So I run this website called schemastore.org.
Oh, it's a great
So it
site.
does like JSON schemas and serve that to all the different editors and IDs out there. And it does like 2 terabytes of data a day. Like that's how many downloads I get from those schemas. So I had this thing where, okay, I need to consolidate on subdomains. I was using, different subdomains and stuff. I'm like, no, I have to do a certain thing so I can host it on GitHub Pages. Because you can imagine like hosting something like that is like
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but it's been sitting on my plate for a while, and I was kind of scared to start that work because there's so many different, it's not just a rename, like, Control H to rename. It's like, there's so many aspects that might be affected by this, and I don't know. In my brain, I don't hold that information.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of just scared of it. And then I just told the agent, hey, can you tackle this? And so I wrote an issue on GitHub and explained what I wanted it to do, and it did it.
That's cool.
The first time it didn't do what I wanted. So I just wrote back, said, oh, I don't need you to do that part. And so it just corrected it and did updated the PR.
Yeah.
And that was it.
That's cool.
And so now it's deployed. It's been deployed for a while,
That's
and
good.
that was something I would have really been afraid of.
No, yeah. You talk about the cadence, the monthly cadence a little bit. I'm excited about that because, like, we have we do a lot of stuff with .NET Aspire and VS, and one of the things that they're doing is they just shipped 9.4, like a couple days ago. Tooling always has to catch up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the other day, you mentioned your schema store site, and I thought about this. In Aspire, we have this thing called the Aspire Manifest that kind of summarizes your entire topology. Well, there's a feature in this VS that we're going to be shipping, and I was trying it yesterday, and there was a window, like a portion of the screen that would just go away, just vanish. The contents of it would just vanish. And I was like, what is going on? So I figured out that it was one of the API calls in the Aspire plumbing, not blaming you guys. Okay, I'm blaming you guys. It was one of the
wearing
calls.
the Aspire
exactly.
shirt.
Exactly, as wearing the Aspire. You make a change to your topology, and all of a sudden the node that represents the project in the manifest goes from a 0 to a 1. At that point, our code goes, well, we were piggybacking on 0, so we were being very version specific. So we figured out that, oh great, well it's good that we're shipping fast now because we can catch up with that, so we can fix that. But we don't have to wait a year, 6 months, whatever. It'll be like a month when we get it out there.
But actually, so whenever we ran into issues, we had service releases in Visual Studio.
Yeah.
And so that's why you sometimes you see an update.
Faster.
You see like every week.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So at any given week of the year, Visual Studio, we ship about 3 to 4 times.
Wow, okay.
People are not, they don't realize that the world's biggest app
Right.
can ship with the speed of the internet, which is absolutely
That's cool. That's a good thing.
it's ridiculous to think about how
Yeah.
how that all works. We have whole teams that does nothing but release management and the infrastructure around all that, and it's like it's mind-boggling.
It is.
But but there's a difference between shipping, let's say, a bug fix, that's small, fast to download, to install, and then do a feature release, right?
Yeah.
And that has to go through preview phases and all that type of stuff. So it's kind of a different beast, but we're ready to go and
We're gonna try it.
Yeah. Oh, we're doing it.
We've already been doing it. The first one was back in June.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We need to be moving faster than the tech.
Yep.
So the current release is 17.14.10. Actually, there's now 17.14.11 that's available. I'm on 10. 11 just became available. So is 14.11 a monthly release, or is that something in between? How do I know, looking at numbers, which is which?
So just by looking at the number, you wouldn't. Just like
Okay.
So yeah. So we announce it. There's a release note. You're gonna see, the What's New page where we show what new features are available. That only shows up after a download, after you install Visual Studio that has updates in the features.
Okay.
So the way you see it is the first time after an update, whether or not that What's New page shows automatically.
Yeah.
If it does, then you say, oh, there's these 3 features added. Excellent, thank you.
Got it.
Right. So that's kind of how we reason about that, because it's technically speaking, those service releases, it uses that same numbering. So it's another service release from a release management perspective, but from a user feature perspective, it's quite different. And so that's what we see in that What's New page showing up.
Yep.
And that's now going to happen monthly, right?
Yep.
Yay.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
I mean, Mads automated almost that entire process with AI.
Pretty
too.
much.
It's been incredible.
It's so great.
Yeah,
Yeah. Fun fact for those who don't know how the What's New page works and the release notes even, we have to pour in our content somehow. So Mads has gone ahead and automated a lot of that process so that he doesn't have to do all the publishing work himself. And we, as the people who have to put in the content for the things that we're working on, I mean, we can either, you can write it however you want, whether by yourself or with Copilot or something, and then just drop it in a communal markdown that basically
automating myself away.
It used to be that you had to go to a repo and create a new branch for yourself, and that was so annoying. So now it's super easy. So if you see more content and What's New, it's partially because yes, we're introducing new features, but also it's so much easier to talk about. To just quickly.
I'm glad you guys like that.
It's really good.
Love
it's
it.
Really good.
Oh, okay, awesome.
It's really good
That's good to hear.
Yeah, when I noticed what it was doing, because I think I might have missed your initial email talking about all the automation improvements you might have made. So when I went in to update What's New later, I was like, look at all this stuff. Like, what?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
That's it. I don't have to do anything.
My only problem with it, and no offense to the product, it's a great product. I am a terrible user of OneDrive. You've noticed this. I'm just not good with OneDrive. I don't know if I have too many or what, but I have to frequently ping. Mads, where's the shortcut to the thing?
Well, but the good news is that you just install that extension.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And then you don't have to worry about OneDrive.
Exactly. Well, I reformat so much, so it's like, I gotta keep doing it.
Yeah,
So,
okay. Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Mads, I think a lot of people know this, but for those who don't, you're also an extensions expert. I mean, you talked about extensions a little bit.
He's the extensions expert.
Yeah, he's the
on Toolbox.
Yeah, you did actually.
Yeah.
Plug number 87 for the Visual Studio Toolbox show that Robert and I host. We did a recent episode with Mads talking about some cool extensions you should be using.
Yep, just a couple weeks ago.
So if you're not using them, we're judging you. Yeah. So. I
mean, you do hold the world's record for most VS extensions.
If there was a record, I would.
We need to call the Guinness people.
It just says
not that he's keeping track.
So much time. I got too much time, I guess.
It's like I haven't made that many, only 87.
I slowed down. I think it's over 200.
Dang, nice. That's impressive. Cool. So, but it's cool because there's also been updates that cater to extensions in Visual Studio as of late too. I mean, we've gotten, of course, making it easier to write them in general, the new extensibility model, or Visual Studio extensibility. And we've been doing a full mini-series covering all of that latest, greatest goodness. Definitely check it out. It's
There's a whole blog series on that.
It's a blog series. We've got an ongoing playlist that is constantly being updated.
Oh yeah,
with
on the
each
toolbox,
update.
right? You have you have the engineering team in from the extensibility team too.
Yeah, Tina and the engineering team that's been spending years basically building all of this from scratch so that it's a better experience, talking about how much better it is and how to take advantage of each and every aspect of it.
Yeah, it's definitely a great time to be an extender right now. And also the in the new version, where's my sticker? The new version coming out. It will actually allow you to install extensions that was written for the previous version for 2022.
That's good.
Yeah.
So we've never done that before.
That is really exciting.
So if you want to install that, it just tells you, hey, this is the author has not tested it and said that it works for the new one, but do you want to install it anyway? So,
is it just 2022 or further back?
Just 2022. So the new version is, from an extension perspective, is backwards compatible with 2022.
That is so good because I know. So I used to work on the extensibility team, and one of the biggest problems when we introduced VS 2022 was how do we get extension authors to essentially rewrite or reconfigure parts of their extensions to be compatible with VS 2022.
Yeah.
It was
And
such a challenge.
Sometimes in the past that's been hard, right? Because with 2022 we made the shift to 64-bit.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, like if you had an extension that was targeted 32-bit or whatever, that would no longer work, and you have to recompile. Sometimes it was just you had to recompile. Right? Either set the flag to any CPU or do it to 64-bit, and that was that. But for some, if you're calling into native components and stuff, it's a different story. It's a different beast.
Yeah, there are some where it's like that's all they had to do, just refresh or whatever. Some might have just had to add an extra like project or configuration like that. And then for others, it's like we needed to kind of hold their hand and walk them through like the whole process because it was complex.
And it's a big showstopper for people. Like they don't want to upgrade until their favorite extensions are ready. And sometimes a favorite extension is like, this color theme that I really like. But sometimes it's like mission critical stuff that they can't actually perform their job without.
Like their work depends on the specific tool being there. From
so having all that ready kind of from day one is like, that's such a relief. And but we don't stop there.
No.
Because
there's more.
Yeah, there's more and so we don't have that yet, but it's coming very soon. Is if you already have, let's say, 2022 on your machine and you want to install the next version, side by side, that's all supported like always, but it will also port over your extensions.
Yay!
So you don't even have to go in and install them from.
That's cool.
Because for me, the best extensions are the ones where I forget it was an extension in the first place, and it's just an integral part of my environment. And so when I moved to like VS 2022, and it was like, oh, what did I have again? I don't even remember. It's just like I just had it on at all times or whatever.
That's interesting. That I'm thinking about my hard drive and where things would be on it.
Yeah, but you don't know where your extensions are installed.
Yeah, you have no idea.
You have no idea. It's like it's far down in like app data. And, if it's so there's two different types of extensions. There's per user and there's per machine. So either it's down in local app data somewhere, or for the per machine extensions, it's somewhere in the Visual Studio install directory under program files.
Yeah.
But you don't know. If you don't know, and you don't really need to know, but
and there won't be any difference in the behavior. It'll be user or machine.
There are some technical reasons why that is, but most extensions are per user.
I mean the fact that it'll be in both versions. Will that be user and machine?
Yeah. So we're probably going to consolidate on that so that we'll only have one of the two going forward. But that's like an ongoing effort to get that. So it might not be there in the very first time we release vNext here, but it'll come. Yeah.
That's cool.
Coming soon.
So a lot of these problems that seem, or challenges that seem easy, turns out to not be when you dig into it, like everything else. So this is one of those that are like, oh yeah, this is kind of challenging for some reasons, and
that's cool.
Yeah. Cool. And then of course there's the new extension manager, which was in preview for a while, but I think it's officially GA. Yeah. You definitely check that out if you haven't. If you're somebody who's so used to going to the browser to install your VS extensions in the past and you haven't checked the built-in extension manager lately, you should try it. It's pretty sweet. It basically looks like the VS Code one and functions similarly, where it's easier to browse. You can view full summaries of extensions now instead of only seeing like one sentence worth. You can see pictures of what the experience even is.
You get the whole README markdown stuff.
You get the
is shown
whole
in there. Just like with NuGet packages, you see the whole README nowadays. And Yeah, same
It's
story.
also the best place to find out if your extensions have updates, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and you can control that now. You can actually go and say, hey, this extension I don't want auto update, but I do want it for the rest. So you can like manage that now, like that.
That's good.
And if you're an IT
That's-
admin and you have a fleet of Visual Studio installs in your development teams or whatever, and you manage that, you can also say, hey, we don't allow this extension, but we allow these.
Oh, very cool.
So you have, so as an IT pro, you have more control if you wish to have that. And that's really great because before it was like either or, you could like turn off extensions. But the thing is like there's some extensions that are like, that you wouldn't have an issue with like inside the enterprise, for instance. But because it was either or, it was all or nothing, there was no way to allow that. So now there is, and so that's great. So hopefully we're going to see more extensions being available for people in enterprises.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So now that you've finished the keynote and you're just going to be talking with a bunch of people for the rest of the week and stuff, are there any other sessions that you're excited about?
Oh man, yeah, and I missed the morning session with Jessie and Harshada on some of the Copilot stuff, so I want to go watch that online. I have to go there. I think all of them are going to be interesting. There is one in particular that, because I'm an extender and I like to know how Visual Studio is built. I like those kind of stories from the engineering teams, behind the scenes type of stuff. And so Etienne, he's doing an editor deep dive session tomorrow, today or tomorrow. Etienne from the editor team.
Yeah.
Cool. And so this is super geeky, and I'm so looking forward to it. He's taken it's really down to like the metal, and you don't necessarily know if you don't know. Like writing an editor is very, very hard.
Yeah.
It's like almost where it's like impossible to get things right all the time.
Yeah.
When you want all these feature richness and all the stuff that we come to expect, it's really challenging. And so he goes in and talks about that, and I'm very excited for that.
Cool. And that specific talk is called Fast Focus, Sneak Peek at How Visual Studio's Code Editor Works Under the Hood.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is at 11 a.m. tomorrow, or Thursday.
Okay.
So
Thursday.
Hey, you're not kidding. Like all those little bubbles that pop up when you do things. Like I mean.
Well, and you can't slow down the typing speed. So the latency from like, so we do these typing benchmarks and so they run every check-in you do runs these the engineers will run like some benchmarks to make sure that typing is not slowed down, because that's the number one thing in an editor is that typing has to be fast and fluent. And so we're adding a feature to a new light bulb thing or whatever, like run your benchmarks, make sure that it didn't degrade anything. And so he's got some, I'm sure, like really interesting facts about how we do all that type of stuff.
yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. That's pretty cool.
Here's a funny thing. I think it's kind of interesting at least. But when you run Visual Studio inside remote desktop, which a lot of people do, you have a Hyper-V or you do DevBox in Azure or whatever it might be. You use RDP and you connect. And so I wasn't aware of this, but the individual app that you use in an RDP session, so let's say Visual Studio, you can actually optimize the RDP latency from within the app itself.
Whoa.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah. Because the amount of UI that's updated with everything you do, if you minimize that, then there's less information that has to be sent over. So I think he's going to go into it, but it's really interesting to see. I've seen some cool animations of, like, let's say you add a new line, you hit enter while you're in Visual Studio. You would expect that everything below that moves down, right?
Right. Yeah.
Which it does. But what else is being updated? Or if you just type a letter, you don't expect anything to update except for what's to the right.
Right.
But it turns out that if you look at it, how Visual Studio actually redraws some of the UI, like the guidelines that run the vertical lines, it would update them. You wouldn't see it, but it would. And that information would be sent over the RDP session, right? And so
that's extra data that's going over.
They have gone in and they've done a bunch of work in figuring out all those instances where the editor was updated unnecessarily.
Oh wow!
Man.
And it's so everyone benefits, but it doesn't really benefit you that much unless you're in RDP.
Unless you're in RDP, yeah.
But there it's significant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have I wonder what that user count looks like, people that use VES within an RDP instance.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a good
Yeah,
Can
I'm
we
curious.
get that? I wonder.
Yeah.
That was cool. And it's like, it's stuff like that that ideally you as the end user, you don't want to be thinking about because you're probably more concerned about other things.
Yeah.
So it's our job to make that easy so that you're not thinking about it, but it's really a challenge.
Yeah,
So.
it is.
It's like, I think it's like with all software, like we're, it's like that quiet and continuous work that happens that you don't talk about or anything like that.
Yeah.
That's the thing that really makes the difference.
It's like when people talk about good editing and film and stuff as being either the kind of editing where you don't even notice it, or it's so good and it's like relating to story and characters and stuff in a way that's deliberate.
The RDP thing also makes me think about, you think about a lot of the different tasks that you do in Visual Studio that are backed by something on the web. There was one that I was doing for a while that would bring down, let's just say a NuGet package. It would pull down an a NuGet package. And I was in a country with slower internet than I'm used to, let's put it that way. And I was trying to do the one thing on stage and it would just not work. And I was like, I literally do not understand what's wrong. I just did this in the hotel. I just did this on the way here. It is not working. I was like, what is going on? So I tried it. It would not work on whatever network it was. Somebody hooked me up to their thing. It finally worked. And I was like, okay, this is driving me nuts. Like, I have to figure out what this is. Turns out that NuGet package was 45 megabytes.
Whoa.
It has some tool in it that the thing would run. It was some Swagger thing, I think. And it would bring down this 45 megabyte package. Well, if you're on a slow network and all you need is this NuGet package to do this thing, it looks like the thing is taking forever. What's taking forever is for you to get that NuGet package. I was thinking about that as you were thinking about, if you're doing VS inside of RDP, you can feel it. You can feel a little bit of a lag. So anything that we can do there, that's actually really
absolutely.
cool. Yeah.
But that's interesting. I see some NuGet packages, they also ship all the different native binaries so that they are ready for any platform. So if it runs an XE, there's the ARM version and the 64-bit version and 30, blah, blah, blah. And the Debian and the Ubuntu and the, and it's like, yeah, but I only need the 64 one for my case, but
So something that kind of empathy is crucial for what we do. I think it's really good to take Visual Studio to the middle of the desert and try and use it. And be like, whoa, I can't do anything. What do I do now?
But it's also a thing of respect, right? I remember building websites in the past. That's my background as a web developer. And like back then, this is before the proliferation of all the JavaScript frameworks like React and Angular and all that type of stuff. Your main workload or whatever, the heaviest objects on your web page was images. And it was like 80% of the weight of any web page were images, whether JPEGs, PNGs, and so on. And if you're on 3G network somewhere, sometimes you don't have 5G or 4G or LTE, right? You travel around, you're in rural areas and whatnot. And it's really hard to download all that. And so there's a level of respect that also goes into say, hey, as a developer, I want to have a fast experience as possible, and I don't want to, some people even pay per megabyte or gigabyte or whatever, and so from phones, let's say, and so don't make them pay more than what they have to, right?
Exactly. That's something about.
Yep.
That's where the image optimizer extension comes in.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Nice plug.
Plug.
Yeah. Plug. Which I believe you talked about on the show. That you talked about.
I did indeed.
Yep. Other plug.
Another plug. It's good.
So speaking of plugs, in 15 minutes we're going to be talking, or we're not going to be talking, but Allie and Wendy are going to be talking about how you can get the most out of .NET development in Visual Studio, which is exciting. I think specifically they're going to be talking about a lot of the changes that were made to Copilot under the hood. So again, stuff you're not necessarily thinking about. It's just there to make your life easier, even if you don't know it, about like just how to give more relevant answers to things, which, I mean, that's something we all have had gripes with in the past, I think, among other just general ways to improve your experience using Copilot while writing .NET applications and stuff like that. So that should be pretty
that's going to be a really good
there should be some good stuff in there.
Yeah.
It's a demo-heavy session, apparently.
Oh, that's good.
We love the demo-heavy session. Those are my favorites.
Yeah.
That was good.
Cool.
I met Wendy just before I went here. She was sitting outside the Keynote room and like preparing. Yeah. So she's gonna be ready to show some cool stuff. I like the stuff that she did recently on the bringing the unit test stuff into the Copilot context.
Oh yeah.
That's a really cool, because for me it's like unit tests. Sometimes I break them, not on purpose, of course, and you know, and then getting everything back and all that, it seems very cumbersome sometimes.
Yeah.
It takes a long time, and because I probably broke them like early in the day,
Yeah, right.
and I haven't set up my run automatically or whatever.
Yeah.
My fault. This is a me problem.
Yeah.
I'm aware of this, but like that integration just makes it so easy to get back on track.
The debugging part of it is so
Yeah.
cool. Like I like that it's integrated with both the chat and just your traditional.
So you debug your unit test, and Copilot comes and helps out with fixing everything up.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Super cool.
It's exciting.
Sweet.
Maybe you should show that.
We should.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, check out the talk to
You'll
learn
have
more.
to come to our talk and find out.
Yeah. Lots of plugs.
Yes.
And if you can't come to the talk, all of this is going to be on demand. That's the good news. It's all going to be in one big old playlist. If not now, then by the end of this week.
It'll be on the Visual Studio YouTube channel?
Yeah, I think it's going to be on the Visual Studio YouTube. And actually, I think as we're talking, there's the link right below us. So check that out, where you can access all of the content that you missed or want to check again because it was so dang good that you're just going to watch Mads's keynote and Brady's talk on Azure and stuff like 50 times and share it with your team and anyone who expresses interest. So
hopefully.
Or doesn't
I'm pretty
express
sure that
interest.
what people will watch over and over again is all of our chatting in between sessions.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, they're definitely going to watch us.
Now that's when people are happy there's a fast forward button, right?
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Somebody's going to make a version of this video that's just like the stream.
Just us.
Minus Leslie and Robert, who are so annoying. Oh my gosh, just get them off my screen. So, yeah.
So are they actually having lunch right now? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm missing lunch. I'm missing lunch to be here.
You don't
and
have
I'm happy to. I'm happy to.
Oh.
No, it's my pleasure.
Yep, we're eating lunch in our hearts. I don't know. We've got invisible food on the table. Have you ever seen that movie Hook with
Oh yeah.
Robin Williams? There's that scene where they're eating like
But they're eating Play-Doh?
imaginary food, Play-Doh. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. You just can't see it.
That's a good one. I need to remember that. I have a list of movies that you know, as my kids are growing older, the oldest is 9.
Oh.
Movies that I think they would enjoy, you know, once they're old enough. And that one
That's
is
a good
probably
one.
that, I kind of forgot about it.
Gosh, I rented that from Blockbuster. If people remember what Blockbuster is, yeah, a rental video store.
That's the, isn't that the one with the, is it Rufio?
Yeah,
Rufio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun fact, also the actor who plays Zuko, if you ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, he looks and sounds exactly the same in that, even though that was like 20
Is that the
years
same
ago. Yeah.
person?
Interesting.
Dante Bosco.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah. Shout out to Dante Bosco if you're watching this for some reason. Hi, I'm like your biggest fan.
I had one of those the other day.
We just did the Happy Gilmore series. We watched number 1 the first night and 2 the second night.
I haven't seen the second one
Very
yet.
funny.
That's cool. Yeah. My son was sitting around my 14-year-old, and he was like, every night he ends with a movie. It's like there's usually like a conversation. What should I watch? Yeah. So this one night he said something about wanting to watch a movie. I was like, what are you gonna watch? He was like, I don't know. He was like, did you ever see Napoleon Dynamite? And I was like, I'm sitting down right now. So I sat down and we watched it, and watching his face, watch Napoleon Dynamite, I was like, he has no idea why this is funny at all. Like, none of this is funny to him. This was like such an experiment. You know, I was like, he's just sitting over there like, why are you hysterical? I'm like, you're not dying laughing.
Right?
Like, yes.
It's gonna reveal
but then like when you realize it's really not that funny because like he's not laughing, you're like, oh, wait, what am I actually laughing at? Damn it.
Yeah, it's definitely been a minute since I've watched that one, but like, and this is gonna show my age, I was, I think, in middle school when that movie came out, and it was like, that was the movie.
That was the movie.
That was the movie for like a whole year.
Yeah,
everyone was quoting it everywhere. Everyone had Vote for Pedro shirts, like, everywhere.
Yes. I was really bummed that they didn't like Fight Club too much, but I think it's dated. I think
I think some of it is a little bit dated.
That was good. That flopped though when it came out, didn't it?
It did not catch on because of the very aggressive themes in it. You know what I mean? It did not really catch on. That writer is one of my favorite writers, and everything he writes is pretty messed up like that.
Yeah.
But,
remind me who the writer is?
Chuck Palahniuk.
Oh, okay.
Chuck Palahniuk. So we, I find out that Gabe, my oldest, had watched it already with his friends. So I looked at the younger and I was like, I don't think you're quite ready yet. His mom was like, no. So the one night he came in and he was like, I'm going to watch Fight Club tonight. And I was like, I'll sneak up to your room in a minute. So we watched a little bit of it, and it just doesn't carry. It doesn't carry.
Yeah. What would you let him watch first? What would you let him watch first? Fight Club or Pulp Fiction?
Fight Club. Fight Club. Fight Club.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, Fight Club.
That's fair.
Fight Club. Neither one of them has seen Pulp Fiction yet. I think that they'll want to see it. They know that it's a part of a series, and they've heard from mom and dad that the other movies in the series are probably not ready for them to see yet. You know what I mean? So they haven't. But those are films that I think, like, I have 14 and 17, and sometimes they watch those movies and they're just like, we don't get it. We don't get it.
Yeah.
That's a really uncomfortable moment.
I know. It's like, oh man. It's like it's a movie of a generation.
Yeah.
Dang. Well, in true, like, we're having an internal meeting fashion, and we've talked about everything we want to talk about. I can give y'all, as we say at Microsoft, give y'all some time back.
Oh, okay.
So that you can go have that lunch.
That'll work.
And have a break
There you go.
before the next awesome session, which again is going to be getting the most out of .NET development with Wendy and Allie. Should be good, meaty stuff about what's
Sure
happening with Copilot lately, and also just what's happening with .NET development.
I think if you're a .NET developer, you don't want to miss it.
Yeah, which I'm assuming most of you watching this probably are .NET developers in some capacity, so check that one out.
Yeah.
Sweet. And so that will be starting in like 7 minutes.
Robert's more of a CGI guy, I think.
Yeah.
CGI bin? Like Perl? You do Perl, Robert? You do Perl, Robert? What's that about?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's cool. I like Perl too.
Let's let go with that.
That's how I got into web development. Was that you had to put like it was a mail form.pl that you put in your SIG bin folder or CGI bin folder in order for you to submit a form. You know, you have a contact form on your, or you have a guest book on your website. Yeah, like in the 90s.
Like front page.
And you did like what was it called, Matt's form mailer or something.
I don't remember that.
That was like a Perl script you took, and it sometimes worked.
Sometimes worked.
Yeah.
Dang.
If you had your program.
I'll just add that to the list of languages I've never used and never will.
It's a tough language.
Appreciate the
Is that a long list? Probably a long list. Is COBOL on there?
COBOL's on there. C and C++ are on there.
Ooh.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
Fortran?
No, didn't do Fortran.
No.
I didn't do Fortran.
I hope I'm not old enough to have used that.
Have you done VB, Robert? Like VB before VB.NET?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Definitely.
Definitely.
I miss those days. There was a simplicity to
Com
that.
objects. Until you got to com.
Well, yeah. You could shoot yourself in the foot kind of that way, but.
And then there was decom, which was, oh boy. Yeah.
And I am very lost in this conversation. So
This is the 90s.
Yeah, I was. No comment. So
yeah, that and then it talked to like a Access database.
Oh.
Because those were free. So if you had to have like a database server, like usually that would cost hosting costs. But if you just put in a what was the file extension? MDB or something?
MDB,
yeah. You used the Jet 4.0 engine.
But they had locking problems.
Right.
They had locking problem, but then when ASP.NET came out in like 2001 or whatever, and web forms had the output caching. Now we're talking, because now you had a super easy way to cache your, so you could make your database stuff less chatty.
Yeah, this is 2025 and you're telling us to use Access for web apps?
I built a CMS that ran on Access.
I know, I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Here, the latest, greatest.
Yeah.
Talked about.
I missed that.
I was a user.
Well, I mean, today you just do SQLite and you have a file deployment. It's easy, yeah. But like, if it wasn't for Microsoft Access, there would be no SQLite today. I don't know. I made that up.
Cool.
So on the chat, Soon's asking, are the sessions recorded somewhere for public access?
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
You can check it out at the link that's been posted below a couple times.
Yeah.
It's all the sessions today and tomorrow, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I found the link. So the on-demand link,
There
it's
it is.
aka.ms/VSLive HQ25. So
There we go.
if you put that in, and that's been displaying periodically at the bottom of the screen as we've been chatting as well,
Yeah.
then you should find a whole playlist of on-demand sessions for the
Yeah.
conference.
It's not every session done at VSLive, but it's a bunch of them.
It's not everyone, but a lot of the ones we've been talking about today
Right.
and are going to talk about later today, as well as some
Yep.
other ones are going to be available on there. Like yours is probably going to be on there, even though it wasn't on the mainstream necessarily. But
It's going to be the highest rated one.
No.
yeah.
Right.
And I have to say, I do like your doors. They're nice.
They are nice doors.
They're nice doors.
Fancy wood. I don't know what kind of wood.
They're solid. Solid wood.
Nice.
Very nice.
This whole house in general is really cool, y'all, just for the record. But sweet. Yeah, so Mads and Brady, thanks so much for chatting and just...
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, anytime.
Talking about how cool VS is and talking about how cool other movies are and not cool.
We'll come talk movies anytime.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We could do a toolbox a toolbox episode on movies that we like.
So fun.
This is like old times doing webcams. We used to do webcams like twice a month.
Oh yeah, Webcams TV on Channel 9.
What?
Yeah, that was good. Good stuff.
Cool. I love that. Yeah, and for everyone else, thanks for watching so far. We've got more to come. We're going to be talking with Jeff Fritz after the .NET development talk with Wendy and Allie, so check out that talk and tune in later.
See you later.
Take care.
Have fun.
We got some exciting live demos that we're going to be doing, so hopefully we'll have a good time. We're here to talk about getting the most of your .NET development with Visual Studio. I'm Wendy Breiding. I'm a product manager on the .NET team, specifically focusing on Copilot experiences with .NET.
And I'm Allie. I'm a product manager on the Visual Studio Copilot team.
So today we're going to talk about understanding Copilot and its integration with Visual Studio and how it's going to make you the most productive. We're going to go over some key terminology and how to navigate Copilot within Visual Studio. As you've probably seen, if anybody, how many are using Copilot already? About half. Awesome. So for those who are using Copilot already, you've seen it changes near daily. And so we're going to kind of familiarize you with all the different things that it has to offer and where to find some of the things that you might not know that are there. We're going to dive into some demos and talk about enhancing your productivity with Copilot across the entirety of Visual Studio, from in-editor experiences to the chat and agents and all of that. And then we'll round it up with some kind of best practices and ways that you can be even more successful in your experiences with Copilot. Let's do it. All right. So what is Copilot and how does it work? It uses a LLM, a machine learning model that is trained on large code bases to understand and predict the code and provide you with help in your experiences across the board. It is evolved from just that in-editor suggestions, gray text that we started with a couple of years ago into so much more. And The great thing about Copilot within Visual Studio, outside of using things like just regular ChatGPT, is it has the context of your solution. It is within, it knows your code base, and it is providing and continues to provide more of that context to help provide even better suggestions for you and help with your code. It helps really, our goal with Copilot is to help reduce those mundane tasks, those repetitive things that you don't like to do, kind of get rid of all of that and have Copilot do it for you. So Copilot has full support for .NET, C#, Razor. We are working every day to make that even better and would love to hear any feedback that you have and experiences that you have with using it with C# and Razor and Blazor and MAUI and all the different .NET technologies. It provides, as I mentioned, from a long time ago, the auto completions, the code completions that it does, but we've expanded it beyond that, and it will take you to predicting what your next edit will be and providing next edit suggestions. It can help you in generating code snippets. You can even ask it to do whole changes across your entire code base that Allie is going to show us a little bit later. Becomes that pure programmer. And when you take it outside of Visual Studio with the new coding agent that we have, you can even assign things within GitHub to have it doing things in the background while you're doing more code. Just expands your productivity even further. So I've mentioned a lot of different things. I just want to make sure I want to clear up some of the suggestions that we have, the terminologies that we use. Suggestions, this is that gray text. If you've been using Copilot for the last 2 years, you'll be editing, it'll bring up gray text of either your next line or the next couple of lines. Those we call suggestions. Prompts are what is being asked of the LLM. So everything that is done with large language models starts with a prompt. With suggestions, we are actually sending a prompt in the background that includes the code around where your cursor is and some other things that help it understand and provide that suggestion. When you use the chat, you're providing the prompt on what you want it to do, but we're also providing a system prompt that says you're an AI coding assistant and you're here to help and all these different things. We provide the various contexts that make it understand what your code base is and all of that. That's prompts. Copilot also has what we call instructions, custom instructions, which I think Allie is going to talk about a little bit later, but those are also even more context that you can provide. So we provide the base information about your code base, but you can provide it some. When you're doing something for me, always write unit tests. Always use the latest versions of C#. These basic instructions that you want it to follow with every prompt that you provide it, and those are called instructions. And when we talk about the Copilot chat, there are 2 different modes right now in Visual Studio. There's Ask mode and there's Agent mode. There was a recent blog post about this, but the basic things around Ask mode is Ask mode provides you the ability to ask it questions and get back answers, but it's not going to update your code for you. It'll provide you with code suggestions that you can click apply, but you're more in control with Ask mode. With Agent mode, it is going to do the updates for you. It is going to work until it has completed the task that you have given it. And so it will continue on and moving through and doing all of those awesome things in Agent mode. And now I'm done talking, and we're going to dive into some demos.
Let's get into it.
All right, and let's see. Did we switch? It is still showing the presentation. Let's cancel out of that.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. All right, so I am working with a couple of different dev boxes here. So this is my first one. I'm going to show you, if you aren't using Copilot yet, you'll probably see something like this. It says sign in, use Copilot for free, all these different things, get started. There's so many different buttons you could click on here. Every single one of them takes you to pretty much the same place to just get you started. Copilot you can use most of the all of the features that we're talking about for free, and they will help and build your productivity. So you can click on the Get Started, you can sign up. If you already have a Copilot, you can sign in, and all of that. And I'll click on the Get Started one.
Yeah, and a new feature is you can also sign in with Google accounts now, which is, we just added that like very recently, so super exciting to see. Even more people can use
Copilot. And so this is going to take you directly to the sign-in screen. So you can, again, you can continue if you don't have a GitHub account, you don't want a GitHub account, you can sign in with your Google account. You can sign in with your GitHub account. You can create a GitHub account. This gets you going and ready to go. And now I'm going to jump over to a dev box where I'm already signed in, and I've got my code base up and running, and all the cool things. Don't want you to have to wait and watch me log in and do all of that stuff. So the next thing I wanted to show is setting up and making sure that you have the right options set to be the most successful. And so here I'm in the Tools Options GitHub Copilot settings in the latest version of 17.14, although I think there's an update waiting from this morning, but the latest version besides this morning's. And I just wanted to point out a couple of things that I want to make sure that you have turned on in here. Specifically, I turn on everything. But you want to make sure you have chat mode, agent mode enabled in the chat pane, that you're using MCP server integration. Some of the things that Allie's going to show are going to require both of those to be turned on. Down in completions here, you want to enable next edit suggestions. This provides the suggestions of things you might be thinking about doing next with your code, very important. These debugger and diagnostic settings, if you saw Jessie and Harshada this morning, some of the things that they showed require that those be turned on. The in-editor adaptive paste was shown this morning, and I'm going to show a version of it today. You'll want to make sure that that one is turned on. The rename suggestions, as you can see, I have everything turned on. I suggest that there's nothing wrong with turning on everything.
You're getting the most out of .NET development with Visual Studio.
Exactly. And then the Git preview feature, where you can set what you want your Git messages to be. Make sure that you have that feature turned on as well. All right, so in this environment here, I am working in eShop. My version of eShop was an old Java application that my team was tasked to migrate it over to .NET because of how great .NET is. And we're still working through, and there's some tests that hadn't been migrated yet. And so I'm coming into this basket service test, and I'm going to paste in the code. Why is this not my dev box? That is not my dev box. Sorry, technical difficulties. My Java code disappeared. Because I can't see that. There it is. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry about that. I'm going to paste in my Java code here. And you see it says tab to adapt the code. So I'm going to tab, and then the little 3 dots come up. Copilot's going to do its thinking. And then it's going to provide me with the updated version of my code. It's going to show me the differences between the Java version and my .NET version. It recognized that I needed .NET, and then I can look through and say, yep, that all looks great. I tab, and now I have my new method converted from Java over to C#.
So handy.
The coolness of adapted paste. I think somebody had asked a question on if you could do, how well it did that cross-language translation. I use it for Java all the time. I'm a Java programmer of old, and love that feature. So yes. The next thing I wanted to show, here. I'm using basket item. I'm not really familiar with basket items, so I'm going to use this quick describe with Copilot. And this is going to kind of go look at that basket item class, and it's going to provide me with a basic description of what that class is. So if I don't want to have to jump over and see all the details, I can have Copilot provide me with a basic description of what it is. Yep, that's great. That's exactly what I thought it was. Perfect. Now I do want to make some changes in this basket item class. It doesn't have documentation because, you know, we just don't do documentation when we're doing quick stuff, and we really need to. And so I'm going to do the 3 slashes. It is not triggering. There we go. The 3 dots appear. So it did the initial scaffolding, but when then the 3 dots appear, and then now we can see that it has filled in all the information about this class, and I can accept it. It's got my summary, the remarks, all the information that I needed. It fills in, Copilot fills in automatically for me there.
So helpful. It's going to save me a lot of time.
So much time. All right. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to dive in over here. I'm going to do a little bit of coding. All right. And so in this one, Copilot's already knowing what I want to do because I've done it how many times today. So I'm going to add here that I want to validate my IDs. The problem is we had an issue come up in production where somebody created a shopping cart with over 100 items, and we can't scale to that. So we want to add in some checking that we want to fail gracefully here. So I'm going to check how many IDs that we have. And so I kind of created this little, I want to create this new method here called validate IDs, which isn't created yet. And so I can go in and use generate method, which is going to then generate that method with the basic throw not implemented exception that we're all used to using. Here you can see that already next edit suggestions is jumping in and saying, hey, I think you might want to do this. And it's filling in what it thinks it can do. I can accept that. But there's also, if I cancel that, nowhere to go. We have this feature where I can implement with Copilot. And this is going to do basically the same thing that the next edit suggestion is. It's just another option of providing that implementation. And so here, it's guessing that I want to check if it's 0. Obviously, we said I want to make sure that IDs is less than 100. So here I want to, and then I can use the old completions that I'm used to fill in the rest of the details there, where it's going to send that it's invalid and that we can't contain more than 100 items. And so that provides me with writing all of that, which would have taken me forever, in pretty quickly. But now I've got a red squiggly. So here I could spend time figuring out why is this doing this to me, or I can come in and I can do fix with Copilot. And so this is going to, now I've got, whenever I have errors or warnings, it's going to say, okay, how do I fix this? It provides me with the diff view here of how I can fix it. Obviously, I was only sending valid responses in my method. Now I'm sending bad requests in my method, and I need to make sure that I update that. And so I accept that, and all is great.
Awesome.
The last thing that I want to show, refactoring can be a pain. Copilot Next Edit Suggestions makes that a lot easier and a lot quicker. My boss said, nobody knows what this available stock availability is. Can you rename it to a quantity available? So I'm going to come in and I'm going to change that to quantity available. This is being used across the board, down this all over the place. And so all of a sudden it said there was this arrow and it says, hey, you've got suggestions down here. And so now here it's saying, you want to change available stock to quantity available here. I tab to accept. It says there's another one. I tab down to it. I tab to accept. There's another one. And it will keep going until I reach the end and I have updated everything. So instead of me having to scroll and find everything, Copilot is doing that all for me. And now my entire file is back to green.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's like Command F for code. It just makes switching things around a lot easier.
Yes, absolutely. And that is the end of my in-editor demo. So I'm going to hand it over to Allie to show us some cool stuff in the chat.
Cool. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about agent mode and MCP and how it can help you in your .NET development. So I was really inspired by Wendy's eShop, and I wanted to see if I could use agent mode to kind of come up with my own version of that. So I have a different version of an eShop that I've been kind of developing with agent mode with some of my, I don't know why this isn't showing up.
Coding?
Yeah, a little bit. Building it from scratch. So I have a Blazor app here that doesn't really want to show up on the screen.
I
We just
think
got this little
spread across. You want to check your settings, make sure you're not.
Settings. Just enjoy this picture of a animal.
Very pretty wolf. So you can click on that and you can just.
There we go. Okay, I'm gonna keep those changes and now you guys should be able to see my beautiful code here. So I have a new eShop that I've been building from scratch. So I'm just gonna show you guys what it looks like because I think that agent mode is pretty magical. So you can build some really beautiful .NET apps using just agent mode. But once we get this loaded up here, I wanna show you what it looks like. Building, here we go. We're starting up debugging, but there we go. And there it is. Loading up right now. Here's my new eShop. It's all pretty and it has some Visual Studio like colors and themes and a couple of sample, techie products in there, smartwatch, gaming mouse, smartphone. We've got a products page. We've got an ability to add some products to your favorites. So you can view your favorites here, and then you can go back and browse more tools. And then we also have a cart functionality where you can see, everything that you've added to your cart and check out. But right now, I'm thinking that I want to add a little bit more functionality to this eShop repo. And I actually want to try to do that live for you guys to showcase the magic of agent mode and also MCP. So I'm going to jump back to my code here. And what I'm gonna do, so earlier when I was kind of figuring out what I wanted to show you guys today, I actually spec'd out a GitHub issue in the repo for this new feature that I wanna add. I'm thinking that I wanna give the functionality that you can click on a certain product in the eShop repo and be directed to a new page that's specific to each product that can give a little bit more detail about the product in question, so you can figure out, is this really something that I want to add to my cart, and just make it a little bit more like a real eShop website. So I actually generated this product spec or this feature spec with Copilot, so you can see how detailed it is when it's helping out with spec writing and helping me to figure out the details that I might need to implement a new feature. So I just wanted to show you guys that, but I'm going to jump right back to the code. And I'm going to show you guys, I'm sure you've heard a little bit about MCP, or Model Context Protocol, if you've been attending sessions over the last couple of days. But I'm going to jump into my MCP JSON file and show you guys how this works. So right now I have 2 servers that are configured in this file. First I have the GitHub server. And this is going to be really helpful for me, and I'm going to showcase this in a second, for how you can actually pull that issue in and have Copilot in agent mode directly in Visual Studio help you to implement that spec that I had written up in that GitHub issue, all without leaving the IDE. The second one that I have here is the Microsoft Docs server. I'm actually going to click reconnect because it looks like we got disconnected. This is these are both remote servers. So as you can see, the configuration is pretty small, and we just have a link that shows that the server itself is deployed on this endpoint here, and we're pulling in that data from that server without having to store the server locally, which is really cool. And we can actually, I'm going to go ahead and show with the GitHub server, we have built-in authentication support with the Visual Studio keychain. So for the GitHub server, I can click auth, and I can see that I'm allowed to choose any accounts that I am logged into with my Visual Studio, and choose one of those to authenticate with GitHub. So right now, that's my personal GitHub account, so that's the one I want to use, so that all looks good to me. But it's awesome that I can authenticate my GitHub server without ever having to leave Visual Studio. And then we also have an awesome experience for inputs for MCP servers. If there's any other variables that you might want to define for a server, we have an awesome experience directly in the IDE that you can define those as well. But yeah, back to the second one here. The second server is the Microsoft Docs. So this, when I'm developing with any .NET projects, this is a really helpful server for me to have installed because it can allow me to reference official Microsoft documentation. So I'm just curious here, if you've ever tried using Copilot with .NET projects, has anyone ever encountered the issue of maybe you updated to the latest version of .NET and then Copilot kind of falls flat? Maybe it doesn't know about the latest features. Has anyone ever experienced that?
Or you're writing an MCP server and it doesn't even know what that is because the LLM was trained before MCP even existed.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's an issue that we recognize, and I think that having the Microsoft Docs server and allowing to reference the latest and official Microsoft documentation when developing with .NET is really helpful, and it's going to help you get the best responses possible. And the team is actually working to hopefully get this shipped directly in with Visual Studio in the future, so that you don't even have to configure this manually, and you'll just by default have the greatest reference documentation for .NET projects. So super helpful. So enough rambling about MCP. I don't know if you guys can tell I love MCP. But here I'm actually going to jump into GitHub Copilot chat, and I'm going to ask it to see if it can find any GitHub issues that are assigned to me in this repo. So let's go ahead and type that out. Find GitHub issues. I'm going to go ahead and send that prompt and see. Hopefully agent mode can pull through for me today. So we're reading some code snippets and we're looking into finding the servers and any GitHub issues that might be assigned to me.
So you just had to click ask.
Yeah.
It asked you if you wanted to connect to GitHub.
Great point. Yeah. So something that's really important here for us is that we value transparency and security and all of those big things when we're accessing anything that's external or anything, sometimes MCP servers plug into external tools, and we want to make sure that you have fine-grained control over what's actually happening within the IDE. So we have if you notice this has happened, now it's happening again. Before Copilot does anything on your behalf, you're actually going to be prompted to allow and make sure that you just really have that fine-grained control over any command line functions that are running or any tools that are being run on your behalf. So that's awesome. It looks like Copilot was able to really easily pull in, see here, is that add package or add product details page functionality. We can see it's pulling out some details from that spec that I had written up. So that's really great to see that I can get all of that directly in Visual Studio without even having to open up GitHub at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to ask Copilot to help me implement this feature. So let's see. in this repo. All right. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about what's happening behind the scenes here. So like I mentioned, MCP tools or MCP servers can provide a set of tools that are going to expand the functionality of Copilot. But we actually also have a really awesome set of built-in tools. And the idea of tool calling is something that isn't exactly new to Copilot in Visual Studio. It's just expanded by MCP. So we have these, if we go down here, there's a lot of GitHub server tools, but we have these built-in tools for GitHub Copilot. So through the process of tool calling, when you send a prompt to Copilot, it's actually going to analyze your prompt, take a look at, okay, what needs to be done here, and what are the things that, what are the steps that I'm going to take to accomplish this task? And then it's going to go through those available tools and actually try to decide, okay, what are the tools that I need to use to accomplish this task based on the prompt that was given to me. So these built-in tools are really helpful for doing things like editing files, finding files, getting errors, and doing things that are specific to Visual Studio, but giving capabilities of MCP servers just helps to expand that tool set and move it beyond what's exclusively inside of Visual Studio. So let's see what kind of progress we're making here.
Looks like it's got a good plan of what it needs to do.
Yeah, but that's one of my favorite things about agent mode is that it's very, detail oriented, and it gives you steps of like, here's how I'm going to execute the task at hand, and it's planning out what it does before it actually does it. So it's still implementing here, and it looks like first we have Copilot is starting to create a product details page. So I'm actually going to click in here and take a look at what it's doing. So we're generating some code to see that those product details, I think it's probably seeding some data because this, as I said, this is a little bit of a from scratch project. So we're generating a little bit of sample data to be included in here. And it looks like it's making a lot of really great progress. We got some warranty information, and it's just implementing based on the spec that I had at hand. All right, let's see what we have here. Still generating some new files for the feature.
So it started with a razor, and now it's going in and creating some CSS to make sure that razor's pretty.
Yeah. Another thing I want to highlight here, now we're getting into some of the actual, we were generating some of those new features from scratch and generating those new pages. But what happens when we actually have to edit files that already exist? I know when GitHub Copilot was kind of a newer thing, and it was newer to Visual Studio, we started to see that sometimes maybe code was being generated and it wasn't being put in the right place all the time. So we actually introduced this concept of code mapping, where we are trying to ensure that the code not only is being generated correctly, but it's also being put in the right place in the file so that it's not going to break anything else, and it integrates really well into what you already have. So the process behind it is that I'm going to show you here. Click into this file where we have a little bit of changes happening on the home page. So we have two models that are going into the code mapping process. First is a smaller model that goes in and reads the entire existing file, and it's going to find that right spot where the code snippet should belong. And then after that, once the snippet has been determined, it acts kind of like a GPS. So once we have the right place that we want to go, then the larger model is going to kick in, and it's actually going to generate that code snippet for you and make sure that everything is working, not only correctly, but also in the right spot in your code. So that's awesome. And I'm really glad that we've made those improvements to make sure that we have working code every time. So now we can see that it's building my project. The build was successful. And then even after building the project, so it looks like it did a little bit of a check-in point. So it implemented some of the feature, and it was like, it thought, okay, maybe I should try building the feature and make sure that I'm having some stable progress and everything is working before going ahead and making more changes to the project. So as we can see, it's plan, it executes things in steps, and it actually is making sure that everything works along the way before jumping on to other tasks. And it's iterative. So say up here, I noticed that we were having some errors. We couldn't read errors here, but then it tried again, and it worked the second time. So it's awesome to see that, if it doesn't work the first time, Copilot's going to keep iterating on it and try to get you to the right destination before, it doesn't just give up. It's gonna try to get you there however it can.
It will keep going until it has accomplished the task that you have given it.
Exactly. So we've got agent mode, it's excellent. Implementation summary. At the end, it's going to give me a nice little summary of all of the core requirements that I had defined in my spec. It looks like they've all got checks next to them. We've got a really detailed summary of exactly what it did and how it did it. We can see here we've got enhanced features.
Went back to the original acceptance criteria in the GitHub issue and made sure that it accomplished everything that you had asked it to do.
Exactly. So yeah, it looks like it did a really great job of implementing everything that I had in my spec here. So just gonna take a quick little look through. I'm pretty comfortable with everything here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and keep those changes.
So you can keep all of them there. You could also go and accept them individually if you wanted to look at each page, right?
Yeah. In the interest of time, I'm gonna just save them, all. But since I'm doing that, I also want to put in another level of checks to make sure that everything is working in my application, and that when I go to build it, it's going to still work for me. So that's where tests come in. I am going to try to generate a couple of tests. I just want to show you guys in the repository here, I have a tests project, and we've already got a couple of tests here. I'm gonna look at this. So we have some existing tests for this project. So I'm gonna go in and see if I can have Copilot generate some tests for this new feature that I've added. So let's try generate tests, new feature. So this is really helpful when you're maybe you've generated a new feature and you've got all this new existing functionality, but now I need to generate tests, and I know that's an issue that a lot of us deal with when we're developing, and going back and writing tests for a feature that we just finished sometimes feels like an afterthought. So that's where I really love to use Copilot, because it just makes that whole process a lot easier, and it just gives you a starting point. Even if maybe it gives you a couple of example tests, you can always build on it and start thinking about other ways that you want to test your project. But it's so awesome to see that Copilot can help you to get a starting point when you're starting to think about testing your feature functionality. So we're adding some tests.
So this one, it identified that that's a front end, so it asked to add a B unit project. Which is pretty awesome. Identified that it needed to add B unit.
Yeah, it seems like it's doing a really thorough job of identifying the right.
Blazor. It identified that your tests are in X unit and didn't try to write MS test for you.
Yeah. We're making some awesome improvements in the testing space with Copilot. So we're creating a test class for product details. Yeah, it seems like it's being really thorough about planning out its actions and then executing on them, which is really awesome to see. We wouldn't want it going in blind.
While it's processing, I see you're using Claude Sonnet 4.
Yeah.
You want to talk about why that one and what are the other options that people might want to choose?
Exactly. So we've got a whole bunch of models that are available for you to use when you're writing code with agent mode in Visual Studio. For me personally, I've found that Claude Sonnet is just one of the fastest, and I think that it works really well when I'm generating code in agent mode. I think that it does a great job of, like I mentioned, some of that iterative and that planning phase stuff. I think Claude Sonnet 4 does a really great job of some of that stuff. If any of you guys catched the keynote earlier, you can see now that you can actually expand your set of models beyond what is offered in this list here, and you'll be able to bring your own key. So if there's any models that you personally really like and you have an API key for, you can now plug those into Visual Studio and expand your model set even more beyond what's the initial offering. So it's really cool to see that we have all of that customization available for you in Copilot.
And what do those numbers next to them mean?
Oh yeah, so those are actually the amount of credits that it's going to use when like you have a Copilot subscription and you have a certain amount of credits that you can use. So 1x is basically, it's a little bit more expensive in your credit count. So I think Claude Sonnet is a little bit more expensive. If I wanted to use like GPT-4.1 or GPT-4o, those might use a little bit less of my credits. But you know, I'm balling out over here, and I just like Claude Sonnet.
Yeah, so GPT-4.1 you could use free. With the free, it's not gonna take away any of your token usage. You can use as much of 4.1 and 4.0 to your heart's content and never reach a token limit and have to go up to another premium version of Copilot. When you start using Gemini or Claude Sonnet, then that's where each request is going to start ticking away at your token limit, and you could reach a point where you'll run out. And so you'll want to be careful when using those if you're on one of those plans that has that token limit, especially if you're using the free version.
Exactly. So we're generating some really thorough tests over here. It looks like we've got like 204 lines added, 244, 236. We've got a whole bunch of different types of tests being added too. Being really thorough here. Let's see.
I always found front-end tests are the hardest to do. And the fact that it brought in BUnit and is doing full Blazor integration tests there is pretty cool that it has that ability.
Exactly. Creating unit tests. Yeah, it's not stopping at just one type of test. It's really going into the whole nitty-gritty. Love the thoroughness. So let's see. Maybe we can let this run here, and then I'm going to jump into some of the slides around best practices, just so that we can keep moving here.
Check on it when we're done.
Yeah, we'll check on it once we go through some of the best practices information. So I just have a couple of tips here now that we've seen, you know, all of the really awesome in-editor features that we have specifically with .NET. And we also have some really awesome new functionality being added with agent mode and MCP. There are a few best practices and tips that can help you to make sure that Copilot is like doing its best work and following whatever standards and practices that you like to use. So let's jump into it. So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about effective prompting strategies. So like you saw with the issue, the GitHub issue that I gave, it was pretty lengthy. It had a lot of context, and it had a lot of detail about what the things that we wanted to see from Copilot in the issue were. So we have, I think that basically just being really clear and really detailed with Copilot, so that issue went in directly as part of the prompt and part as context. So if you want something specific, try to be as clear and as detailed in your prompting as you possibly can, just so that we can ensure that Copilot's doing the right thing, because if it doesn't have that context, it might just start making things up on its own and going. So you want to just make sure that you're being as clear and detailed as possible.
You could say, create a details page for my product, and it's just going to create a details page for the product. It's not going to look like how you want it to look. It's not going to do all the extras of connecting it to all of the other pages, making sure that you can get to it from the favorites and from the product page. All of those steps that she included, make sure that Copilot knows this is the full set and not just create a page.
Exactly. And something that I really like to do, just a tip as well. So if you're trying to understand if you have a prompt crafted out for maybe how you want to execute a certain feature in Copilot, a tip that I've found that can kind of help you to understand how your prompt will be received by Copilot before you actually send it in agent mode and go through the effort of, doing all of those tool calling and all of those tasks is I like to send the prompt in agent mode, in ask mode first, and ask, okay, here's my prompt. How would you go about this? Or how would, the model that I'm planning to use in agent mode, I can ask it in ask mode, how would you go about this? And then you can get an understanding of how your prompt will be received before you invest the effort and maybe the tokens and stuff into trying it out in agent mode.
You can also, it's a pure programmer, right? So you can also ask it to help you write the prompt. I want to create a details page. Help me create the prompt so that I get everything that I want out of it. And it'll ask you questions back. I need these details to understand what you're looking for. Exactly. And it can help craft the best prompt.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's actually what I did, like I mentioned, with my GitHub issue. I actually had Copilot help me write up the spec for that GitHub issue for the feature, and it just made it all that more detailed and specific. So yeah, that's the first tip that I have. The second tip is around providing context. So like you would see in the chat window, we have a whole bunch of different ways by using the hashtag or different ways that we can reference specific context. So if there's a certain file or a certain class or a certain something that you want Copilot to go after, mentioning that explicitly as a part of your prompt it's never going to hurt. It's just going to make sure that, you know, it's another way to make sure that we're targeting the right things and Copilot is going to actually execute on the task that you want it to execute on. And also providing context, another really great way that we can do that. I know I mentioned before, I love MCP. Using MCP tools and MCP servers is another really great way that you can incorporate more context from outside of your IDE directly into Visual Studio, and it'll just really make your responses that much better. And the last thing that I'm going to touch on a little bit here, if you can see on the side of the screen, we have a screenshot of an example Copilot instructions file. And custom instructions really allows you to automatically kind of add pre-specified contextual sort of constraints or really anything. You can kind of jot down anything in a custom instructions file. So you can write down, you know, like we have here, we have the target framework, we have the C# language version, anything that's going to help Copilot put itself in the right context and understanding really what it's going to do is really helpful here. Also, any like features or any sort of paradigms or styling things that you like to use in your code, I love to jot those things down in a custom instructions file. It just really makes sure that Copilot understands, you know, where you're going with your code base, and it understands the full context of how you like to code so that it can implement those things correctly. So custom instructions is provided as context automatically for every prompt that you send. So anything that you want Copilot to know off the bat for any prompt, you're going to throw it there. Next thing I'm going to talk about. I have some tips for staying up to date with the newest Copilot features. I know this space is moving really quickly. So we have a lot of new Copilot features coming out. It feels like pretty much every day now. So we're getting new features and improvements to enhance your productivity and your coding experience, specifically in Visual Studio. Again, if you saw the keynote earlier, we're shipping pretty much monthly now with new releases and new features. So staying up to date on that can be you know, another task for you. So
you're on previews, those are coming out weekly.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that too. It's even more if you're on previews. But yeah, keeping your extensions updated and regularly updating Visual Studio, it's really just going to make sure that you have access to the latest features and that you're really using the best of the best when you're taking advantage of all that Visual Studio has to offer.
And a lot of things come turned off for Copilot first. And so when you do update, I highly recommend going back into that settings and checking to see if there's anything new that you might want to turn on and try out. And it gives you the control on these new features, as especially if you're in the preview channels. You know, as we're still working out and getting to the point where we're going to GA those. Give them a try, give us feedback on how they're working. But yeah, sometimes a lot of those will start off, so you'll want to check there.
Exactly, yeah, and I'm just going to bring it back to MCP again. MCP is one of those features that you have to enable, so definitely be on the lookout for that one. Yeah, so I'm just going to conclude a little bit here. Like I mentioned, Copilot just really is transformative in .NET development. It's something that is going to allow you to boost your productivity and just move even faster. It gives you a pair programmer and something just to help you out with, you know, following best practices, fixing errors, refactoring, all of the things that maybe take time out of your day and aren't the most fun to do. That's really where Copilot shines, in my opinion.
Yeah. And it allows you, with all the MCPs, it allows you to stay in Visual Studio instead of having to jump out to your repo to create those issues or to check on an issue. It brings you right in.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. checking back in on agent mode. Now we're going to run those tests, and now we're being really thorough with the test generation, and we're actually going to run them and see if they pass. So we're doing a second layer of checks on that feature that I just developed, and we're going to see if, if things are actually working.
So it looks like it created 3 test files with hundreds of lines, checked to make sure that they all build, and now it's doing .NET tests.
And it looks like the build actually failed at first, and we made some additional edits here. So we're being iterative in the process and making sure that everything works. There are some test failures, but most tests are passing. That's okay with me because, I didn't write the feature, but we can keep letting Copilot iterate on this. I'm actually going to go ahead and run the project just so we can take a look at what the feature that Copilot actually implemented is. I'm going to click allow and let's see.
And that drop down that she keeps saying allow this time, there's an option to say allow in this session.
Yeah.
And is there
Or always allow,
always
yeah.
allow.
So you don't have to keep accepting every time.
Depending on how you're feeling that day, you can have it do it all for that session.
And look at this.
So if you want to go get coffee and let it run.
So it looks like we have a really solid base here of what that product details page is going to look like. Obviously, I didn't give all of the details for each project or each product, so we have some question marks and some placeholder information. But it's a really great starting point for me as I'm implementing my eShop repo here. I can fill in and I can edit things as I want, but it just made it a whole lot faster. If I was going to build this from scratch, it would have taken me, God, I don't know how long. But yeah, look at that. It did a pretty good job here of implementing the feature that I asked for. I'm pretty happy with what we have here and the magic of agent mode.
Awesome. So now can we take this all the way back to your repo?
Yeah. Let's see. We're still running commands.
It will continue trying until you tell it to stop or it has accomplished the task. And having not passing tests is not happy.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like you can't find any other tests. I'm just going to let this keep running. I'm not going to keep you guys here any longer, but I think that's all I have today as far as some of the agent mode and MCP features that I wanted to showcase. So I'm going to jump back to the slides. Maybe once we finish up the slides here, I can jump back and see if we've made any more progress.
With the GitHub MCP, this allows you to then say, okay, can you commit these changes?
Yeah.
It can create, and I think they showed this morning, there's the in-product code review feature that has Copilot do an initial pass to not miss anything that you might have accidentally put in or catch any style issues and those types of things. So Copilot can take you all the way from idea inception all the way through to getting your commit out to back to the repo.
Exactly.
And eventually out into production. So.
Yeah, the GitHub MCP server is one of my favorite ones to use. Yeah, we could also go ahead and create a commit, like you mentioned, to really bring this full circle.
Yeah. And there's also an Azure MCP server that is out there that can help you actually get this stuff into a test Azure environment, into an Azure container service, and really see how things are going. So you've got the full cycle of assistance with Copilot.
Exactly. Yeah. The list of MCP servers right now is endless.
Exploding.
Yeah, definitely check out the GitHub repo if you're interested in seeing what other functionality we have available. But yeah, here's the session survey. If anyone wants to give any feedback, we really appreciate that. And yeah, stay connected and keep learning. If you missed any of the other sessions today, we have a link here that can help you to watch any of the live streams or VSLive videos on demand after the event. And yeah, I think we're just going to open up the floor now for Q&A. If anyone has any questions, we'd love to hear them. Yeah, we've got a mic coming your way.
Who was it down here? With the development of the tests, are you seeing
What kind of code coverage are you seeing? What kinds of negative tests? How effective is it without being like directing of how deep you want the testing to go?
Yeah, exactly. So I gave it a pretty basic prompt of, generate tests. So it's going to be pretty base level to start off, I would imagine. We can actually take a look at that if you want. But yeah, I think if the more specific you are, like I mentioned in some of the tips, the more, you can also specify what kind of tests you want and how you want it to actually go about them. But yeah, the prompt I gave was pretty basic, so I feel like I would guess that they're maybe a little bit, early coverage, but.
From my experience, when you do a basic just generate tests for this feature, it does a pretty decent job of getting you to about 70% coverage. We are in the process of working on some tooling for test generation specifically that is coverage based. It makes sure that it's doing negative tests and all of the gamut to make sure that you've got a full test suite. That is not ready yet, but the base one does a decent job of getting you a good start.
Yeah. And it looks like here we have a little bit of a summary. So it looks like it generated 139 total tests. 2 of them are failing due to minor rendering issues. And you can see kind of the features that it's covering here. So we've got a little bit of a summary.
Yeah, it does a really good job of checking for nulls and for missing content and all. I use this extensively to generate tests. It used to be the test PM, so it was kind of my go-to thing to do. It does a decent job of getting you a good way there.
Yeah. I guess we'll start in the front here.
Just a question about rules. So I could see that rules may need to be scoped at various levels, like maybe as a department, as a team, as a project. Is there any thoughts on how like that can be differentiated between those scopes? Like
the custom instruction?
Yeah, like I might not want my department rules inside every repo that I work on. Mm-hmm. But right. I would want to be able to reach out and obviously get them, and then team, and then of course the project, the requirements and stuff. I would want. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. So we actually have different levels for custom instructions files. So you can specify them at the repo level, at your user level, and then you can commit them to your repository if you want to share them with coworkers, or if you want to keep them just, if they're personal preferences. But yeah, you can specify them at different levels of your project to kind of keep them at whatever level you want to. Do you want to elaborate on that, Wendy?
Yeah, so one of the things that's coming to, I think the next version of Visual Studio, I'm not sure, but I know it's in the works, is the ability to define different levels of custom instruction files. So you can do custom instruction files that apply to only Razor files, that apply to only JavaScript files, that apply to only TypeScript files, that apply to all my CS files. And then you've got the generic apply to everything. And so Copilot is going to grab the instructions based on the criteria that it sees it needs for the question that you asked. Now, when you're talking about levels outside of code with kind of policies for your company, that's kind of going to be on what your best practices are. What we're seeing a lot of different companies doing are trying it out, right? They have somebody who's like, these are the things that we think should be in every repo, right? And that's the base set of Copilot instructions that are applied and sit in that GitHub folder for everybody. And then you add on those repo-specific, more coding-specific ones for the more specific stuff. Does that make sense?
I think I saw a gentleman in the back with a question.
Hi. Quick question regarding those who are using Azure DevOps still, but using Visual Studio, so we don't necessarily have, a GitHub Copilot dashboard or what have you. Mm-hmm. So what is some advice for those people?
As far as like the MCP servers?
No, onboarding in general. Like if you don't have, you can't have it's weird. Like GitHub Copilot seems to have nothing to do with GitHub in some ways, but if you don't have GitHub, you can't have GitHub Copilot.
Yeah, you don't need to be in a GitHub repo to use GitHub Copilot. You just need to have either a GitHub or a Google account.
Yep.
And so if your repo's in Azure DevOps, as long as you have either a GitHub account or a Google account, you can use Copilot on those Azure DevOps repos. We have thousands of engineers using Azure DevOps repos here at Microsoft with Copilot on a daily basis. It works great.
Yep. And there's also an Azure DevOps MCP server, so you can use all of that awesome functionality by pulling in, your issues and all of that stuff. You can do that with Azure DevOps as well.
Yep.
Anyone else? Cool.
In the center?
Oh, wait. Is there another hand?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Are there any instructions of doing this MCP server with Azure DevOps? Because I just struggled with it for the last 30 minutes and I couldn't.
Really? There should be a definition of the Azure DevOps MCP server on the GitHub repo. We can check that sort of guidance here. We're still kind of ramping up our MCP story, but there should be copy and paste that MCP JSON configuration into your local file, and then it should work. But I can help you out with that if you're having some issues. Yeah. Okay. Another question.
So what if we don't use Azure DevOps or GitHub, but we pull it from someplace and we just have it on our local machine?
Copilot works regardless of where your code is. You don't
Okay,
have to have
great.
it in any repo.
Yep.
Okay.
Awesome. I don't see any more hands. I am the PM specifically focusing on making .NET experiences with Copilot better for you. So if you run into any issues, if you have any suggestions, your desires, your wishes, I want to hear them all. And we especially want to understand where it's not working for you so that I can make it better. So please, Wendy Breiding, reach out, send me all of that information because I want this to be the best and most productive experience and tool for you all to use in your day-to-day development. And then fill out the survey, give us feedback, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Oh, we're live. There we go.
Hi, we were waiting for the screen transition, but welcome back to Visual Studio Live. Hopefully you had a good lunch, nap, sleep, wherever you're at. We're still here, so.
Yeah, long day, huh?
It has been a long day, but it's been going by kind of quickly at the same time. It's a weird paradox. But anyway, welcome back. You hopefully just got to see an awesome session by Allie and Wendy about getting the most out of your .NET development in Visual Studio.
With Copilot, right?
Yeah.
There was so much they showed there that it's beyond just that instructions file, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's so much going on in terms of not just like the art of prompts in general, but also just what some of the behind the scenes improvements have been happening behind with the chat to make it even better and to get more relevant, accurate information that reflects
I found that actually asking Copilot to write its own instructions, right? It's that meta AI
That is my
work.
favorite part. Yep, I use that. I use Copilot instruction markdown files all the time when I'm writing a new app, and sometimes I will just use it as an excuse to brainstorm with Copilot the things that I want. I'm like, okay, I want an app that right now I'm working on a puzzle tracker because I'm a jigsaw puzzle nerd.
Okay,
so,
okay.
Hence my earrings. But it's like, okay, I want a tracker that does X, Y, Z, and then I'll just type requirements and then just hit enter, and Copilot's like, oh, okay, so you probably want a way to upload images, you probably want a way to show stats about how long it took you to do a puzzle or something like that, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, oh, thanks for all these suggestions while I'm in the instructions file, which is great.
And I also find that dictating to the AI gets us gets us out of that box of, do I want to type these things? Is it too much for me to type? But it kind of lets our guard down and lets us actually talk and express ourselves in ways that might unlock something else that Copilot can discover.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, there's so much that's both changing and existing with Copilot.
Oh yeah.
Like it can sometimes be hard to keep up with, which is why watching a lot of these sessions is a great way to catch up and stuff. And yeah, Allie and Wendy were showing some really interesting stuff. But I know we kind of jumped the gun a little bit. For those who don't know you, this is the great Jeff Fritz.
Oh gosh. Hello, how you doing out there, chat room? It's good to see you. We're live streaming, right? I wasn't going to live stream today, but hey, I lied.
Yeah.
It's great to see you. If you're out there in the YouTube chat room, say hello. It's great to have you here with us. Thank you so much for having me. My gosh.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
I had to put a laptop in front of me. Like I can't go on a live stream without code in front of me. Like I get the heebie-jeebies here. I'm gonna tremble or something.
Yeah, sometimes I feel naked without my laptop when I'm doing a conference hosting thing. I'm like, so what am I supposed to do? Do I just chat? I guess we're just gonna talk. It's like whatever, I guess. But now it looks more official, especially because I got this new decal.
The Visual Studio
Mads
decals.
Kristensen,
I don't have one.
You do now.
All right. So we'll get one of those loaded onto my laptop.
Yeah, but speaking of the conference, you had a talk earlier.
I had a talk earlier, and I taught a workshop yesterday all about .NET Aspire.
That is cool.
I am headfirst into .NET Aspire. I've fallen in love with the tech. It's a fun product. It's a great way for us to extend and extend ourselves so that we get features built into our applications that, quite frankly, none of us want to write.
No.
Like, I don't know of anybody who's really out there going, hey, I just got my coffee and I can't wait to write logs. Really? Right? I'm going to do performance reporting. Like, really? Like, you want to put that in your application instead of building cool user interface or something? Like,
I'm sure there's someone out there who's into it, but
sure,
most people.
but
yeah,
it's not my bag.
No.
And getting those free features added in from my service defaults projects into .NET Aspire, surfacing it on the dashboard or sending out with OpenTelemetry, so good. I really enjoy seeing that, and I've gotten to a point where, circling back to Copilot, I'll build whatever feature it is that I want to have. And because I don't want to write the logging and metrics collection, I'll ask Copilot to go and put logs and metrics around the things that I built. So then it becomes, I've got a great way to expose that information with the Aspire dashboard or Grafana or Azure App Insights, whatever it is. And I'm just telling Copilot, go generate those things that I don't want to spend time doing.
I wholeheartedly agree. It's so exciting. And with .NET Aspire in general, it's crazy. It's only been, it's like a year old, a little bit over that at this point. Yeah.
Right, November 2023, .NET Conf 2023, we announced it.
Time flies. Shoot, I remember the initial specs. Like I used to work on the dashboard, and just that dashboard that I had in my spec looks nothing like what it is now and stuff, and it's evolved so much. .NET Aspire as a whole, it's got a lot going on.
It's evolved in a great way, and I love that we're starting to see folks in other tech stacks pick up and use parts of .NET Aspire. It's like, okay, here we come.
And seeing like the community toolkits alongside it too that are introducing even more cool components to attach to and stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was working on something earlier, and I've got Azure Foundry Local running in Aspire, connecting and doing things, or I've got other demos where I show connecting to the free GitHub Copilot models. Use those in your .NET Aspire system.
I'm working on MCP stuff a lot. Recently there was a MCP inspector integration I just saw. That is so nice. Gosh, like I love that, not having to run that separately on top of the server that I'm trying to inspect and monitor some more. So that's cool. And then I even had to do some troubleshooting, so I used the GitHub Copilot attachment to the dashboard in Aspire, and that was pretty good at recognizing what it was that I wanted to look at.
I feel like that's a hidden feature that we were pretty loud about at Build and around .NET Aspire 9.3 that folks don't appreciate. just how much insight that can give you to go under the covers, look at that error message that's been dumped out, and fortunately, because you have error log reporting on the dashboard, you now see it, and now your buddies in the operations department can go after and inspect that, or that Copilot button is right there in the corner, explain that error to me with links to the source code.
Yeah.
So good.
Oh, I love it.
It's a great way for us to short circuit that time to repair.
I think in a lot of respects, the Copilot attachment to the dashboard reminds me of the Copilot attachment to the performance profiler in Visual Studio a bit. Because it's like, both are giving you some really useful, handy data, but sometimes it's hard or just takes some time to reach the conclusions that you need to reach with that data that you're using to determine how to solve a problem. So having those additional insights from Copilot to help you out and saves you some time.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Is great.
So I've been tinkering with, I don't have a demo here, but I've been tinkering with getting Playwright working with Aspire. And there's a video on the .NET YouTube from Build where I showed just an initial concept of having Playwright, that end-to-end browser automation tool that we have, that we've got a team that builds and manages. If Aspire is showing, here's my entire application system, to be able to have Playwright wake up and connect in and do all the things on that faux production system locally, that is a phenomenal test and an assurance that my application is going to work properly when I deploy.
100%. And yeah, not having to do all those manual attachments and stuff. That's really one of the biggest, if not the biggest, appeal of .NET Aspire Engine.
Yes, and I hear from folks when we talk about the attachment, the service discovery capabilities in Aspire, the fact that now drives a graph view on the dashboard that shows us, and I can bring up, I have a Aspire application here on my machine we can show, right? I have a simple little dashboard here that's using a GitHub model, and I've got a key that's being passed in that a website uses. The website connects to an API that has a cache out here, and the API connects over to the National Weather Service. This little diagram is being generated for us by Aspire based on C# code that's explaining how to reference and stitch this together. So we've heard from customers that like to print this out, right? Or grab that screenshot and put into their documents.
It's like a nice cheat sheet. It's like, especially if you're a visual learner, like I'm pretty visual myself when I'm learning stuff. So it's like, here's how everything's working. Here's what relates to each other. And you don't have to think about it if you're not really a table person, and like, here's the arrow straight up.
So, okay, let's think out loud for a second. So if I've got documentation for our application system, right, whatever that is, and it's out there and it doesn't have maybe the GitHub models in it at this point, and me as the developer, I extend and add this capability, I could take this screenshot, go back to Copilot, point Copilot at my documentation and say, hey, here's the new image of my application system. And Copilot could generate the updates and the reference to the new image because it'll inspect and look at that image and what's in it, right?
Yep. So cool. Just like a loop, I guess.
I love not having to update documentation on things and let the AI do it.
So exciting. No one likes writing documentation. Any excuse to
there's help there that we can get to, even if it's 90%, right? Maybe it misses a thing. It's still such a great step to break through that blank sheet of paper problem.
I totally agree. Yeah, and just helping you get off the word the.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Say like if you've seen SpongeBob, you know, if you know, you know.
Yes, that's right. We're doing Visual Studio Live with SpongeBob.
Yes, yeah. We've already talked about movies on this stream too, so I mean, we can throw in more pop culture. I mentioned Patrick Stewart thinking he was going to be here as a cameo, and he's still not here, but, you know,
so
in my heart.
There is Cameo.com out there.
That's true.
And we do have an event in a couple months.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything more. I'm not going to go anywhere. There's a thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So I love seeing all the folks that have come out and joined us here on campus for this event. The conference center here it's a great place, good facilities, great tech for folks to be able to. Would you expect there to be bad tech at the Microsoft Conference Center?
I would hope not.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really want or expect bad tech at
Right,
my
but
Microsoft conference.
it's great to see the folks that have come out to this, and there's a couple more VSLives coming up, right?
Yeah, they're all over the place. The next one's going to be in San Francisco, right?
San Diego.
San Diego.
Yeah, in September.
Yeah, in September, and then November we've got one in Orlando.
Yeah.
And do I feel like there's going to be one in Vegas?
Vegas, I think, is like March next year.
Yeah, so they're all over the place.
So they come back around.
And then we have this one in Redmond, aka our Microsoft headquarters, every year. So
in the
Heart of
summer here, July, August. Yeah. So it's great to see folks come out and join us at these events, and it's always fun to talk and share stories with folks and learn how they're using our products. We mentioned about things we learned about how folks are using Aspire, how they're using Copilot, and we want to hear from you in the chat room about how you're using these products.
Totally.
So I like to tell folks as I talk about Aspire that when we start to show folks what .NET Aspire is, we kind of come in with, you should try this in your next application. But I try to get folks at the end saying, you want to use this in every application.
Totally. Or at the very least, just add that app host to your existing project.
Yeah.
And make your life a little bit easier.
It doesn't matter if it's a Windows Forms app, a WPF app, a MAUI app. We've got support to be able to do that, or a web application, right? And if it's .NET, if it's Python, if it's JavaScript, right? These all work with us. It's a great jump off point for folks.
I agree.
So
of the stuff you covered in your talk, which I'm sure you talked about a lot of Aspire stuff, what was your favorite? What's your personal highlight?
It's a silly highlight. I really like the free GitHub models that you can use and bring in and start using with Aspire. But what I really like, and it's kind of an understated feature, is the external service resource. Okay, so in my example, we connect out to the National Weather Service, and we want to use that domain name to connect.
We're not using random weather.
No.
Really?
No, we've moved on from random weather to real data.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Data's okay, I guess.
So when we go connect out to that external service, by using this external service resource, we can push that address somewhere else, pass that in as a parameter, and then track and work with that, and even add health checks to it to make sure that our service can see and connect out to that external resource. But that's just the tip of it, right? If I was working in a large organization, a big enterprise, we've got multiple teams working on a system, an accounting team, a logistics team, we've got other folks that are working on the web front end, and they've got other APIs, micro APIs that they're working on, microservices to do different things. How do I connect and use instances of their service? Well, I could run locally with an image that they've snapped, right? That they've taken, and this is the current nightly version, and point to and use that. But then I can use the external service resource and point to, hey, I have a service over here that's running. Go connect to that one, and I can swap out and use those different levels of confidence, right?
Yeah.
And swap in faux versions of those different features. It's understated how easy it is to add in just that little abstraction over a domain name, over a connection string, and get so much out of it because you're not directly coupled to another resource.
That is so nice, and it just, it seems like such a versatile experience.
Right, because it's one line that ships with the .NET Aspire app host, and so you don't have to do anything extra to get it, and it lets you swap out those extra domain names that you were passing around to connect to other resources.
Sweet.
Yeah. Some pretty cool stuff there. So, and I do like the GitHub models. Azure Local Foundry is great, but I think the Azure Local Foundry is a little bit tricky for folks to use because you need the horsepower to run the models locally, right?
We don't always talk about that, but when it comes to using models, it's like, Definitely need some of that space.
Right. I mean, I can run a phi model locally, but it's still not going to come back as fast as if I'm reaching out to an Azure OpenAI endpoint running a GPT-4o model.
Right.
Great. I can decide when to swap those back and forth because they're just abstracted services sitting in my app host. So good to have that flexibility as I'm building.
Yeah, I love that. That is so great. And I mean, yeah, really, there's so many great nuggets like that, and Aspire just related to just all the different things you can attach to it and how easy it is to interchange them all or swap between those, monitor, track all the information going on in your app, obviously like the dashboard and stuff. I mean, what's on the horizon for Aspire? Because it's such a community-led effort. Like,
so
what's at the top of the list right now?
We do have some, we do have a roadmap that's out there. We've been working on and building out a bit of our CLI for .NET Aspire so that you can start to work with Aspire as a collection of tools without having to get too .NET-ish. It is, I think that's a word.
.NET it is now.
Okay. So you don't have to have the .NET CLI running, the .NET SDK. You can run Aspire, add packages, integrations into your Aspire configuration so that you're really only running C# inside that app host project. And wherever the rest of your application is, that's great. You can do your thing over there and bring in Docker containers for this, that, and the other thing, right?
Yeah.
So we're trying to make that, improve that, get that somewhere. We're also working on this concept of publishers that we debuted about 2-3 months ago, and it's really still in a preview, and we want to make that deployment story better. Like GitHub Actions, Azure DevOps pipelines are really good to build and do continuous integration, but when we come out the other side of that, what am I doing? Am I pushing that to Azure Container Apps? Am I putting that into a bunch of containers with Docker Compose? Maybe I want to use Kubernetes. These different configurations that I want to be able to publish to, we want to make that a first-class story with the tools so that folks can get in and deliver where they want to go. And I think it's interesting that when we talk to other developers, to our customers, the differences in how folks deploy, it's unique in every organization.
Back when I was still working on it, I remember seeing like the surveys, and one of the questions would be like, how do you deploy today? And it just spanned so much. Like some people are Kubernetes, some people are just usual like GitHub Actions or Azure DevOps pipelines. Some are completely different.
Oh my gosh.
So it's like, how do you meet everybody halfway so that they can have their
PowerShell scripts, different build scripts, different things that set up and run in containers. I was talking to one gentleman who, in his Docker Compose file, it references and builds Docker images. And in the Docker file, it actually does the unit tests in the Docker file. And then the Docker file goes and does playwright tests.
What?
I'm like,
cool.
That's a different way to do it.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen it. You're putting things in places that I wouldn't
didn't expect it to,
But, okay, to be able to support that is a very cool thing, but unique.
Yeah, it seems kind of niche, but I mean.
But it's doable.
Yeah.
it's possible. These are things that are available to you.
Yep.
So.
And I think that's the challenge that we collectively have, like on the .NET and Visual Studio teams a lot of the time, and which I talked about earlier. Just how do we account for some of those edge cases that many of you care about because you use it on a day-to-day basis, and also account for majority at the same time, and find the compromises where there need to be compromises. It's hard.
Trying to figure out the 80%, the 90% of folks that we can address with initial features, and then allow folks to customize that last 10-20% is an art form.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, so good.
Yep.
So.
Definitely some finesse required.
Absolutely.
But yeah, earlier you mentioned how Aspire works with .NET MAUI, and that's actually what we're gonna, that's the next session.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, speaking of which, or not necessarily.
Spoilers.
Yeah, I know, maybe we gave some stuff away, but tune in like the next 2-3 minutes where David Ortinau is gonna be talking about how to build mobile and desktop apps using VS and .NET MAUI, which is cool. I'm gonna definitely watch that one. I'm working on a MAUI app right now. So.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
My puzzle tracker app that I mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I start touching .NET MAUI, I like to use the Blazor extensions because I'm such a web person.
Yeah.
So XAML always feels like some foreign set of angle brackets to me. I want my HTML and divs and spans. So
yeah,
I'm a big fan of what MAUI enables there.
Same. I totally agree. And I also like Copilot being able to help me fill in the blanks too a little bit too, as someone who's a bit newer to the MAUI space, especially when it comes to the XAML part of it. Like, oh man, what is going on?
So we got to tune in to David coming up here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
So tune in. If you can't tune in, no worries. There's going to be a full playlist covering a lot of these talks that we're mentioning, and then some. I think including yours, which was bright and early this morning.
Okay.
I feel like.
Yeah.
So check it out. The link has been below as we've been chatting. So
it's somewhere down there
at the bottom. And with that, check out this next talk. Thanks, y'all, and thanks, Jeff.
Have a good one, David. Thanks. Thank you so much, Leslie.
Are using .NET MAUI today? Yes. How many of you want to use .NET MAUI in the future? The rest of you? Oh, fantastic. So I'm going to assume from that answer that you want to learn a lot about .NET MAUI and what your experience would look like in Visual Studio and tooling and things like that. So I'll make sure to give you a nice overview as we start going into roadmap features and things like that. I am David Ortinau. I am a principal product manager here at Microsoft. I've been here for, not here, but I've been with Microsoft for 8.5 years, maybe a little bit longer. And all working on really the same product, the same technology. Started with Xamarin Forms, and now .NET MAUI, which is all of the same lineage. Before Microsoft, I had 20-ish years working in creative industries, enterprise, healthcare, building applications with a variety of technologies, and .NET is one that I love dearly. I may look young, but I've been around a long time. I am a grandfather. These are the important things for you to take away. When you go home and your boss says, "What did you learn?" you say, "I learned David Ortinau as a grandfather." All right, cool. I also like a lot of interaction, so buckle up. I do like feedback too, so you've probably gotten this in every single session. You're going to get it here too. Please do let us know what you thought, what we can do better next time. I do read all of the feedback on my sessions, and I'm always interested to know how I can improve and make sure that I'm bringing you the right content, because that's why I am here. It's not for my personal brand. It is to help you be successful using our products, because we really build them for you. The majority, the vast majority, 99.999% of all of the customers of my product are outside of Microsoft. Okay? And that is not the case for a lot of products that we have. So your feedback, your use cases, your business needs are super important to me. Please utilize this and any other means to shout at me and tell me what we can do for you. So you may have seen this in our build presentation. If you didn't, I highly recommend checking out the AI-infused app presentation about .NET MAUI, because and I'm sure you've heard a lot of AI-related things, Copilot and whatnot this week. We've all been barraged with it in any media developer news that you've seen. But really, it's reshaping how we build applications and the applications themselves. Because we can do unprecedented levels of personalization. We can do context awareness like never before and turn that into actionable things in the application that make a difference, right? And mobile, I believe, is uniquely positioned to leverage so much of that device to create some really, really interesting, powerful, effective new experiences for the users of those applications, and make them more effective for your businesses. And then, of course, multimodal interactions. I say, of course, because this is a term that we use a lot. Maybe it's not one that you hear a lot. But what we mean by that, what I mean by that is, rather than just your traditional input, so for example, here is our to-do app. If you do a file new MAUI application and you select the sample content, you get this to-do app, okay? This one's received some more love, and I turned some AI features on. But by default, this is what you typically have in an app. It's a form, you've got a keyboard, the user makes some choices, and they submit it, right? The keyboard, the touch UI, the UI itself is the predominant way that users use your applications today, which is why UX designers and designers in general are super important for the success of your applications, the usability, et cetera, et cetera. Tomorrow's application starts to look a little bit different because we can start going on top of that, and you see this gradient. Gradient is synonymous with AI-powered things, right? It's magical. What if your user types in the project, the thing that they want to do, and now AI is going to go out and pre-generate some recommended tasks. In this case, what was my project was something like do a downtown tour of Seattle, and it came up with some reasonable, sensible advice for me. It knows the time of year, so it can provide good advice for the time of year. It knows my location, it knows my calendar, all those sorts of things to provide me with good, reasonable suggestions. Let's go a step further. Now you've got voice, right? And so imagine I'm talking to this, which I actually was talking to it when I recorded it. You believe me, right? Right, Alvin? You believe me. And I've just told it basically what I want to do. I'm going to go to downtown Seattle. I really want to see these things. I want to do this. I want to do that. It's going to take my voice and it's going to do not only a transcription, but it's going to make sense of that non-structured information that I gave it with a little bit of rambling. And it's going to turn it into structured data that matches my database, my domain needs, right? It's going to validate it against whatever rules I have in place for my data so that I can actually save it to the database, persist it in the cloud, and do all those businessy things that I need to do. Here's a slightly different example, but it's using the video, right? A camera, it could be a video feed or anything like that. And it's basically what you see. I know you can't read it, but it's a recipe for banana bread, which I love banana bread, and if it doesn't have walnuts in it, it's not banana bread. I'm sorry, that's the truth. Walnuts are a must. And so it's taken this recipe, and I asked it to, as you can see in the additional instructions, I asked it to turn it into a shopping list, right? So rather than just the information that was presented as step-by-step instructions in the screenshot, it's actually transformed that based on my need, based on my context, turn it into a shopping list. So these are some of the things in very simple examples that you can start to imagine AI doing for your applications. Maybe you have a field service application, right? And your technicians in the field, maybe they're wearing gloves and they can't easily type, so voice is a more natural thing for them. Or maybe they work in a loud factory environment and they wear gloves, but they need to do something. Taking a picture of something with the appropriate AI assistance could make sense of that and turn it into whatever actionable data type you require, right? Has anybody been thinking, pondering, exploring these kinds of scenarios for your needs? Are you going to go do it after this? All right, I got one smile and a nod. Everybody else is like, there was nothing better during this session, so I'm here for the lulls, right? For the laughs. So this is what I would call tomorrow's app. At the top, it's not just a list of tasks, but it knows where I am, it knows the time of day, it knows my calendar, and it's presenting to me tasks at the top of my screen that are most appropriate, most urgent. And it's not overloading me with it because I've told the app, hey, go to my tasks. I've got a huge list of tasks. What's really the right thing for me to be working on? Here's how I would prioritize it. And then it presents it to me in that fashion. And you can see it's telling me on the flip side of these cards why it's presenting. Why is it prioritizing this thing to me? We talk quite a bit about responsible AI, and that's super important. Being able to demonstrate to the user of your applications that AI is involved, but also why AI made the choice that it made. And that helps them build trust with the result, but also provide feedback and just have a general understanding of what's going on. We as developers, and I say we as developers, how many would you say you are a developer in the room? Okay, so I'm talking to most of the audience when I say we as developers. We as technologists, that probably covers everybody, right? when we're using AI for our jobs, and I as a product manager, I'm using it not just for coding every single day, but I'm using it for research, market research, user studies, and all those sorts of things. If it just goes off and does something magically, but I get a bad result, and I can't see how it arrived at that result, then I'm stuck, right? And I lose trust in that particular solution that I'm trying to use. So we want to make sure as we're building the same kinds of AI-powered functionality into our applications for our customers, that we're also thinking along these responsible AI lines. And if you're looking for guidance on that, we have a whole website and team dedicated to this. As a matter of fact, in some of our recent blogging and things, we've really kind of celebrated the industry-wide work that we have done at Microsoft on responsible AI. And I think we have some, there's some things in the news. I'm remembering it was in an email, and I don't know if it's public information, but it's cool stuff. We're doing cool stuff. All right, so client app development, is it still a thing? Is it actually important anymore? Has the world moved beyond desktop and mobile apps? Well, if we look at these general market numbers, we get that there's over 1.8 billion Windows and Mac devices worldwide, which is increasing. As a matter of fact, I updated this from an earlier statistic earlier this year. It has already grown like 0.3 billion. And then we have over 5.2 billion mobile devices worldwide, just counting Android and iOS, not counting things like Harmony OS, which is a growing new mobile OS. Previously, it was based on Android. Now they have their own operating system that they're transitioning to. So clearly, there's usage there. What I hear a lot from companies that I talk to is that workers are actually using their personal or company mobile devices to do work. And they're doing it in the same fashion they do their own personal use. So consumer behavior patterns have really infiltrated how people are doing their work and the devices they're using. Even if they do have a desktop device or a laptop device, they're still doing more and more of tasks for work on their mobile devices. So this is an industry-wide trend that we're seeing. We have research to substantiate this. You may have observed this in your own lives. How much of your work, you may not consider it work, but you're reading articles and you're probably not just consuming information, probably generating work as well from your devices. And with the ability for AI to assist you with voice and with other non-typing means, you will probably be able to do even more from your mobile devices. So at Microsoft, we invest in this client technology space across a wide array of platforms and frameworks. Everything from Windows native to cross-platform native, hybrid, and web. And today, we're going to really narrow in and talk about the spaces that .NET MAUI plays in, which is going to be cross-platform native and hybrid. Primarily the Blazor hybrid, sometimes we'll refer to it as .NET MAUI hybrid. Either way, it's Blazor and .NET MAUI. It's an Oreo sandwich, and it's delicious. And if it were to be dipped in milk, I'm not sure what the milk would be, but I'll have to come up with something. All right, so let's level set real quick. What is .NET MAUI? MAUI was too cool of a name, so we split it into an acronym that you don't have to remember. And then we capitalized it. It's multi-platform app UI. And essentially, it's Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS. From a single code base, you can go to all of them. Now, it's going to look very similar on all those platforms, but having the native user experience is super important for the end user to feel comfortable on those applications. And so from the very beginning, that was the choice that we made, and we've really stuck with it. Now, if you want to go to what we call a pixel perfect across all platforms, you absolutely can do that. And there are libraries out there that support those scenarios that work with .NET MAUI. Skia Sharp is usually the base drawing engine that runs most of that. And then you have awesome control vendors. Progress Telerik is out there. They have a booth. You can go check them out. You've got Syncfusion, you've got DevExpress, you've got Infragistics, you've got Mesius, and then a whole host of community, maintained libraries. And they will offer you controls that are in many cases based on Skia#, so you can get consistent UI everywhere. And so that's more analogous to a Flutter paradigm if you're familiar with Google's offering for Flutter. So what is the architecture? How do we do this? So across Android, iOS, Mac, and WinUI, and WinUI 3 is in its own category because it's not technically part of .NET MAUI since it's another Microsoft team and it's already got .NET, so we didn't need to .NETify it. But Android is Java Kotlin, iOS is Objective-C and Swift, and then Mac Catalyst is Swift and Objective-C as well. So how do we surface that to .NET developers so that .NET developers can use all of that? We do what's called a interop binding. And so that's where you get essentially a one-to-one API where we are invoking the actual native APIs in the native SDKs. So it's not faking it, it's not recreating it, it's really just controlling it through .NET, right? And so the UI you get is native UI. If you had built an application for iOS using Objective-C or Swift, and it's a UI button, and you do a .NET MAUI app, and it uses a button, and you deploy that to iOS, the actual UI that gets rendered is a UI button, okay? And so that means that things like accessibility, it's all the accessibility functionality that every native application gets on that platform. We get out of the way, and we let the OS and the platform handle what it does best. Keyboard interactions, text, multilingual, all those sorts of things you get. You also get all of the non-UI native functionality of those platforms. So let's say that you're on iOS and you want to be able to access the microphone, the camera, the accelerometer, GPS, Bluetooth, all those native things. You want to get into secure storage. We have APIs for all of that stuff. It uses all the native pieces of those SDKs. But you only need to work with the MAUI layer because we've created the device abstraction. And so you work with that layer, and all that common functionality that you regularly need, you write it once, and it uses the native implementations everywhere. Now, what if we didn't create a cross-platform abstraction for a particular API you want to use or you need to use on Android, for example? Very simple. It's a leaky abstraction. And I used to think leaky abstraction was a bad thing because it's leaky, right? Like I've had kids. If the kids are leaky, that's a problem, right? Anybody know what I'm saying? Nobody? All right, come on, a chuckle. I appreciate the chuckle. But what this means is we don't make it hard for you to get through the abstraction to the native UI. And as a matter of fact, with multi-targeting in .NET, since I think we introduced that in .NET 6, multi-targeting is the ability for you to do basically, if it's Android, use this code. If it's iOS, use this code. And you can do that right in line. Or you could even have separate classes. We make it super easy for you to write code specific to those platforms without a bunch of ceremony, without a bunch of boilerplate code. And all of that runs on all the Android devices, iOS devices, Mac, and Windows. I'll say that for the majority of .NET MAUI customers, the vast majority is mobile. The number of customers doing desktop specifically without mobile is very small. So in terms of how we prioritize work and where our strengths are, you're going to find that to be more in the mobile space. We don't find that a lot of customers choose native desktop as the way to go. They typically will do something web. Either it's a hybrid desktop application or it's a browser-based application, or it is a bespoke, specific need for performance reasons to do desktop. And then, of course, your app code. We can't forget your app code. It's the least you need to worry about, or the most you need to worry about. It's probably the most you need to worry about. But it's the top of the infamous layer cake. So how is .NET MAUI doing? Do you want to take a bet on this technology? Somebody told you it's dying. I was talking to somebody just yesterday, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I've got a blog post or an issue on my repo. Is this project dead?" And I'm like, "I've been here for 8.5 years. I've had that every month I've been here." It seems to just follow certain projects around. I come to understand that it actually means they care. They get value from the product, and they really don't want it to go away. So that's fine. MAUI is doing great. So we shipped initially in .NET 6. .NET 6 was not an amazing release for us. .NET 7 was basically .NET 6.5 because it was only 6 months later. And it really was there to catalyze the ecosystem to build their controls, to get services running, etc. And I tried to encourage our customers to not use it except for exploring, but not everybody listens to me. Now, .NET 8 turned out to be a great release. And the efforts that we put into core quality and bug fixing and completing the product were very well received. We saw numbers increase greatly. And then .NET 9 shipped last November, and easy to say it's our latest and greatest, right? But equally, all of our typical metrics are going in the up direction. Our Net Promoter Scores, our CSAT, we're hitting the highest numbers we ever have. Big testament to our engineering team's hard work through these wonderful yet tumultuous years of business. Everything's been like smooth sailing for y'all for the past 5 years, right? No heavy winds, no rocky, no? Okay. So just a quick interpretation of these numbers on the slide. Year-over-year developers, that's what Y over Y means. Plus 17%. Depending on the time of year that I do this, sometimes it's anywhere up to like 30%. But it's always in the positive and it's always going in the direction. And I typically, for these numbers, took a 4-month window because just going month to month, there's a bunch of seasonality, right? If anybody here ever has to report telemetry numbers, you probably understand what I'm talking about. But issues created has dropped negative 26%, which I love to see. Although if there are issues, there are issues. But when you've got less bugs being reported, that is generally a good sign. But on the counter side, on the flip side of that, 4.7x the number of PRs created. Our contributors are going bananas. And it's not just the community contributors, of course. We now have a strategic partnership with Syncfusion, where they work directly with us, basically as a team alongside the team. And they work in our repository doing triage, doing test coverage, doing issue validation, and then submitting PRs to fix issues. And so I was just talking to the lead engineer this morning, and he's like, I don't know what got into Syncfusion. They usually do 40 to 60 PRs a month. They're already at 90 something. He's like, whew, we got to get on that. So very, very exciting to see the level of contribution as an open source product. It's a great problem to have. And then in terms of us getting those wonderful PRs into the product, we continue to make improvement on our velocity. So 1.4x PRs merged, 4-month window year over year. So all of those are super healthy. We're just eager to do more because the appetite for the product is greater than ever and the community is all over it. So we want to make sure we harness all that raw power. Who's using the product? So we've got some very recognizable logos up here. And there are, if you take this and multiply it, I'd say by like 100, 200, tons more. I wish I could convince every customer using the product to give me their logo permission to put it on the slide. But very successful usage of the product for years and years. Some of these customers represent using essentially our product over the span of, say, 10 iOS releases, right? Without having to rewrite their applications. That's fantastic from an ROI perspective, right? That application has existed across that many versions of Apple breaking everybody without having to rewrite it. Come on, that's amazing. So I like to celebrate that. And then we announced this at .NET Conf last year, and then we had a session at Build. You can go check out this session. It's up on YouTube. If you look for .NET MAUI Fidelity, you will find it. I got to sit down with a couple of the leads of the Fidelity project, and this is their Active Trader Pro application. It previously was a WPF application that ran on Mac OS via Wine. I don't know if Wine was meant to be spelled W-H-I-N-E, but that's what a lot of their users do because it's slow. That was a gem of a joke, y'all. Come on. And so they have rewritten this in MAUI. We work very closely with them, as well as Progress Telerik has done a ton of work to help them maximize their data grid and other pieces. And so this is an amazing testament to what you can do with MAUI on the desktop. The amount of data that flows through this thing is unlike probably anything that you've ever seen. And it handles it like a champ. We did a lot of performance tuning to make sure that this thing is just stellar. And you can see just how many windows, each of those windows represents a different panel in their, what do you call that? MDI, multi-document interface. As a mobile developer, that wasn't something we used to build, so that was a new acronym to me. So super impressive stuff. Check that out. It's a great little chat that we had, and it's up on YouTube. All right, so a little bit about what the .NET MAUI experience is in Visual Studio. So the main area that we've been investing recently in Visual Studio is in the Visual Studio Code side of things. So previously on the Mac, we had Visual Studio for Mac. That was sunset, is it a year ago, 2 years ago, a year ago? And so that was, not great, but it did open the door for us to fully enable Visual Studio Code for developers to use anywhere. And so the wonderful thing is that at this time, it works with XAML, it works with C#, it has tooltips, auto insert, color swatch pickers, which I didn't even know it had color swatch pickers. That was like an awesome revelation to me. Hot reload. If you're not familiar with hot reload, I will demo it, I think. We'll try to demo it. I don't like polish and prep a bunch of sanitized demos. I just start coding things and we see if it works or not. That seems more real. But hot reload is essentially you're debugging your application and you make a change to the UI or to the logic, and it will patch the running debugging application without having to do a rebuild cycle. That's super valuable for MAUI applications because the debug deploy cycle tends to be quite a bit longer than developers, say, doing a web app or even doing a console app or a server-side API, something like that. Those build cycles and deploys are much faster. And that's somewhat just the nature of the complexity of doing mobile and desktop development. So hot reload comes in clutch there. Xcode sync support is for applications that are utilizing the native storyboards or nib files for their Xcode pieces of the project, and they need to synchronize those between the .NET context and the native Xcode context. So we have enabled that via a .NET tool. iCore Debug is the latest and greatest, best debugger that we have available. The reason that's noteworthy here is because prior to this coming into the world of .NET MAUI, we used the Monosoft debugger, which basically was a good debugger. It was built specifically for mono scenarios, which were the mobile optimized runtime scenarios. But it lacked a lot of the robust debugger things that you come to expect when you're doing deep traces, when you're doing deep inspections of things, just generally all the really advanced things, the ability to do profiling and all kinds of other things. So iCore Debug is a wonderful step up. And I want to emphasize that VS Code is really the best place for doing your C# development. It's got the XAML support, but I want to just put a little caveat around that. It's going to be lacking compared to Visual Studio, where XAML has been a first-class citizen for decades at this point, right? So let's be realistic about our expectations for XAML in VS Code. It will be there. It will continue to work. I also want to emphasize here that you can write a .NET MAUI application completely in C#. You don't need to use XAML at all. It's all C# under the hood. And as a matter of fact, I'll show you in a little bit that it's even more C# now than it ever was. But you don't have to use XAML. So if you've got a dev team and they're like, XAML's old, XAML's dusty, I don't want to use XAML, they don't have to. We do find, certainly, that a lot of .NET and Microsoft longtime developers prefer XAML, and that's why it exists. And it continues to exist. And we were actually invested in it quite a bit in .NET 10, which I'll get to a little bit later. And of course, VS Code is wonderful because it exists on Linux, Mac, and Windows with the same experience. One of the concerns and complaints we heard quite a bit about Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Mac was the experiences were quite different. They came from different places. And so, bringing them together was a monumental task and one that not everybody agreed with. Personally, I want my tools to look and behave the same on both platforms. It makes me more productive. There's no meaningful reason for my Visual Studio Code to suddenly have different key commands just because I switched to Windows from Mac. And if you're wondering, well, how do I do all the other things? Good news, the marketplace for extensions in VS Code is fantastic. So of course you start with the MAUI extension. That's how you get started in VS Code. You've also got an archive publish tool for publishing your apps out so that you can deploy them to the stores, Apple or Google or wherever. You've got Android tools to help you do things like Wi-Fi debugging to devices. And then delete bin OBJ, I think, is one of the must-have extensions. If you've been a .NET developer for any length of time, you've probably deleted a bin OBJ combination to get a clean state. You typically expect clean to do that for you, but sometimes there's tenacious files that just don't go away. So that's like a must-have extension. And tons of others. So highly recommend leveraging those because the MAUI extension is going to do what it needs to do and what its core reason for existing is. And then the ecosystem really fills in a lot of the other spaces left behind when VS for Mac went away. All right. So .NET MAUI in Visual Studio, what have we been up to? So we introduced full page XAML hot reload, or I should say we reintroduced it. So the primary mode for XAML hot reload to make it super fast is it just replaces the part of your UI that you changed. That's great for most scenarios, and it is super fast. But there are cases when you actually need the whole page to re-render. So you can do that by clicking the little fire emoji in the debug toolbar. Full design time live preview, which is the actual image that you see here. I can actually interact with and code against the UI of my application without debugging. So you could almost think of this like hot reload without a debugger. So it's another great way to iterate on your application very effectively, very efficiently, and boost your productivity. And again, Visual Studio on Windows is going to be your premium best experience if XAML is your core way of doing UI. But there's so many other things in Visual Studio. And I kind of think that we overlook these things because we only talk about what's brand new and we don't really focus in on all the other tools that are already there. So live visual tree, being able to inspect the visual tree and see how deeply nested is my UI. Maybe that's why it's slow and I can flatten things out. Being able to navigate the visual tree and go directly to your code, very helpful. Live Property Explorer, the hot reloads. Did you know that you can actually connect your Windows machine to a Mac and develop iOS directly from Windows? Yes, you can. Here for a limited time. No, not for a limited time. It's actually been in there for a long time. And we've made improvements to the pairing to the Mac. It will install all of the dependencies that you need for your application, and then it will compile and return that in a remote simulator session right on Windows. And one of my favorite things is because you use Windows, and of course, surely every Windows device has a touch screen, you can actually use touch against the simulator right there on Windows. Mac can't do that. So that's +1 for Windows. How many of you are Mac users in the room? I didn't ask that question. All right, we have one brave soul. We've got a half a brave soul. Another very brave soul. That was a very highly raised hand back there. I do. My daily driver is my beautiful Mac M4 Max. Not going to brag, but it's a pretty beefy machine. I love it. But I have a new love in my life right now. It is this Surface, and I gotta say the touchscreen really is a seller. It's great. All right. Hot restart for iOS is the ability for you to take your iOS device without a Mac, no Mac involved whatsoever, plug it into your Windows machine, and you can develop directly against that iOS device. Pretty slick. There are some limitations to that because basically it's putting a pre-built application on your device and then shipping over the code and running it in that environment. So anything that is more advanced will not work with that scenario. And so for those purposes, you do want to go back to the pair to Mac solution. But you've also got XAML binding failures panel, which I had forgotten about. That exists. So if you're struggling with why is my XAML binding failing, that panel exists. We also have SDK and device managers for Android. So you don't need to leave the comfort of your Visual Studio to be able to acquire new Android SDKs or to install new tools or to create new emulators for Android. One caveat that I do want to mention, because I ran into that with the new love of my life that I mentioned before, this is an ARM machine, and the ARM architecture on Windows, Google has not yet shipped an Android emulator that supports that architecture. If you have an Android representative that you know how to reach out to at Google, feel free to drop them a note and say, hey, where's my emulator? Why don't I have this? The world is so poor without it. All right, so let's do a little demoing. And I have a couple of applications that I did not open ahead of time, so let's go ahead and open them. So Visual Studio. So if you weren't familiar before, this is how you start Visual Studio. Everybody knows that though, right? Now, I could create new applications, and maybe I'll just show this real quick. And there's really 3 new applications. I don't think I have the Zoom It tool on here. Oh, I do have the Zoom It tool. Oh, that's crazy. I've never presented from this machine before, so excuse my excitement. So there's really 3 main types of projects that you'll start a .NET MAUI project from. The one that we typically show and tout is the .NET MAUI app. .NET MAUI app is going to be a single project. Everything's right there, super powerful. It's going to work for a majority of scenarios. The .NET MAUI multi-project app is going to be a MAUI class library and then separate projects for each platform that you're targeting. There's a benefit to that, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. And then we have the Blazor hybrid and web app. So if your app is going to be mostly Blazor UI and web is going to be a portion of it, this is a great architecture for you to use. We have a Razor class library where all of your Razor code would go, and those Razor components get shared between a MAUI project and a Blazor web project. So simple as that, and you get to share all that code. We have several customers doing that today. They love it. It's wonderful. All right, back to normal size. So let me go back, and I had some other apps already open here. So let's open this one. We'll zoom in again and go over here. So this is the typical structure of a MAUI application. You're going to have a platforms folder. Within the platforms folder, you have folders for each of the native platforms. So this is where the actual native code goes. So if we look at the main activity for Android, for example, and I scooch over here, this is going to be a MAUI app compat activity. App compat activity is an Android type. So if you've ever opened a Java or Kotlin application, you will open an activity file and you will see very similar code because, again, we're really just wrapping those APIs and giving you .NET access to them. So you see all those things. If you want to do native things, you want to do native SVGs and XML and strings and all kinds of other things in Android land, you can go to Stack Overflow, or I heard that Stack Overflow is actually not a destination anymore. It's now ChatGPT or Copilot. You want to go to Copilot, ask a question, it tells you how to do it in Android, and it gives you Android code. You can put that right here in the Android folder. And it's pretty much going to work. If it's Java code, there's a little more extra work you need to do. But if it's a resource of some kind, it's going to work. iOS, very similar. You've got an app delegate and an info plist. Then Mac Catalyst, again, very similar. And then Windows, the things you would expect from a native Windows application. So when you have code that needs to be specific to those platforms, you can put it here. Let's say that I'm going to write a Bluetooth class that's going to do specific Bluetooth things for each platform. You can do those, Bluetooth service.cs, right? And you can have a version of it in the Android folder, version of it in the iOS folder. They're all partial classes. They're all the same API, but their code is specific to those platforms. That's how you do that's one of the ways you can do multi-targeting. All right, so the entry point for the application is really going to be the app XAML, but the main place to start looking at your application is going to be here. Oh, I have no idea what I just did. This is what I get for clicking buttons when I don't know what they're going to do. So this is the MAUI program. If you're familiar with the host builder pattern, that's exactly what's happening here. We're building our application context. We're going to be using a MAUI app. This app is the app XAML CS, the app CS that we'll look at in just a second. I can do other things like configure my fonts. Or let's say that I brought in another library. I might do something like configure essentials or configure MAUI community toolkit. Whatever the constructor pattern is for that particular library, I would end up doing that here. I can also do things like, let's see, what is it? Configure MAUI handlers. Now, what's a MAUI handler? So this is actually the architecture for MAUI's UI controls. You remember I told you that when you do a button in MAUI, it becomes a UI button on iOS. This is where I could come in and I could say, you know what? MAUI did a wonderful job with the button, but I want to use a very custom implementation of button for iOS. You could come in here and you could easily override it. So you can see I've got an example, even Dear Copilot is giving me an example of how I could do a custom handler. And Copilot's actually right. This is how you could do a custom handler. And then my custom view handler could be the implementation of the specific special things I wanted to do. Not only that, but wait, there's more. If I just wanted to change how that control implements the background color or any other property on that control, I can override just that. And all it is a couple lines of code here in the MAUI program or wherever I want to put it. But I register it here in the MAUI program. So tons of flexibility. I'm only teasing these things. You can check that stuff out. It's all in our Microsoft Learn documentation. But that's really what this class is. The MAUI builder is going to do all that stuff. And then if we go back over to, I didn't actually open it, did I? We go over to our app XAML CS. We're going to initialize it and we're going to create a window. Creating a window is essentially how we declare what UI is going to run my application. It can be anything I put in the window. Can be an app shell in this case, and I'll talk a little bit more about app shell. Or it could be just a content page, or it could be a tabbed page, or it could be a flyout page. A bunch of navigation concepts you can put here. I recommend shell as the starting place for everything because shell is going to make it super easy. Get out of the Zoom. How do I get out of Zoom, Alvin? I click this. That's what I'm going to click. All right. Whoa, that got super small. All right, cool. So app shell is essentially a non-visual XAML looking file where I can give it all the pieces of my application. And maybe I'll open another example that's more fully fleshed out. But essentially, I can add all the pages of my application here, and I can arrange them in the UI that I want to use, and then I can use URIs to navigate between them. It's a very powerful thing. I'm not doing it justice, but it also is the most performant way for you to build your applications. So I highly recommend using this approach. Of course, we support all the latest of global XMLNS as well as global using files. And then for my resources, and this is the last thing I'll show here because then I'm going to jump to a more full-featured application. I can customize my app icons. This is something, if you've never done Xamarin application development before, used to be really cumbersome. I used to have to create app icons in the way Apple wanted it, in the way Android wanted it, in the way Windows wanted it, all in different formats, all in different places. And hey, if you're doing it for the platform, you better do it in the bazillion different densities that platform requires, right? And so now you're managing all these assets. And you're like, oh, well, no big deal. I have a designer that I work with. And that designer's like, you want me to create how many varieties of this thing? No, thank you. So huge hassle. But now you just provide it with an SVG or a PNG. And .NET MAUI is going to resizetize it for everything. So you'll see things in the logs that say resizetizer. And that's what we're doing. We're doing wonderful, magical things for you. They're not super magical, so much so that you can't get in there and manipulate exactly how it does what it does. But it saves you a ton of time. So we do that for your app icons. We do that for the images that enter in your application. You provide us with one file. We generate all the other sizes and densities that those platforms are going to require. You don't need to worry about it. If you got raw files like JSON files, Markdown files, I like to use Scriven files for my prompts when I'm doing AI things. It's a lot easier for me to edit when the prompt gets to be long. So I put my Scriven files there. Splash screen, very similar to your app icon. You're going to drop that here. It's going to get created for you for all the different platforms. And then styles. Of course, we provide you with a decent color style sheet as well as styling for all the platforms so that your UI uses the same colors, the same sizing and spacing, etc. across all the platforms by default. And of course, you can come in and you can override all of that stuff. All right. Let's look at a more complex application. And I was worried I wasn't going to fill the time. Let's see here. Projects and solutions. Let's look at MAUI multi-project. Sure, save that. All right. So as I mentioned, this is just another way to create the same thing, but you're going to be managing multiple different projects. And the one benefit you're going to get from this, the main benefit you're going to get from this, is that your build times are going to be screaming fast. They're really going to be fast. Why is that? Because the Droid project in this example only needs to be built one time. But the MAUI multi-project is the class library where you're doing the majority of your work. It's a class library. It's just .NET code. It can compile super fast. And it just gets reshipped with your application. So you get like sub 10-second turnarounds. To build and ship the whole thing with the Droid, even on a recompile, is going to be anywhere from 20, 30, up to a minute at times. So wonderful benefit. Downside? Now you're managing NuGet dependencies and other dependencies across all these projects, and you can really get things messed up. It was a big problem for a lot of developers back in the Xamarin Forums days when this was the dominant architecture for applications. All right, let's go pick another project real quick. And I want to show you how the Blazor mobile web one looks. So I mentioned you've got web, you've got mobile and desktop. You can do it all. And then you've got a Razor class library. So in the same way as the last example I showed you, You can separate things this way. You're going to do the majority of your work in the shared project. It's going to compile real fast. And you just decide, am I targeting web right now and mobile? Or do I want to run this on web? Is this going to run in my browser, right? Super easy. All right. And then one last one. Let's see here. MAUI multi. No, that was the one I just had open. What am I thinking? MAUI XMLNS simple. And this actually touches on one of our new .NET 10 features. But let's take a look here at a little bit more of how these projects get structured. So I've got my global usings, my app shell. This is a more fleshed out app shell. So you can see that I've got a dashboard, projects, main, manage, meta. Maybe I'll go ahead and see if I can run this for Windows real quick. Framework, Windows. Oh, I can just pick Windows machine up there, can't I? We'll let that build and run. But I've got my data, my models are all in here, all of my pages. These pages are created in XAML, very straightforward. But one of the nice things is that this is a very tuned down XAML page. If you've ever looked at XAML, XAML can be very verbose. So we've done two things in .NET 10. We have done global and implicit XAML namespaces, which means that we can strip out a lot of that stuff that usually resides at the top of the XAML page. And then we've also done XAML source generation. So if you've ever tried to figure out what does XAML render when it compiles, right now it compiles to IL, intermediate language, and then that gets swizzled in with the .NET assembly when it gets fully compiled. Nobody can read that except for like 2 people on the planet, and you wouldn't want to mess with it. It is gnarly. So very hard for us to troubleshoot as average technologists. With SourceGen, what it actually generates is C# code, which means we can do a lot more with it. We can do a lot more analyzing it before it gets compiled and built. We can do more debugging of it after it's rendered to C#. And it makes our runtime debugging faster, and it makes our builds faster. So super exciting there. So for example, if I start navigating around, you can see I'm pretty much, I can touch my screen. I should be doing that because I'm super excited about that. You can see how fast that transitions. I promise you that is way faster than if I were not using XAML SourceGen. All right. Don't have a ton of time left, so I'm going to go back to my slides. I know those demos were mind-blowing, weren't they? That was mostly just a general tour of how Visual Studio looks and works. Here's one that's going to blow your mind. So, you've heard about Copilot. Copilot does a lot of amazing things. One of the things that Copilot does that I don't think gets enough attention is vision. You can provide images to Copilot and it can do things with them. So one of the top things we hear in our survey feedback ever since I've been working at Microsoft is, I want a drag and drop designer. Now, it's not 100% of the people responding to our surveys, but it definitely is a loud minority. We're not going to do a drag and drop designer for .NET MAUI. It's not on the roadmap, but what can you do today that can meet some of those needs? So what you're going to see here in this video, don't need that anymore. What you're going to see in this video is an image being provided to Copilot, and then we're going to iterate on that with Copilot's help to create a login screen, all right? So it's as simple really as dragging and dropping an image and providing a prompt to Copilot. So we're going to implement XAML from the attached image. It's a login screen. Use this image source. So Rachel, my coworker, did this and recorded it. And very quickly, and this is a little bit sped up, but I also did this recently with some other UI. I did a Airbnb UI, I did an Apple Music UI, and it was smoking fast. So she's not even editing code directly, is she? She's just talking to Copilot. Here's the stuff I want you to do. All the things that you probably would have done with a drag and drop designer, And she has a design surface right here because she's using that live preview in without debugging that I mentioned. And she's getting great feedback, iterating quickly, and she can make all the changes she wants to make in a very short amount of time. Does that seem interesting? Yeah? Think your mom could do that? Your dad? Your parents? My parents are in their 70s. I think my parents could do this. This is the kind of stuff where I'm like, that friend who came to me because he knew I was a mobile developer that had a brilliant startup idea, I want to go back to that guy and be like, hey, that amazing app idea you had, you don't need me anymore. You can come do it right here. So look at the wonderful result that she's gotten off of this. And Copilot can just do all this stuff. It has the ability, it has the code, it has the visual context. All right, so here's another example. So this is more akin to a drag and drop designer. So Figma, super popular drag and drop tool, browser-based. There's also a desktop version of it. It has a community-based MCP, Model Context Protocol Server. And so you can install this MCP into Copilot, and then you can come take a frame from Figma. In this case, she's using one of my designs that I have from a Nike shoe shopping app. And she's going to work with Copilot to create this design. Think it's going to work? What do you want to bet? No bets? It's a pretty tall order. So what she does, she copies the URL that points to that frame. And she says, hey, implement this UI at this thing for the image. And it goes off. It reads that information in using the MCP. And then it's going to start building. And she has to give it permission. By the way, there is a setting in Visual Studio Code, at least, where you can tell it, don't ask me for permission. I know you're going to do things. Just go do it. That's easier for you to go walk away and get your coffee and come back and see what magic it's done. If you can trust it. You need to know what it's going to go do, right? So as we're going to see, it's making its way through this design. That first rendering looks dope. Now, she did do a couple of things in preparation for this. She did prepare the images that it was going to need to place the images. But when you go look at this code that it created, it's legit. It is good stuff. My advice, and this goes for any use of Copilot when you're doing pretty much anything. If you know, hey, this control is being deprecated, this control is new, I prefer this pattern over that pattern, put that stuff in your Copilot instructions. And then make sure that Copilot is reading your Copilot instructions every time. The way that I like to do that is I like to tell Copilot to speak to me in a certain voice. So I started out with, talk to me like a pirate, right? And so every time it starts to do something, when it doesn't have a pirate voice, it doesn't go, arg. I know, oh, you didn't read my Copilot instructions, did you? I have another one that's a design color-based application. I said, talk to me like Bob Ross. And it starts talking to me about pretty little trees. It's wonderful. All right, so those are two very cool ways in which you can use Copilot Chat with an MCP or just straight up and have it do the UI designer type tasks that you would normally be looking for a designer for. Now, I am going to touch on .NET 9, and then I'm going to talk about .NET 10. .NET 9 shipped last year, November. You can hit that AKA MS link right there. All this information is cataloged for you in a beautiful condensed digest on Microsoft Learn, and you can go catch up on the new features super quickly. It's a page that looks like this. I'll click on it and scroll through it real quick. I'm not going to read a web page to you because you pay good money to be here. Right? You don't need me to read to you. Although I have been told by Scott Hunter that I should just have a reading program with my sultry grandfathery voice. But nobody wants that. Nobody. So, cool new things in .NET 9. Hybrid web view. So we've talked about Blazor web view where you can have your Razor controls and you can have those rendered in device. No web server involved whatsoever. They're rendered in the device. And all the .NET code runs in the .NET process like anything else. Hybrid web view now is if you've got JS-based code, JavaScript-based code, you've got Vue, React, Angular, homegrown, jQuery from back in the day, all that stuff can totally run in this hybrid web view. And we've created the interop for you to be able to go back and forth between the .NET context and that web view context. This is something that customers have done with Xamarin Forms and .NET MAUI forever, and they've asked us to bake this into our web view. Here it is. And it uses very similar implementations to Blazor WebView, and you can go a long way with it. So you can have more of your web UI developers participating in your mobile development here. Title bar. So this is something for the Mac and for Windows that we've long wanted. It wasn't part of the original .NET MAUI, but it's here in .NET 9. You can put things up in the title bar of the window. And then tons of other control enhancements. I want to highlight the compiled bindings. For performance reasons, if you adopt these ways of doing your bindings, your app gets way faster. So take advantage of these things. We work closely with the runtime team to come up with this. It's a bit more code to declare your types and everything, but when you do this, your app gets much faster. So we've got compiled bindings in code, compiled bindings in XAML. We've done some multi-window enhancements so that you can activate other windows from where you are. And then we introduced native AOT for iOS. This is something we're also working on for other platforms, but essentially it's like the turbo boost for your application, which is kind of funny that we did it on iOS first, since iOS didn't really need it so much, but it was the right platform for us to start with. It's coming now to Android as well, and that'll roll out over .NET 10, 11, and maybe even 12 releases. And then native embedding got improvements. Native embedding, you can actually go the other direction. So we've got the abstraction for MAUI, but what if you have a native iOS, native Android application written in .NET, and you're not using MAUI things at all, but you've got another project, because we know that a lot of our customers have dozens and dozens of mobile applications written in .NET. So what if you've got a library of shared UI things, and you want to bring that into your Android or iOS native .NET application? You can do that too. And that's what native embedding allows you to do. All right, so let's go back to slides. I probably have to reshare, don't I? Because I unshared. And let's highlight a few things coming in .NET 10. All right. So what are we investing on for this coming release? This is coming to you. We've actually shipped Preview 6. Preview 7 will come out next Thursday. And then .NET 10 will GA in November. It's November of every year. We actually have a .NET Conf announced date. I don't remember what it is, but you can check it out. I highly recommend tuning in for that. Speaking of things to tune in for, did you know that we have a monthly .NET MAUI community stand-up on YouTube? It's the first Thursday of every month at 10 Pacific. So first Thursday of the month happens to be this Thursday, and we're going to have our good friend Frank Kruger on the show, and we're going to be talking about Apple Intelligence with .NET. So that'll be really cool. What are we investing on in .NET 10? It's quality, it's performance, it's simplicity, and it's modernization. So quality is really the foundation of everything we're working on. We will talk about some cool new features, but I would say that a good 80–90% of all of our effort in this release has gone to continued effort on quality. That's test coverage, that's solving bugs. You saw the PR trends and bug trend numbers earlier, and those substantiate that. Performance, the iCore debug is a big part of that. We're doing work on Core CLR and native AOT runtimes. Simplicity, the XAML stuff that I mentioned, the XAML XMLNS, and namespace work. And then modernization. We've got to have the latest and greatest, right? So Apple released their announcement for Xcode 26. So yes, of course we have Xcode 26 support. And here is video proof that you can have Apple's new Liquid Glass in your .NET MAUI applications. Why? Because it's native UI. We didn't really have to do much of anything. We just had to enable Xcode 26, and you get it for free. You didn't have to rewrite your application to have Apple's new latest and greatest stuff. Isn't that nice? There are some new things as well. There's a new tab user experience, and this will be coming to you next Tuesday in the .NET 10 Preview 7 release, and you can enable it using C# project markup like that. What do you get from the native AOT performance stuff? You get a much smaller app size, negative 49%, and you get a much faster startup time. That 484 startup time wasn't bad to begin with, but 367 is even faster. It's almost visually indiscernible how fast that application starts up. And this is based on the Sync Fusion toolkit and the application that I was showing earlier, the To-Do app. It is a big effort to enable native AOT in your applications, but the reward is there for you. So you'll do things like enabling Publish AOT. That's going to generate a bunch of warnings telling you how to make your applications, your code, AOT compliant. And then you'll go do those things so that all the warnings go away, and then you can publish your application and reap those benefits. XAML source gen, as I mentioned, I'm not going to go through all those details. I think this video evidence demonstrates it really, really well. So XAML IL on the left, if you can see the clicks, there's a huge delay between when the click happens and when the navigation happens. Now let's look at the XAML source gen version, and you're going to see a click over there, and you're going to see it almost instantaneously go from one screen to another. These are debug builds. Debug builds are already going to be slower than release builds. So do not judge the performance of your MAUI application based on debug performance. Always do a release build to validate your performance. This is great for collection views and other scenarios that are super hard to work with. So when you have XAML source gen, or when you don't have XAML source gen, this is more of your debugger experience. You don't get any helpful information over here, right? There's nothing there. And the code looks like this. I know you're not going to read that code, but I'm just going to tell you, it's useless. Can't do anything with that. This is what you get with XAML source gen. You get real C# that is the actual implementation of that XAML file, and you get dense information from the stack, right? So lots of debugging information, and it goes on and on and on. Super wonderful. And so the global and implicit namespaces, I kind of highlighted this before. You can simplify those to make it less verbose. You do these implementation steps. This is all up on the Microsoft Learn documentation page, the what's new in .NET 10, so you don't need to remember all of this. But basically, your pages can go from looking like the behemoth over here, which, who wants that? I don't want that, to this over here. A lot better, right? So that's wonderful. When I present this to a crowd full of XAML developers, they start clapping and shouting. But, you know, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so I will forgive you. And then you can also do things like this. We see all these prefixes, right? Pull to refresh, colon. What else do we have here? Controls, colon, cards, colon. Well, with the XAML XML improvements, we can now omit those things and we can get rid of them. So makes the code a whole lot easier to read. If you really want to see where did that control come from, you just hover over it. Tells you where it came from, tells you the type and everything. All of our editors do that. We also have improvements to the edge-to-edge safe area. So this is important for mobile devices where we now have notches and what else do we have? Weird forehead looking things. And then we've got dynamic islands and whatever Android, and you've got camera things now just like right in the middle of the screen. You need to make sure that your UI is aware of those things and can deal with them. Typically, this was primarily an iOS-only concern, but in recent releases of Android, they've now changed and they added an edge-to-edge API. So in .NET 10, we're shipping a new API for this that makes it a whole lot easier. And by the way, as I mentioned before, I replicated the Airbnb UI, the Apple Music UI. Don't judge me, that is Sabrina Carpenter. And I also implemented the camera UI to demonstrate the different safe edges things. But I basically just took screenshots off of my phone and told Copilot to build that. That's literally all I did. And within 15 minutes of each, I had a recreation of these things. It's bananas what you can do these days. All right. Edge to edge safe areas, they work on different layouts, content view, content page, border. It's not something you'll put on every control, but these are the controls that they work for. And then you can say, I want it to work for none of the safe area controls, ignore them all, or work for all of them. I want you to obey all the safe areas. Or you can say, I want it to work for the soft input, the keyboard that comes up. So that if you have something that should reside at the very bottom of the screen, but when the keyboard comes up, you want that thing to continue to be in the same position, but above the keyboard, you can use this to denote that expectation. So this is a bit of an explanation of how you use it. And these things are analogous to the main scroll area, goes all the way to the top, and it's going to use safe area edges none. This one is the horizontal navigation buttons. So this button here, this button, this button, it's a horizontal container in a grid. And so I'm going to tell it, don't do any of that stuff, obey the safe area, and I can do that just by not telling it anything. And then for this UI at the bottom where you have the reserve button, it needs to flow underneath that home indicator, that little black bar at the bottom. And so I tell it to obey all, and it will do the right thing. The content stays in the right spot, but the background flows all the way to the bottom of the screen. Hybrid is not to be left out. I have several improvements here. We've got intercepting of web requests. If you need to modify headers, redirect requests, supply local responses to things, you can now intercept all of those things, whether you're using the Blazor web view or the hybrid web view. If you have web developers, this stuff will be very valuable to them. And there really is quite a bit more coming in .NET 10. I did touch on the majority of these things. Actually, I touched on all of them. I got them all. Like a Pokemon adventure. I got them all. So .NET 10 is going to be a really, really great release. Thing I'll leave you with, this is literally the second to last slide, is a reminder of how .NET MAUI servicing and official support works. So .NET itself has LTS and STS, right? Long-term and standard. MAUI is always, always, always 18-month standard support cycles. The reason that is because we build on top of the native SDKs. Apple and Google are shipping every year. Google actually is now introducing a new shipping cycle where they might ship twice a year, once in August and once off season, with at least a minor major release. And so we have to build on top of that stuff. We can't go 3 years on the same release. It's just not feasible. Everything from build tools to SDKs, et cetera, et cetera. So here is your reminder that .NET 8 for MAUI went out of support in May of 2025. So the MAUI project, the MAUI code needs to be running on .NET 9 at this point. That's the only supported version of that project. All the rest of the code in your solution, yeah, it can be running on .NET 8. .NET code there is fully supported for .NET scenarios. But the MAUI specific stuff needs to be on .NET 9 to remain compliant with, for example, Google has a new requirement that apps all need to be built against API 35, Android 15, I think it is. And Xamarin, if you are still harboring any Xamarin projects in your companies, that has been out of support since 2024. And at this point, most of the public stores are probably rejecting application submissions from those versions. That's them, that's not us. We didn't do that. So keep those things in mind. Yeah, stay connected and keep learning. I think you probably see this slide in every single presentation, right? So these are resources for you. And at the very end here, I will once again invite you to leave any feedback. We're pretty much out of time. There's 3 minutes if anybody has a lightning round question, or you're welcome to come up here. Or I guess there's a mixer kicking off outside. Sorry to the virtual folks, we're going to be at a mixer, but you can go to your refrigerator and grab what you want. We're going to go out there, right? Any questions in the room? Yeah, here, hang on. Is this the mic, Cam? We got a mic coming from the back. Gives you a couple extra minutes to think about what you want to ask.
Sorry, where was it at? Where's the question?
Right here.
Yeah, just wondering if there's an AOT template.
So there's not an AOT template. The default file new project from MAUI is going to be AOT compatible. So the code that we're shipping is good for AOT. And you just need to do that little bit of XML that I showed in the CS proj. But yeah, that doesn't come in the template by default, simply because we didn't want to overload the CS project with a bunch of settings that not everybody's going to adopt.
Makes sense.
But it really is literally 2 lines in your CS proj. Anybody else? Got another one?
Previously, you mentioned about the Syncfusion integration. So currently, we have subscription with Syncfusion where we have to pay for the Syncfusion controls. So you think we don't need that anymore since we have a built-in Syncfusion support in .NET 9?
Well, they're my wonderful partner, so I think that you should pay them. But so what I would do is evaluate which controls you're using. So last year, they actually open sourced a huge number of their controls. I think there's 20 plus controls now that have been open sourced as part of the Syncfusion toolkit for .NET MAUI. So evaluate that, and if the controls that you're using are all in there, then yeah, you don't need it. However, they are continuing to invest in those premium controls to make them worth paying for. So things like the scheduler, the calendar, the data grid, for example, those will remain in the premium offering. But you may find that everything you need is in the free one.
Okay.
And you can use that.
Okay.
And it is open source too, which is great.
Okay.
Super fun.
All right, and then there was one, the hit new sequel to Agatha Christie's classic. But in all seriousness, I'm going to be closing us out for the day. It was a jam-packed Visual Studio Live Day 2, filled with lots of new announcements, including the new version of Visual Studio on the horizon, among other great Copilot additions. We just heard a talk from David Ortinau talking about the latest .NET MAUI improvements, including things such as like the XAML live preview, among other things, which is exciting. I'm personally gonna have to check that talk out in particular because I'm working on a MAUI app at the moment. And we've also talked about building next-gen AI. I mean, a bunch of other stuff, Aspire. There's so much like trying to, I mean, I'd be here all day if I had to give you the whole list of everything that has been covered today and everything that will be covered for the remainder of the week. So if you are watching this and you're actually at VSLive in person, good news, you still got a couple of days. You got a mixer to be going to. What are you doing listening to me? And if you are not, if you're watching this stream and you want to learn even more about the content that is going to be shown here and beyond in the days to come, no worries. All of the Microsoft and Visual Studio based sessions are going to be available at aka.ms/VSLiveHQ25. So if you go there, you're going to get access to a whole playlist shortly after this conference is over. That's going to have all of the Visual Studio and Microsoft specific sections if you're following those different tracks. And with that, to close out for the day, I want to give a special shout out to everybody in the studio. They're all awesome. They've been kicking so much butt, both recording in the studio and also in the conference center itself. So shout out to them. I also want to give a shout out to my co-host, Robert Green. And of course, a shout out to all the guests who decided to do a quick victory lap following all of their talks that they've worked very hard on, including Jessie, Houghton, Harshada, Brian Randell, who else am I missing? Jeff Fritz, and Mads Kristensen, Brady, Gaster, and Mads Kristensen. There we go. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I'm sorry. Come find me in my office later. You can get mad at me there. And with that, thank you so much for watching. Once again, that's the end of day 2, and there's going to be a lot of on-demand content in the days to come. And basically the call to action here is to try it out if you haven't already. All of the features being talked about right now, for the most part, are available today. So download the latest update of Visual Studio if you haven't already. Go to visualstudio.com to see all the things you should be taking advantage of. Go to the Visual Studio developer community to share all of your feedback about what's working, what's not working, and if you have new ideas, because now that we're on a monthly cadence, who knows, we might be able to get to a lot of those asks a lot faster now, and we can be a bit more iterative with how we release new features. So until next time, thank you so much for watching live from Redmond at Microsoft headquarters. And until next time, happy coding.